Victories. Victories. Victories.
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 नई सोच, नए तरीकों से कहानी एक नई गढ़ रही है। सीखने और सिखाने की नई उमंग जगह उम्मीदों को पूरा कर रही है।
इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के माध्यम से टेक्नोलॉजी आधारित बेहतर कंटेंट और कोर्स के डेवलपमेंट में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। बेसिक कंप्यूटिंग पर बल हो, कोडिंग पर फोकस हो या फिर रिसर्च पर ज्यादा जोर, ये सिर्फ एजुकेशन सिस्टम ही नहीं बल्कि पूरे समाज की अप्रोच को बदलने का माध्यम बन सकता है। वर्चुअल लैब जैसे कंसेप्ट ऐसे लाखों साथियों तक बेहतर शिक्षा के सपने को ले जाने वाला है जो पहले से ही सब्जेक्ट्स पढ़ ही नहीं पाते थे जिसमें लैब एक्सपेरिमेंट जरूरी हो। नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति हमारे देश में रिसर्च और एजुकेशन के गैप को खत्म करने में भी अहम भूमिका निभाने वाली है।
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 नए भारत की आधारशिला। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 युवाओं को लोकल से ग्लोबल की ओर लेकर चल रही है।
नई शिक्षा नीति की एक और
लाइजनिंग ऑफिसर्स
इसमें
kindly escort your dignitaries to the dais, please.
साथ इंटीग्रेट करने पर भी बल दिया गया है। एक और जहां स्थानीय लोक कलाओं
We just have 10 minutes
शास्त्रीय कला
before Honorable Chief Minister arrives,
स्वाभाविक स्थान देने की
and we wish that our dignitaries are seated on the dais before he arrives.
नए भारत की आधारशिला।
29 जुलाई 2020 को भारत सरकार 34 वर्षों के अंतराल के बाद एक नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति लेकर आई। उद्देश्य था नई पीढ़ी को नई सदी की मांग के अनुरूप योग्य बनाना।
ये पॉलिसी 21वीं सदी के नौजवानों की सोच, उनकी जरूरतें, उनकी आशाओं, अपेक्षाओं और आकांक्षाओं को देखते हुए बनाने का व्यापक प्रयास हुआ है।
राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में ऑनलाइन शिक्षा को प्राथमिकता और प्रोत्साहन दोनों दिया गया है, जिसके सफल परिणाम कोरोना महामारी के दौरान भी सामने आए। पीएम ई विद्या कार्यक्रम के अंतर्गत ऑनलाइन, टेलीविजन एवं कम्युनिटी रेडियो के माध्यम से पढ़ना लिखना चालू रहा। वन नेशन वन डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से प्रेरित दीक्षा में स्कूल पाठ्यक्रम पर आधारित 1,85,000 से अधिक ई कंटेंट 32 भाषाओं में उपलब्ध किए गए। एक वर्ष में इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर हिट्स की संख्या 200 करोड़ से बढ़कर 2300 करोड़ हो गई है। जेईई एंड नीट की ऑनलाइन परीक्षाएं भी हुई, जिससे किसी विद्यार्थी का कोई सत्र व्यर्थ नहीं होने दिया गया।
अभी नया सिस्टम आ गया, ऑनलाइन क्लासेस होने लगी है, तो जो हम स्कूल नहीं जा पा रहे थे अब हम वो घर से पढ़ सकते हैं।
यूजीसी ने ऑनलाइन शिक्षण के नए दिशा निर्देश जारी किए। ऑनलाइन कार्यक्रमों की संख्या अब 37 से बढ़कर 216 और संस्थाओं की संख्या 7 से बढ़कर अब 41 हो गई है। ऑनलाइन शिक्षण के लिए निर्मित स्वयं MOOC's पोर्टल, जिस पर वर्तमान में 814 डिग्री और डिप्लोमा कोर्स उपलब्ध है। गत वर्ष में 54 लाख छात्रों ने उस पर एनरोलमेंट कराया। इस नई नीति से भारत में पढ़ने आए विदेशी बच्चों को भी हमारी सुदृढ़ व्यवस्था का लाभ मिला है।
I'm from Cameroon. I'm very thankful for the government of India to give me the opportunity to pass off my education here in this great university.
एक तरफ निष्ठा के अंतर्गत लगभग 24 लाख प्रारंभिक स्तर के शिक्षकों को प्रशिक्षित किया गया है, तो गत एक वर्ष में स्किल डेवलपमेंट मंत्रालय द्वारा 1 लाख स्वास्थ्य कर्मचारियों को भी प्रशिक्षित किया। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के अंतर्गत सार्थक की रचना हुई, जो स्कूली शिक्षा में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के सुचारू क्रियान्वयन के लिए एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव एक्शन प्लान है। इसी नीति द्वारा राष्ट्रीय अभियान निपुण भारत की भी शुरुआत की गई, जिसका लक्ष्य बच्चों को समझ के साथ पढ़ने और बुनियादी गणना की क्षमता को खेल खेल में विकसित करना है। स्कूल बैग के वजन और होमवर्क को कम करने के लिए दिशा निर्देश दिए गए और बच्चों के मानसिक स्वास्थ्य और तनाव से संबंधित समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए मनोदर्पण पोर्टल और हेल्पलाइन नंबर भी लॉन्च किया गया है। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में कक्षा 6 से ही कोडिंग, डेटा साइंस, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी और हैंडीक्राफ्ट के वोकेशनल कोर्सेज को भी शामिल किया गया है और कक्षा 10वीं और 12वीं के लिए CBSE द्वारा कॉम्पिटेंसी बेस्ड एग्जाम्स की चरणबद्ध तरीके से शुरुआत की गई है। गत एक वर्ष में उच्च शिक्षा संस्थाओं ने कोविड संबंधी अनेकों शोध अनुसंधान किए और हमारे कई संस्थानों की ग्लोबल रैंकिंग में सुधार हुआ है। एक तरफ जहां राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति भारत के शिक्षार्थियों को विश्व से जोड़ती है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ उनमें एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की अवधारणा को भी सशक्त करती है, नए भारत की आत्मा को प्राथमिकता देती और हमारी युवाओं को 21वीं सदी में अपनी पहचान बनाने के लिए तैयार कर रही है नई शिक्षा नीति।
सिद्धि तेने जईवरे जे परसेवे नाय, परिश्रम एज पारसमणी। कठोर परिश्रमનો કોઈ વિકલ્પ નથી। આપણે ગુજરાતીઓ નાનપણથી આવા સુવાક્યો માત્ર વાંચતા જ નથી, તેને જીવી પણ જાણીએ છીએ। એટલે જ તો ગુજરાતીઓની
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect Honorable Chief Minister to arrive at the venue in a few moments from now. We once again request you to kindly occupy your seats, especially at the back, and also vacate the gangways. May we once again request the liaising officers to kindly escort their dignitaries to the dais. For in a few moments from now, we expect Honorable Chief Minister to arrive at the venue. Honorable Chief Minister is on his way to the venue.
आज कहाँ है राष्ट्रगीत? आज नहीं है, हमको नहीं दिया है। कल है राष्ट्रगीत, आज नहीं है।
ऐसे भी लास्ट में है ना, अभी बोलो उसको ठहरो यहाँ।
अभी रुको यहाँ बैठो, खड़े होकर से बात कर लेते हैं। वैलिडिक्ट्री में लास्ट में है। बैठो सबको बैठने को बोलना है, वो बोल रही है।
Honorable Chief Minister is about to arrive on the dais. Kindly occupy your seat.
अच्छा, आप लोग है ना, अब थोड़ा दूर बात करो क्योंकि माइक चालू हो गया है।
माइक में थोड़ा गेन दे दो प्लीज। We request the liaising officers to please kindly escort their dignitaries to the dais.
और उसके बाद फिर ये रन अराउंड नहीं होगा। तो बोर्ड यहाँ है वो यहाँ रहो, जो उधर है वो उधर चले।
टेबल के सामने तो कोई नहीं है। पाछा जता बन गया
क्योंकि माइक पकड़ रहा है।
One man saw the vision and moved Gujarat, igniting a revolution in every sector. Keeping this spark alive, Gujarat has outshined the world in the diamond business, textiles, petrochemicals, and many more. Gujarat's success is rooted in the entrepreneurial spirit of its people, as well as the proactive governance since 2002 under the able leadership of Shri Narendra Modi, now carried forward by Chief Minister Shri Vijay Rupani.
May we request all
Thousands of
the
people
dignitaries and licensing officers to escort them to the dais.
Then Chief Minister Shri Narendra Modi came across. His leadership was pivotal in making
Ladies and gentlemen, we expect Honorable Chief Minister to arrive at the venue in a few moments from now. We once again request you to kindly occupy your seats, especially at the back, and also vacate the gangways.
એ CBSE ના એ ચેરમેન છે, તમે જો અનિતા મેડમ સામે બેઠા છે, એમને ઉપર આવું છે, NCERT ના ડાયરેક્ટર બીજા બધા.
शिक्षा नीति 2020। अब भारत का एजुकेशन वर्ल्ड बदलेगा, नई शक्ति से एक नई मंजिल की ओर चलेगा।
नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति के संदर्भ में आज का ये इवेंट बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। इस
कुछ ही
कॉन्क्लेव
क्षणों में गणमान्य अतिथि हमारे साथ होंगे मंच पर। आप सबसे नम्र निवेदन है कि कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। And we request our licensing officers, one last humble request, to kindly accompany their dignitaries on the dais and guide them to the dais.
फिर उतना ही आसान इस राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन भी होगा।
तो चलो शिक्षा के नए तरीकों को अपनाते हैं, चलो नया भारत बनाते हैं। राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020, नए भारत की आधारशिला।
Honorable Chief Minister is on
राष्ट्रीय
his
शिक्षा
way to
नीति
the venue.
2020 खोल रही इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी स्टडीज के द्वार।
We welcome Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, to this inaugural plenary of International Conference of Academic Institutions. And we also welcome with him Honorable Minister of Education, Science and Technology, Government of Gujarat, Shri Jitu Bhai Waghani, Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare, Government of Gujarat, Shri Rushikesh Patel, Honorable Minister of Home and Police Housing Disaster Management, Shri Harsh Sanghvi. Honorable Minister of State, Labour, Employment, Panchayat,
आज कहाँ है
Housing and Rural Development, Government of Gujarat, Shri Brijesh Mirja.
आज नहीं है हमको नहीं दिया
Honorable Minister of Tribal Development, Health and Family Welfare and Medical Education, Srimati Nimishaben Suthar. We also welcome Honorable Minister of State, Higher and Technical Education, Government of Gujarat, Dr. Kuber Bhai Dindor. Honorable Minister of State, Primary, Secondary and Adult Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Kirti Singh Ji Waghela. Secretary, School Education, Government of India, Srimati Anita Karwal. Secretary, Higher Education, Government of India, Shri K. Sanjay Murthy. Honorable Chief Minister is about to arrive on the dais. Shri Pankaj Kumar, kindly occupy your seat. A warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the dais. Namaskar. Welcome. Bienvenue. Welcome to all of you. Government of Gujarat welcomes you all to the inaugural plenary of International Conference of Academic Institutions, jointly organized by Education Department, Government of Gujarat, Labour, Skill Development and Employment Department, Government of Gujarat, Ministry of Education, Government of India, and Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, in association with renowned universities, as a precursor to the Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2022. We also extend a warm welcome to representatives and delegates from our country partners Canada, Australia, UK, Norway, and France. International partners, national partners, and educational partners. We take this opportunity to welcome academicians, students, research scholars, government officials, policymakers, thought leaders, and corporates participating in this conference. A special word of welcome for members of the print and electronic media. We begin this inaugural plenary with lighting of the lamp, an auspicious Indian ritual to mark the beginning of an important event, accompanied by the sounding of the conch shell and chanting of holy verses by Akash Joshi, Aparajita Singh, Forum Shah and group. Can we request Honorable Chief Minister and other dignitaries to kindly grace this ritual?
Shubham karotu kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatru buddhi vinashaya deepajyoti namostute deepajyoti parabrahma deepajyoti janardana.
We request the licensing officers to please kindly escort their dignitaries to the dais.
Deepajyoti namostute Deepajyoti namostute Deepajyoti namostute Harihi Om Chandrama manaso jata chakshoho Surjo ajayata Shrotradvayuscha pranascha mukha Dagnirajayata Om.
Thank you, dignitaries, and thank you, dear artists. We now take this opportunity to welcome our dignitaries with books, Khadi kerchief, and a replica of
One
the
man
Statue of Unity.
saw the vision
We
and
request
moved
Principal
Gujarat,
Secretary, Higher and
igniting
Technical
a revolution
Education,
in
Government of
every
Gujarat,
sector.
Shri S. J.
Keeping this
Haidar,
spark alive,
to welcome
Gujarat has
Honorable
outshined
Chief
the
Minister,
world in the diamond
Government of
business,
Gujarat, Shri
textiles,
Bhupendra Bhai Patel.
petrochemicals, and many more.
Along with the Khadi kerchief and the memento, we are happy to present a book written by Honorable Prime Minister titled Convenient Action Continuity
We are
for
happy
Change,
to present
along with Mahatma Gandhi's autobiography,
along with Mahatma Gandhi's
the story
autobiography,
of my experiments,
the story
with
of
my
truth,
experiments,
to mark
with the
truth,
celebration
to
of
mark
the celebration
75
of
years of India's
the
independence,
75 years of
Azadi ka
India's
Amrit
independence,
Mahotsav.
Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Thank you, sir. We now request,
Thank you, sir.
Secretary Primary and Secondary Education, Government of Gujarat, and Secondary Education, Government of Gujarat, to welcome Shri Jitubhai Waghani, Dr. Vinod Rao, Secretary Primary and Secondary Education, Government of Gujarat, Primary and Secondary Education, Government of Gujarat, Honorable Minister Shri Jitubhai Waghani, Honorable Minister Shri Jitubhai Waghani. We thank you, sir. We now request Director Technical Education to welcome Honorable Minister Shri Brijesh Mirja. Shri Brijesh Mirja. May we request Director Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Director Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, Nagarajan, Shri to welcome Honorable Minister, Shrimati Nimeshaben Suthar, to welcome Honorable Minister, Dr. Kuber Bhai Honorable Minister, Dr. Kuber Bhai Dindor. Shri M. Nagarajan will also welcome Honorable Minister. Will also welcome Honorable Minister. Shri Kirti Singh Ji Waghela. We once again request Mr. Nagarajan to welcome Secretary School Education, Government of India. Secretary School Education, Government of India. Thank you, ma'am. We request Director Technical Education, Shri G.T. Pandya to welcome Shri G.T. Pandya to welcome Secretary Higher Education, Government of Secretary Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, India. We are indeed honored to have with us. Here today, former Home Minister Shri Pradeep Singh Ji Jadeja, a warm welcome to him, and we request Principal Secretary S.J. Haidar to welcome Shri Jadeja Ji. May we request Mr. Haidar to also welcome Chief Secretary Government of Gujarat, Chief Secretary Government of Gujarat, Shri Pankaj Kumar Ji. May we now request Mr. Pandya, Director Technical Education, to welcome Principal Secretary Shri S.J. Haidar. Principal Secretary Shri S.J. Haidar. And we request Director Higher Education to welcome Shri Anju Sharma, Principal Secretary, Labour Skill Development and Employment Department, Government of Gujarat. We take this opportunity to welcome dignitaries on the dais. All our dignitaries on the dais. We request Nagarajanji to welcome Mr. Nagarajanji Narhari Aminji, Shri Narhari Aminji. And we take this opportunity to welcome all our other dignitaries on the dais. Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Gujarat, Shri Jeetubhai Waghani, intends to take Gujarat in implementation of NEP 2020 as Gujarat gears up for the 10th Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2022. The Department of Education, Government of Gujarat, under the leadership Honorable Chief Minister has undertaken several initiatives that are aligned with the quintessential features of Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi Ji's National Education Policy NEP 2020. We now invite Honorable Minister Shri Jeetubhai Waghani for his address.
Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Sri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Minister of State, Brijesh Mirzaji, Minister of State, Kuber Dindorji, Sri Kirti Shiv Aghela, my colleague Pradeep Siji Jadeja, Narari Bhai Amin, distinguished speakers, delegates from Australia, Canada, France, UK, and Norway as partner countries, various international educational partners, exhibitors from various corners of the country, representative from the reputed universities, invited MPs, MLA, guests, academic person, officers on the dais, and of the dais, my media friends and students. Honorable Central Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhan had come at Ahmedabad, posted for our program, but due to sudden emergency, he had to go on return Delhi. Of course, he has extended his best wishes to us. On behalf of Gujarat government, I warmly welcome all of you at Gujarat and India. Is it a matter of great pleasure for all of that on the occasion of Vibrant Gujarat Global Summit 2022, a global level ICAI conference pre-event aims to discuss various transformation and progressive aspects of the NEP. The NEP has prime importance in fulfilling and dream of Atmanirbhar Gujarat to Atmanirbhar Bharat. In this conference of 2 days, a well thought out discussion will take place among the world famous scholars and academic persons on various initiatives and possibilities in the field of education. I am extremely glad to announce that the government of Gujarat is one of the leading states committed to implement the NEP. This conference will bring out positive outcome for making education equitable, affordable, and inclusive for all. This conference aims to make Gujarat an education hub not only in India, but also worldwide. In order to fulfill this goal, the conference will hold discussions on the following themes and sub-themes: NEP, equitable and inclusive education, multidisciplinary and holistic education, international of education, skill development and entrepreneurship, digital empowerment and ICT, enablement, accreditation, quality and global ranking, research and innovation, COVID-19 impact on school education and solution, teachers and faculty development for quality education. We are launching booklet prepared by Education Department on glimpse of quotes of Honorable PM Sri Narendra Bhai Modi on NEP, which is first of its kind initiative and really helpful to all state and stakeholders. Gujarat academic system is well rooted in it has provided leaders, academic person and industrialists. In Gujarat, we have world-class government and private universities which are not known in India, but of course the world. Gujarat is on the consistent development path since few decades, and today Gujarat reflects the dream which was seen by Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Bhai Modi, and we are also fortunate to receive constant guidance and support from Honorable Union Home Minister Sri Ahmedabad Shah. Indeed, we are grateful to both of them and our CM Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Remarkable and noteworthy initiative of government of Gujarat is STEM, MISY, SSIP 10, IIT, etc. Today, we are launching SSIP 2, Student Startup Policy, which provide financial assistance to 6th standard to PhD students. SSIP 20 is first of kind policy in the nation. In addition to that, to provide a world-class innovation support, Gujarat government is developing a new infrastructure of Gujarat Student Startup and Innovation Hub for innovators. I am thankful to our Honorable CM Bhupendra Bhai Patel for his guidance and necessary budget allocation. I am happy to inform you that under the guidance of Honorable CM Sir, Symposium was organized at Statue of Unity for planned a roadmap of NEP, global ranking and national ranking to provide equal opportunity to the remote student. Gujarat government is planning for central data center and center placement feasibility. I appreciate efforts of my whole education family. Atal ranking of institution on Innovation Achievement Award, ARIA ranking for the 2021 has been announced, and I am happy to share that GTU, GU, LD College of Engineering, PDU, and EDII have secured rank in the respective category in the country. Under the visionary leadership of our Honorable PM Narendra Bhai Modi, Gujarat has made significant progress in school education through various initiatives like Gunotsav, Prayasutsav, Kanyakavali Mahotsav, Mission Vidya, centralized formative and summative assessment test, school infrastructure upgradation, teachers recruitment and exhibition reform, Gnankund Smart Class, G-Shala, and many more. The progressive legacy of school education reform continued under the leadership of Honorable CM Bhupendra Bhai Patel. I would like to share that Government of Gujarat has introduced Mission School of Excellence, an ambitious project to impart quality schooling education and infrastructure. Furthermore, Residential School of Excellence project objective to give benefit to 1 lakh students and additional benefit to 50,000 tribal students. Gujarat government is dedicated to promote natural farming, प्राकृतिक खेती. To do so, vocational courses are added from to 9th standard to 12th standard recently. I am happy to state that Vibrant exhibition is organized to showcase the research and innovation in the field of education with flagship stall of ISRO and Panch Prakalp. ISRO will showcase the milestone of journey and development in the Indian space program. Panch Prakalp, dream of our PM sir and Governor of Gujarat, connect us to our roots. Let me share that in the Good Governance Index 21, Gujarat is at the top of the ranking. In short time of 4 months, effective leadership of our CM Bhupendra Patel, Gujarat government achieved this milestone. I am request all participants to attend various knowledge sharing sessions and panel discussion and take the maximum advantage of conference. मुझे आशा है कि उपस्थित प्रतिनिधि, शिक्षाविद और अतिथि गुजरात में आपने 2 दिवस प्रवास का आनंद लेंगे. मैं गणमान्य जनों को गांधी आश्रम, रिवर फ्रंट सहित साइंस सिटी, स्टेच्यू ऑफ यूनिटी, अहमदाबाद सिटी के जैसे प्रमुख स्थानों की यात्रा पर जाने का और वहां विकास के रूप में हुए बदलाव देखने की सलाह देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि आप हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के दृष्टिकोण से प्रेरित होंगे. गुजरात सरकार के इस साइंस सिटी की स्थापना गुजरात सरकार ने की है, जो रोबोटिक गैलरी, एक्वाटिक गैलरी, नेचर पार्क, पेंगुइन और कई अन्य के साथ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, ज्ञान और मनोरंजन का संशोधन है, जो कि देश में अपनी तरह का यह पहला है. यह परिसर हमारे माननीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह के निर्वाचन क्षेत्र का हिस्सा है. माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी के दृष्टिकोण को लागू करने के लिए माननीय केंद्रीय गृह मंत्री अमित भाई शाह के सक्रिय समर्थन से हमारी सरकार युवा मन में साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रोत्साहन हेतु अत्यंत आधुनिक बुनियादी ढांचा बनाने के लिए काम कर रही है. इतनी अच्छी पहल के लिए साइंस सिटी को, मेरी टीम को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं. मैं इस सम्मेलन को प्रेरित करने के और योजना बनाने के लिए लगातार समर्थन हेतु माननीय मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल का सहृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं. वास्तव में हमें इस सम्मेलन के लिए प्रेरित और सहयोग करने के लिए कौशल्य विकास और उद्यमिता मंत्री धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूं. मैं प्रमुख सचिव और शिक्षा विभाग के अग्र सचिव और सचिव, विभागाध्यक्षों और संबंधित विश्वविद्यालय के कुलपतियों, शिक्षाविद और शिक्षकों की पूरी टीम इस तरह के अद्भुत सम्मेलन के आयोजन के लिए बधाई देता हूं. मैंने उन्हें सम्मेलन की सफलता के लिए व्यक्तिगत रूप से सुबह से देर रात तक काम करते हुए देखा है. मैं सम्मेलन की सफलता के लिए आश्वस्त हूं और मुझे विश्वास है कि सम्मेलन राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 के प्रभावी कार्यान्वयन में उल्लेखनीय होगा और हमारे मुख्यमंत्री भूपेंद्र भाई पटेल को आश्वस्त करता हूं कि सम्मेलन के बाद जो भी आउटकम मिलेगा वो न मात्र गुजरात को मिलेगा, पूरे देश और दुनिया को ये अर्क निकाल के हम उसके ऊपर एक रणनीति बना के आने वाले दिनों में रोड मैप के ऊपर काम भी करेंगे. पुनः एक बार आप सबका स्वागत करते हुए हमारी गुजरात की धरती में, गुजरात में गुजराती तरीके आप सौनु खूब खूब हृदयपूर्वक स्वागत करूँ छूं. અને આ એકેડેમિક આપણી કાઉન્સિલ, એ કાઉન્સિલમાંથી ખૂબ મોટો અર્ક નીકળીને દેશ અને વિશ્વની અંદર મને પૂરો ભરોસો છે કે નરેન્દ્રભાઈ, અમિતભાઈ, ગાંધી અને સરદાર વલ્લભભાઈના ગુજરાતમાં આપણે સૌ શિક્ષા ક્ષેત્રે એક નવો ઇતિહાસ સર્જીશું. આપ સૌનો પુનઃ એકવાર સ્વાગત કરું છું. માનનીય ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલનું પણ હૃદયપૂર્વક સ્વાગત કરું છું, અભિનંદન કરું છું અને આપણે સહયોગ કરવા માટે, માર્ગદર્શન આપવા માટે, સૂચના અને સૂચન કરવા માટે પુનઃ એકવાર માનનીય મુખ્યમંત્રી શ્રી ભૂપેન્દ્રભાઈ પટેલનો આભાર માનીને અહીંયા ડાયસ ઉપર અને મારી સામે જે કાંઈ ડેલિગેટ્સ બેઠા છે એ બધાનો પુનઃ એકવાર હૃદયપૂર્વક આભાર, સ્વાગતમ, ધન્યવાદ. થેન્ક યુ ટુ ઓલ.
Thank you, sir. આપનો પણ ખૂબ ખૂબ આભાર. At this juncture, we are very pleased to announce that Government of Gujarat has awarded the Center of Excellence status to 7 universities in the state. The 7 universities have been examined in the year 2020 in strict criteria. These 7 universities have been observed to be fulfilling all the conditions for getting the status of Center of Excellence. Students can get self-employment and the university gains international recognition. Translation, research, industry, 4.0 readiness, Meru campus, numerous benefits like schemes will be available to parents across the state and their children. Students and all members of the society are going to benefit as a whole. We request Honorable Chief Minister to award the Center of Excellence certificates to 7 universities. First of all, we invite Ahmedabad University, Ahmedabad. This moment calls for a thunderous round of applause. A very proud moment for Department of Education. We next invite CEPT University, Ahmedabad. May we now invite on the dais Charusat University, Changa. Charusat University, Changa. A moment of pride for the universities and the government and the state. We next invite DAIICT University, Gandhinagar. We now invite Marwadi University, Rajkot. A moment of pride, a great photo moment with Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat. We next invite Nirma University, Ahmedabad. And last but not the least, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University, Gandhinagar. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir. We now bring to you a film on higher and technical education in Gujarat.
Education. It enables, empowers, inspires, innovates, and mainstreams. The DNA of our nation has always been defined by the convergence of ancient wisdom with modern vision and global aspirations. A truth born by the fact that ancient India was home to some of the world's biggest and most prestigious universities, which were regarded as not just learning centers, but torchbearers of human civilization. Nalanda and Vallabhi University were globally revered centers for organized transmission of knowledge. Today, our nation is on the threshold of being elevated to the pedestal of being a Vishwa Guru, reminiscent of the times of Sri Aryabhat, Sushruta and Kannad, among many others. Our educational system derives its inspiration from the far-reaching vision of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to create an innovative and scholarly environment.
आज हम आजादी का अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं। उस भविष्य की ओर हमें आज की नई पीढ़ी ही ले जाएगी। इसलिए मैं मानता हूं, भारत की नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति राष्ट्र निर्माण के महायज्ञ में बड़े फैक्टर में से एक है और इसलिए देश ने इस शिक्षा नीति को इतना आधुनिक बनाया है, इतना फ्यूचर रेडी रखा है।
The state of Gujarat is completely aligned with the forward-looking policies of the Government of India, promoting multidisciplinary and holistic growth education. We are marching ahead under the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Patel, the dynamic guidance of the Education Minister Shri Jitu Vaghani, and proactive support of Honorable Ministers of State Shri Kuber Dindor and Shri Kirit Singh Baghela. Gujarat ranks second in terms of university strength in India. 91 universities, including 9 institutes of national prominence, 1 central university, 52 private universities, 16 state universities and 11 sectoral universities, 2,951 dedicated centers of higher learning and over 53,000 faculty members support the higher education sector, thus catering to more than 1.5 million students. In the last 20 years, 132 government colleges, 16 state universities and specialized sectoral universities as diverse as the Children's University, Indian Institute of Teachers Education, Institute of Infrastructure Technology Research and Management, Kamdhenu University, Gujarat Maritime University, National Forensic Sciences University, Railway University, Rashtriya Raksha University and others have been established in the state for higher and technical education. The state is proud of its world-renowned institutions, which have catapulted Gujarat to a sought-after global education destination. In the last decade itself, the state of Gujarat has spent an awe-inspiring over 250 billion rupees, enriching the lives of millions and millions of students. Multifaceted initiatives under Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat and Gujarat Knowledge Society have played a pivotal role in ensuring that educational benefits percolate to the remotest corners of the state. Some hallmark initiatives augmenting the efforts of the government are Scheme of Developing High-Quality Research, aimed at providing incentives to students for quality research in the field of higher education. Mukhyamantri Yuva Swavalamban Yojana, providing financial assistance to meritorious and needy students for pursuing higher studies. Rashtriya Uchchatar Shiksha Abhiyan, an initiative of Government of India, has helped advance more than 250 campuses towards access, equity and excellence through infrastructure support, promotion of research and innovation, skill enhancement, faculty improvement and development. Gujarat State Institutional Ranking Framework, aimed at instilling a healthy spirit of competition and improvement of quality through ranking of universities and institutions on the lines of NIRF. Study in Gujarat. Over 20 of Gujarat's topmost universities offer programs at the diploma, undergraduate, postgraduate and doctorate levels, thus giving students varied learning opportunities. Saptadhara, providing a platform to students to encourage their holistic growth through co-curricular activities. Student Startup and Innovation Policy, iHub. The state is ranked first in the country for promotion of startup programs. iHub has been established to develop an end-to-end innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem in the state. Upgrading of technology, training and development of teachers, skill enhancement for employability, and unique schemes provide a strong platform for innovation and research, which are consistent with the hallmark of knowledge-based economy and significant steps towards a new India. Gujarat is committed to pursue the larger goals in education, and all its efforts are completely aligned to implement national education policy at the earliest. Shri K.K. Shastri Government Colleges Confederation covers 6 colleges, a pilot project. It's the first of its kind to implement national education policy in Gujarat, which ensures pooling in of resources and effective pursuit of higher education through multidisciplinary universities. With our initiatives taking the lead from all fronts and policies empowering people from all walks of life, Gujarat is all set to play a crucial role in the state of affairs globally and grow into the education hub of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
That was the scenario of higher and technical education in Gujarat, a very promising one. Today is also the right opportunity to release the NEP 2020 roadmap. We request Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, Honorable Minister Shri Jitu Bhai Waghani and other ministers to release a set of 3 publications which comprises of NEP roadmap for higher and technical education, NEP roadmap for school education, and Honorable Prime Minister's vision of NEP 2020 translated in Gujarati. This book also has a QR code which will enable the reader to listen to the Prime Minister's speech, both in English and Gujarati. Government of India launched the path-breaking national education policy, which will create an enabling environment for quality education. Thank you, sir. We now bring to you a film on NEP 2020.
Path-breaking, forward-looking, empowering, transforming. The National Education Policy 2020, one of the visionary initiatives of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, has ignited a revolution in the education system of India with its holistic and multidisciplinary approach. Taking a lead, the Department of Higher and Technical Education, Government of Gujarat, with the guidance of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, has set the implementation roadmap of NEP, which is being launched today. With the proactive participating and brainstorming of all stakeholders, a phase-wise, statewide NEP rollout has been planned. 20 focus areas have been identified for the systematic implementation of NEP. Work has already been initiated towards meeting these goals, and about 80% of the NEP initiatives are targeted to be at different stages of implementation in the state in the next 5 years. With this well-defined and focused blueprint to achieve the milestones of NEP, Gujarat has set the trajectory for its youth to take the leap towards a new global knowledge economy.
We now request Honorable Chief Minister and other dignitaries to release the SSIP 2.0 policy. Education Department, Government of Gujarat is launching Student Startup and Innovation Policy 2.0, a superior version of Student Startup and Innovation Policy to turn Honorable Prime Minister's dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, into a reality. SSIP 2.0 is an all-inclusive policy that includes all the streams across the education ecosystem, mapped out with a broader vision to include school students as beneficiaries too. Through this policy, progressive linkages amongst innovation, execution, business development, and market entry will be established. Thank you, sir. We now bring to you a film on SSIP 2.0.
Bigger, broader, and all-inclusive, SSIP 2.0 is being launched today. Gujarat youth are driving the change for Atmanirbhar Bharat, a vision of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. Taking a leap in this direction, Government of Gujarat has been persistently working under the able leadership of Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel. Gujarat has been ranked #1 consecutively for the last 2 years as the best performing state in startups and innovation. SSIP has reached out to more than 10 lakh students of the state with the aim to transform the youth from becoming job seekers to job givers. SSIP 2.0 plans to reach out to 50 lakh students across the state. SSIP 2.0 targets to support 10,000 proof of concepts, 5,000 intellectual property filings, and incubating 1,500 startups through a comprehensive support ecosystem. Gujarat Education Department's SSIP 2.0 truly is Gujarat's one more leap towards Atmanirbhar Gujarat for Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Gujarat has undertaken transformative initiatives in school education, and let's see this remarkable journey. Honorable Chief Minister is releasing the book on SSIP 2.0, the policy which will institutionalize a support mechanism that facilitates students through each stage of their entrepreneurial journey. Thank you, sir. Gujarat is undertaking transformative initiatives in school education, as I was saying. Let's see this remarkable journey. We bring to you a film on the primary and secondary education in Gujarat.
A symbol of revolution in the field of education, a new vision for the new generation, a futuristic approach, ensuring students' holistic development, mission schools of excellence. Our visionary Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Bhai Modi, has always been committed to advancements in the field of education. As Chief Minister of Gujarat, he introduced many path-breaking initiatives like the Shala Praveshotsav and the Kanya Kelavadi Mahotsav, due to which today almost 100% enrollment is achieved in schools across Gujarat. Gender differences in the classrooms has been eliminated. Student dropout rates have decreased significantly. Along with this, he ensured modernization of education and improvement in the availability of classrooms and teachers for students. Following in his footsteps, the Gujarat Education Department has made significant efforts to provide the highest quality of education to students. Moreover, during the past few years, the department has commenced a series of data-driven initiatives with a focus on achieving grade-appropriate learning outcomes. This initiative includes Praveshotsav 2.0, which focuses on daily online attendance along with enrollment. Due to this, within just 1 year of its commencement, students with more than 80% attendance have shown a 26% increase. That is, almost 13 lakh more students have started attending school regularly. Centralized weekly and summative examination, with the help of which data for each question of each exam of each student has become available. The artificial intelligence-based Sarah Lab, which has been developed for capturing marks for every examination in a quick and easy way. With the help of this, Gujarat has become the only state that provides learning outcome-based report card for every child, for every subject. Under the initiative of Gunotsav 2.0, Gujarat has become the first state to accredit all of its government primary schools. Command and Control Center for Schools has emerged as the country's first data-driven model for online real-time monitoring of schools. Along with the success gained from these efforts, the government of Gujarat is determined to further enhance the quality of education with an aim to make students future-ready, to strengthen 40,000 government schools and to provide the 70 lakh students and almost 2.5 lakh teachers with state-of-the-art facilities, as well as to bring about transformative changes in the quality of education. The government of Gujarat is set to launch Mission Schools of Excellence.
अब बहुत ज्यादा जोर दिया जा रहा है क्वालिटी ऑफ एजुकेशन पर। 21वीं सदी की टेक्नोलॉजी को साथ लेकर 21वीं सदी की जरूरतों को पूरा करने वाली एजुकेशन सिस्टम भी उतनी ही जरूरी है।
Under this mission, to achieve a far-sighted Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi's vision of the national education policy, government schools in Gujarat will be made world-class and all efforts will be made to achieve grade-appropriate learning outcomes. With the help of this mission, all the government schools across the state with more than 150 students, that is, a total of 15,000 government primary schools and 5,000 secondary and higher secondary schools will be transformed into schools of excellence. To achieve this, the government will set up 50,000 new classrooms, 150,000 smart classrooms, 20,000 computer labs, 5,000 STEM labs, environment labs, sports equipments, resource room for children with special needs, a classroom for each grade and a teacher for each class will be ensured. Under the initiative of Residential Schools of Excellence, through public-private partnerships, state-of-the-art residential schools will be developed for grades 6 to 12, in which 1 lakh most meritorious students will be given admission after grade 5 on the basis of an entrance exam. For imparting quality education to students, these schools will be equipped with modern infrastructure, world-class residential facilities, as well as all other amenities required for the holistic development of students. Along with this, they will also be given career guidance and training for competitive examinations. With the focus on skill development needed for the 21st century, these schools will have a bilingual excellence curriculum being developed in collaboration with Cambridge University that will focus on critical thinking, problem solving and decision making. Under the flagship of Mission Schools of Excellence, continuous targeted monitoring of selected schools will be done from a dedicated control room at Command and Control Center for Schools, and an analysis of the learning outcomes of each student of the state will be possible. A team of Gujarat School Quality Accreditation Council GSQAC will evaluate these schools, and within a year 3,000 schools and a total of 20,000 schools at the end of 5 years will be certified as schools of excellence. Mission Schools of Excellence will bring about a groundbreaking revolution. Schools of Gujarat will become world-class due to this, and students will achieve grade-appropriate learning outcomes. With a rupees 10,000 crore budget, Mission Schools of Excellence is the largest education mission of India, which has received funding from the World Bank and the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, realizing our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Bhai Modi's vision. The unique step that the Gujarat government has taken in the form of Mission Schools of Excellence is set to serve as a model for the entire country to bring about the educational transformation at speed and scale. As we embark on this transformation journey, Gujarat has become the first state in India to set up an edtech firm wholly owned by the state government, Gujarat Education Technologies Limited, GET, with a mission to provide high-quality digital content at affordable rates to private schools and free of cost to government schools. GET is all set to leverage the best of technology and drive the improvement of learning outcomes in the state. A resolve for every student's holistic progression, a new dawn in the field of education, for the development of each school and every teacher, and the promise of a truly magnificent future. Mission Schools of Excellence.
Well, that was all about the transformative, all-inclusive development of schools. At this juncture, we are indeed proud to share with you all that this event will be seeing an exchange of a huge number of 2,500 MOUs. But due to constraint of time, we are only exchanging more than 30 MOUs from this dais today. So it is now time for the exchange of MOUs to be exchanged in the presence of Honorable Chief Minister of Gujarat and other dignitaries. We invite Shri S.J. Haidar, Principal Secretary, Department of Education, Government of Gujarat, who on behalf of the government will sign an MOU first, will exchange an MOU first with British Council of India and Scope. British Council of India and Scope will jointly provide an opportunity to students to learn global business language, English. This would open up new opportunities in the area of English language training and examinations. We next invite UNESCO MGIEP and Department of Higher Education, Gujarat. In line with implementing NEP recommendations, UNESCO MGIEP, jointly with Directorate of Higher and Technical Education, will offer digital and life skills course duly certified by them. These courses will enhance professional and personal skills. We next invite Cambridge University and Scope with an objective to test the knowledge in specific areas of English language teaching. Cambridge University and Scope, Gujarat will conduct teachers' knowledge test. It will help to develop their English teaching and pedagogy skills. We next invite Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, and Directorate of Technical Education. It is an external student exchange program for the students of government engineering colleges at IIT Gandhinagar. We next invite National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited, who will sign an MOU with Directorate of Technical Education, a strategic MOU which has been linked between National High Speed Rail Corporation Limited and DTE. Center of Excellence will be established at Surat and Anand to enable students of various engineering and diploma colleges to use its facilities to enhance their practical knowledge. We next invite Chandigarh University. This MOU has been linked between Chandigarh University and Directorate of Technical Education to provide technology solutions, curriculum revision, rankings, and research. We next invite Adani Foundation, Udan. Adani Foundation, with their project Udan educational trip, has signed MOU with Education Department of Gujarat. It enables more than 20,000 students to visit Adani Port and Power Station. We next invite Silver Oak University. Keeping in view the advent of electric vehicles, an MOU has been signed between Silver Oak University and DTE. Silver Oak University will establish a Center of Excellence for Electric Vehicles and IT for knowledge sharing. We next invite Indo-German Tool Room, Ahmedabad. IGTR and DTE have signed this to provide skill development training in the field of CAD, CAM, and CNC machines to the students of degree and diploma engineering. We now invite Ms. Anju Sharma, and we once again request Honorable Chief Minister we invite on the dais Kaushalya, the Skill University. This MOU is linked between Kaushalya, the Skill University, Ahmedabad, and Gujarat Technological University. The object of this MOU is that GTU will provide recognition to the credits earned from KSU in respective courses, programs according to credit transfer. We next invite Kaushalya, the Skill University, who will sign an MOU with, who will exchange an MOU. This MOU is inked between Kaushalya, the Skill University, Ahmedabad, and Babasaheb Ambedkar Open University. The object of this MOU is that BU will provide recognition to the credits earned from KSU. We next invite SMSR Infrastructure LLP. An MOU is done between SMSR Infrastructure LLP and Department of LSDE for establishing one skill hub near Anand district and 36 skill institutes across Gujarat state. We next invite Sorting Hat Technologies Private Limited, and we invite Mr. Ratan Kavar. We request Mr. Vinod Rao. An MOU is inked between Sorting Hat Technologies Private Limited and Gujarat Education Technologies Private Limited with an intent to provide free unacademy K-12 subscriptions to meritorious students of grades 6 to 12 and focus their efforts on preparing students for competitive exams. We next invite TMRW Limited. This MOU is inked between TMRW Limited UAE and Gujarat Education Technologies Limited. The objective of this MOU is that TMRW Limited will offer its learning operating systems, support command and control center with technical resources, and also support the curriculum reforms being undertaken by the state. We next invite Pidilite Industries Limited. This MOU is inked between Pidilite Industries Limited, Mumbai, and Gujarat Education Technologies Limited. The objective of this MOU is that PIL will be knowledge partner to GET. We next invite Vedantu Innovations Private Limited. An MOU is has been inked between Vedantu Innovations Private Limited and Gujarat Education Technologies Private Limited. Today, they exchange the MOUs with an intent to cooperate and focus their efforts on preparing students for competitive exams. We now invite PVC Gujarat University on the dais and invite Otemon Gakunj University, Japan. Otemon Gakunj University, Japan has exchanged an MOU with Gujarat University with the idea of imbibing student of the respective university with cross-culture consciousness and understanding, thereby enabling study in various areas of interest. We next invite Ms. Sonal Pandya and invite on the dais UNICEF. With this MOU, UNICEF and GUSEC, Gujarat University, will work together closely to enable youth of India to connect them to aspirational work and engage them as active change makers. We now invite on the dais Director Technical Education and also invite on the dais Institution of Fire Engineering Gujarat Chapter, which will exchange an MOU with DTE entering into a strategic MOU. They will conduct fire safety awareness training for teaching, non-teaching staff and students. They will also conduct the fire safety audit work for buildings. We next invite Indo-American Education Society and Directorate of Technical Education have entered into an MOU which they are exchanging today. This education society will provide guidance to the students studying in engineering diploma colleges regarding educational opportunities in the United States of America. We next invite Ideal Institute of Technology. This MOU is being exchanged between Ideal Institute of Technology and Gujarat Technological University, GTU, to develop innovation and entrepreneurship hub under PPP model. We next invite on the dais Inverse Semiconductors Limited and LD College of Engineering. An MOU is being exchanged. Yes, all these moments invite a thunderous round of applause. We now invite Director, Higher and Technical Education, and invite on the dais Sainik School Society and Indian Institute of Teachers Education. Sainik School Society has exchanged an MOU with Indian Institute of Teacher Education to provide orientation programs and refresher courses for the teachers of Sainik School. We next invite on the dais Erasmus Mundus European Union Constitution Gate Project and the Maharaja Sayajirao University of Baroda, who have exchanged an MOU for research and teaching program for the benefit of students of all streams. We next invite Sanskrit Bharati New Delhi and Sri Somnath Sanskrit University Veeravar, who have exchanged an MOU for spoken Sanskrit language camps and shibirs for spreading Sanskrit language at large scale. We next invite Gujarat Rajya Yog Board and Sri Govind Guru University, who will exchange an MOU to work jointly for better health, spirituality, stress-free living and life by giving yoga training. We next invite Research Center for Agricultural and Rural Studies, St. Xavier's College, Mumbai, and HT Ram. They exchange an MOU to forge a strategic partnership in the area of agriculture research. We next invite Atmiya University and Higher Education Department, who have exchanged an MOU for creating consortia of global institutions for sustainable development, goal related to global knowledge exchange and interventions amongst partner institutions. We next invite TIE Ahmedabad Angels and Gujarat Student Startup and Innovation Hub. This MOU is being exchanged between these two agencies to enable students of degree and diploma engineering colleges to explore opportunities for engaging with innovators and startups for providing solutions to industry problems while working on projects. We next invite InnoDesk Design Innovation Services Ahmedabad and GTU. The parties intend to cooperate and focus their efforts on cooperation within area of skill-based training, technical education, innovation, entrepreneurship, research, and problem solving in various domains. Congratulations to all the agencies involved. And let's round it up with a thunderous round of applause for all the MOUs being exchanged today. Shri K. Kasturi Rangan, the chairperson of the panel tasked with the drafting of National Education Policy 2020, is also a former chief of the Indian Space Research Organization. He also heads the 12-member committee to develop new curriculums for schools, early childhood, teachers and adult education. We are indeed fortunate to have received a pre-recorded keynote message from Shri K. Kasturi Rangan. We now bring to you this pre-recorded message.
Sri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of India, Sri Bhupendra Patel, Honorable Chief Minister, Sri Jitubai Vakani, Honorable Education Minister of Gujarat, Sri Kuberbai Indal, Honorable Minister of State, Sri S.J. Haider, Principal Secretary Government of Gujarat, Sri Nagarajan, Commissioner Higher Education, Government of Gujarat, several senior officials and bureaucrats from Government of India and Government of Gujarat, Dr. Karthik Sridhar, Vice Chairman ICAI, academicians, teachers, innovators, professionals, delegates, and my dear students. I'm delighted to be invited to participate in the function relating to the release of the report on implementation roadmap of National Education Policy 2020 for the state of Gujarat. I'm sure this will be a major landmark in Gujarat's resolve to transform the educational landscape of contestant with the aspirational goals as enunciated in the National Education Policy NAP 2020. I would like to congratulate the government of Gujarat and its education department, both higher and technical, for taking the initiatives to implement the provisions of NEP 2020 into concrete actions on the ground, thus making Gujarat a forerunner in this effort to become a vibrant knowledge society. Having been associated with Ahmedabad for nearly a decade, I am aware of many positive aspects of education which the people of Gujarat recognize, learn and utilize for a variety of jobs and enterprises. I may mention that I worked as a PhD student under Dr. Vikram Sarabhai and Professor P.D. Bowser, receiving my doctorate in experimental cosmic physics from Physical Research Laboratory affiliated to Gujarat University in 1971. We are all very encouraged to note that our Honorable Prime Minister continues to review and monitor the process and progress of NEP's implementation in different states and locations and bringing a sense of urgency for the realization of its goals. The state government of Gujarat is taking aggressive steps to enhance both the infrastructure and quality of higher and technical education in the state by inculcating technology, promoting mentorship, industry academia collaboration, establishing research labs, etc. It is interesting to note Gujarat in the recent past has embarked on several institutional initiatives in the area of education and learning, such as the Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat KCG, Gujarat Knowledge Society GKS, iHub, Society for Creating Opportunities Through Proficiency in English Scope, and Gujarat State Institutional Rating Framework GSIRF, among others. The KCG, established by the Department of Education and described beautifully in your document, is in response to the very theme of the current century, namely a gateway to the future, where the human world will at last come together as a family to create a network of relationships through harmonizing threads of knowledge. The GSIRF is an initiative by Knowledge Consortium of Gujarat and ICAI an institution chaired by Sri Mohandas Pai and Vice Chairman Dr. Karthik Sridhar, which has been undertaking major efforts to help improve the quality of institutions in Gujarat for the past 3 years. I have learned through the GISIRF, the Gujarat University of which I am the proud alumni, have been able to secure a strong position in the top 100 of the NIRF rankings for 2 consecutive years. I'm also confident that even as Gujarat takes a leadership role in implementing this policy, there will be several innovative outcomes that one can expect and which is unique to the state of Gujarat. At this stage, I find it appropriate to say a few words about the policy itself. With this last education policy formulated nearly 30 years ago, India now leads an educational system aligned with the aspirational goals of 21st century education, while remaining rooted to India's value systems and ethos. The vision of India's new educational system has been crafted to ensure that it touches the life of each and every citizen, consistent with their needs and necessities, besides creating a just and equitable society. The policy provides an integrated yet flexible approach to education. Further, it has kept the interconnectedness of the various phases in mind and how the same will enable continuity, coherence, and processes to ultimately realize an end-to-end education map for the country. This policy recommends the creation of a national research foundation for this purpose. The benefit of the research funding will be available to both private and public funded institutions. A light but tight mechanism for regulation is envisaged under this policy, again applicable without distinction between private and public institutions, providing a more cohesive structure for the higher educational institutions in the context of teaching and research, ensuring increased autonomy and empowered governance and effective leadership are the other features of the policy. On the whole, the policy aims at the development of all the requisite skills that are pertinent to the contemporary world for the learners, while giving enough flexibility in making choices consistent with the dynamics of a knowledge society. Needless to mention, the policy for its implementation does call for ensuring integration of different stages of education with its complexities and challenges. The Ministry of Education has already taken several steps in the context of specific implementation actions, particularly where the corresponding initiative does not call for changes in legal structures. For example, in the context of access, equity, and inclusion, at least 20 engineering colleges across 10 states will offer engineering courses in 6 Indian languages from 2021-2022, translation of MOOCs in Indian languages, sharing of infrastructure and resources among institutes, and creation of virtual laboratories, creation of student support centers for counseling physical and psychosocial well-being, among others. On the issues of quality, the National Higher Education Framework is in the final stages, as also is the development of Learning Outcome-Based Curriculum Framework, LOCF, for experiential learning, initiatives for establishment of a national research foundation, as also guidelines for internationalization of higher education. They have been also issued. Similar steps have been taken in the context of strengthening Indian knowledge systems in higher education curricula. Guidelines for mentoring new faculty and integration of technology, such as establishment of National Educational Technology Forum, NETF, and National Digital Education Architecture, NDF, are some of the other aspects which are in progress. In a major transformatory step towards providing flexibility and support for lifelong learning, the policy has brought into the notion of an academic bank of credit, ABC. The ABC promises to be a game changer, allowing youth to choose the appropriate time in their career to take courses as needed and providing them with the flexibility of accumulating credits over a period of time towards appropriate degrees. When combined with the multiple entry and multiple exit option also provided by the NEP, the ABC enables anytime learning, anywhere learning, and any level learning as envisaged in NEP. It can facilitate the integration of campuses and distributed learning systems by creating student mobility within inter and intra-university systems. I may mention ABC will also support lifelong learning since students will be able to accumulate credits towards their degrees over a period of time. In this context, it is gratifying to note that Gujarat has taken several early steps which in a sense, besides making the state an early bird in the overall race for reaching the substantial goals of NEP, will also provide unique and innovative examples for many institutions in the country to emulate. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me this privilege to address this august gathering. I look forward to the state of Gujarat to become a torch bearer of the legacy of this country's long and eventful history as a knowledge society. I wish the state the very best in this endeavor. Thank you.
It was indeed a pleasure listening to this enlightening keynote message of Mr. K. Kasturi Rangan. And we now move on to addresses. We invite Mr. Andreas, Director for Education and Skills, OECD, for his address.
Chief Minister, Ministers, and ladies and gentlemen, first of all, my congratulations to the state of Gujarat for the leadership you provide to advance the global education agenda. And the world needs your leadership now more than ever. If we have learned one thing over the last months, it's that the future will always surprise us. Life is always what happens when you're very busy making other plans, and to prepare learners for their future and not just our past, we need to consider not just the changes that are likely to happen, but also the ones that we are not expecting. And the more we are open to alternative futures, the better we are prepared for the future that eventually arrives. Today, we still have analog schools, but they are just waking up to the digital reality that is going to fundamentally transform learning. We know how to educate second-class robots, people who are good at repeating what we have told them, but what it's going to make us human in a world in which the kind of things that are easy to teach and test have also become easy to digitize and automate. The NEP 2020 provides key answers to those questions, and once again, it's great to see Gujarat in the lead of making it a reality. So what could transformation really look like? Well, think of full personalization of content and pedagogy enabled by cutting-edge technology using body information, neural signals. Think of flexible individual and group work on academic topics, but also on social and community needs. Reading and calculating as much as debating and reflecting in joint conversations. But also think about hands-on work and creative expression that makes vocational education not a last resort, but a truly first choice. And it's great to see Gujarat schools also becoming learning hubs, using the strengths of communities to deliver collaborative learning, integrating formal and informal learning in ways that completely shift time and relationships. And let's remember that learning is never a transactional business. It's always a social or relational enterprise. And maybe one day we wake up and artificial intelligence, virtual and augmented reality, and the Internet of Things will give us true ownership over what we learn, how we learn, when we learn, throughout our lives. You think that's far-fetched? No, but think about, 10 years ago, what we would have thought about our phones and smart assistants today. And at the OECD, we have constructed many scenarios for the future of education, and the future could be any combination of them. And obviously, it's looking different in different places. But let's also think about some tensions and dilemmas we will need to resolve. What is the right balance between modernizing education and disrupting it? How do we reconcile new goals, such as the NEP 2020, with our existing structures? How do we support globally minded learners and teachers who remain still rooted in their local cultures and tradition? How do we enable learners not just learn for a job, but learn to create a job? And obviously, in an entrepreneurial state like Gujarat, that answer is particularly important. How do we make lifelong, life-wide learning a reality? I know that Gujarat is finding good answers to those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for those warm words of praise for the state and its leadership. We now invite Ms. Monica Kennedy, Deputy Consul General, Australia, for her address.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. Thank you, Honourable Chief Minister, to ministers and dignitaries here, and to the large gathered group of the global education community who is here together to engage with Gujarat on the education of the future. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak with you here at this auspicious event. I'm Dr. Monica Kennedy. I'm representing the Australian government in my role as the Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner. And I'm really glad to have the opportunity to speak to you at such an important time in the India-Australia relationship. Certainly, the relationship between our nations is very strong, has never been stronger, and the intersection of India's national education policy with Australia's international education strategy of 2030 gives us a real opportunity to focus on building career opportunities for Indian and Australian youth through education in preparation for skills for the 21st century. Skills for the future in Australia, as it is here in India, rely on interdisciplinarity, on diversity, on access, on creative thinking, on thinking about and working towards an empowered society supported by technology. At Austrade, we're very keen to develop partnerships that will build the prosperity for both of our nations and the skills and futures of our youth. Thank you very much for having us here today.
Thank you, ma'am. We now invite Mr. Fabian, Scientific and Higher Education Attaché for Scientific and Academic Cooperation, France, for his address.
Honorable Chief Minister, honorable ministers, members of the government, academic leaders, fellow mate delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having France at this wonderful event. Our ambassador is on his way to come next week with a delegation of 40. So that shows and tells a lot about the ties, the friendship, an old-standing friendship between France and India. There is just one message from France here. You know, if you are into education, and you have noticed some shifts and changes in the scene that is happening in France at the moment. You have seen newly named institutions climbing up the ladder of rankings. Just one fact, if you take the major ranking systems, QS, the THE, or you can go to the ARW, the public system for education, our universities are represented in this ranking by a proportion of 33, a third, to 40%. 40% of our public institutions are ranked in the global ranking in the world. So this comes with another change, which is the change in the perception and image. France is, of course, as you know, the country where you have studies and lifestyle, luxury, etc. But France is also a country of science, technology, and it reclaims this position it had by doing relationship, by doing international cooperation, especially with India, where the ties are getting stronger and stronger as we move on with time. So the message again here is you will see France, if you really want to have a look at it, you will see us in India. We have 14 Alliances Françaises on all the territory. We have 12 Campus France agencies where you can ask questions about the reality of education in France. And in a world that, as you know, is fairly focused on Anglo-Saxon studies, it is good, I think, for the youth of the country to know that France is back and there is an alternative. There are other possibilities for the students, for the researchers, for the faculty to get in cooperation with, and France would be one of these possibilities. Thank you so much for having us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We now invite Mr. Keith Khan, Consul and Senior Trade Commissioner, Canada, for his address.
Chief Minister Patel, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Keith Khan, and I'm the Consul and Senior Trade Commissioner at the Canadian Consulate in Mumbai. First, I'd like to congratulate the organizers for bringing together such an impressive group of participants from government, academia, and industry. It is an honor to be with you today. I'm part of the Trade Commissioner Service, or TCS, a Government of Canada organization helping Canadian companies navigate international markets. In India, we have 8 offices and 50 officers facilitating cross-border trade and investment between Canada and India, including the education sector. To begin, let me just say a few words about the Canada-India commercial relationship. It is becoming increasingly clear that India is one of Canada's fastest-growing economic partners. The number of Canadian companies active in India continues to grow and now exceeds 1,000. And around 500 Canadian companies have physical presence in India. The number of Indian companies in Canada is also increasing, and a number of them have chosen Canada as an investment destination. One factor that contributes to the strength of our relationship in virtually all areas is the strong people-to-people ties. India is now Canada's largest source country in all migration categories. And if you look, there are 1.4 million Canadians that trace their roots back to India. And if you consider that there are now 34 flights weekly between our two countries, you can see the scale of our people-to-people connections. Now turn to the strong Canada-India academic relationship. Our two countries have signed an MOU in higher education in 2010 and renewed it in 2015. There is a joint working group that was established to oversee this MOU and its implementation. Organizations such as MITAX and Shastri Indo-Canada Institute are acting as key facilitators to enable student mobility funding programs with the support of government. And more Canadian universities and colleges are collaborating with Indian institutions in research, joint programs, student and faculty exchanges. Over 550 such collaborations are currently active across all disciplines. Canada has also been active in India's education space. Here is just a few examples. At the preschool level, there's the Maple Bear schools that have been in India since 2003. In higher education, Schulich School of Business offers their MBA and graduate programs in India and has a campus in Hyderabad. In Canada, Indian students formed the biggest incoming cohort globally, and over 180,000 Indian students chose to study in Canada in 2020. There are several reasons why Indian students choose Canada and their institutions, including its student-centric approach, innovative programs, including the cooperative education with real-life working experience, and its high-quality education programs at an affordable cost in a safe, welcoming, and multicultural environment. To conclude, I am glad that despite the challenges of the pandemic, we are gathered here today. It is inspiring to see everyone discussing ways to improve the quality of education and to equip the future generation with knowledge, skills, and tools in our fast-changing global and competitive environment. I wish everyone a productive discussions today. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, sir. May we now invite Mr. Man Singh Sidhu, Councillor, S&T and Higher Education, Norway, to share his address with us.
Thank you. Honorable Chief Minister, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Namaskar. I would like to start off by thanking the organizers for inviting the Royal Norwegian Embassy, Innovation Norway, and the Team Norway in India for this interesting international conference. International cooperation is a key instrument for enhancing the quality of Norwegian higher education and research. Building long-term relations with partners in the other world, including India, is essential in terms of gaining new insight and new knowledge. India is increasing influential global player. Developments in India have a significant impact on how essential or successful the world is in achieving the Sustainable Development Goal and global climate targets. In the world's largest democracy and rapidly growing emerging economy, for all the reasons and many more, India is increasingly important strategic partner for Norway. Norway government has two important strategies emphasized to need the strengthened Indo-Norwegian cooperation. The first one is India-Norway 2030 strategy. And this strategy is prioritized area for strategic cooperation on research and higher education, as well as there are several thematic areas have been identified in this strategy. To name some is ocean, energy, climate, environment, and global health are important thematic areas where we are looking forward to collaborate with India. The second strategy is Panorama strategy, where Norway has identified 9 different strategic important country partners across the world, and India is one of them, where we are highlighting student exchange, staff exchange, student mobility in that strategy. Several bilateral projects have been funded with India. To name some: bioeconomy, health, ICT, nanotechnology, climate change, clean energy has been well successfully launched between India and Norway. We do have MOU with DST, Government of India, and several joint working groups have been actively working with Indian government. As we are unfortunately know that current COVID-19 pandemic has posed a great challenge to international cooperation. Due to strict travel restriction, the mobility of students and researchers have been reduced drastically, and many research projects are struggling. At the same time, we have also seen that international cooperation is also important than ever. We are fully committed to cooperation with India in the area of higher education and research, and we hope that both can send and receive students and academic staff, as well as participate in a joint research project with our counterparts in India. We do have several projects going on with Gujarat institutes and universities. To name this, we need to accelerate more. So having said that, I'm looking forward to have more cooperation with Gujarat and Gujarat universities. Thank you.
We next invite Ms. Rashi Jain, Director, British Council, UK, for her address.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel ji, and Honorable Education Minister Shri Jitu Bhai Bhagwani ji, key officials of the Gujarat government and the Union government, dignitaries on the dais, and ladies and gentlemen and delegates. First of all, thank you very much for inviting us here. This is a brilliant conference. I'm Rashi Jain. I represent British Council and the UK delegation here today. And I'm very happy that Gujarat has been able to get this fantastic gathering of world's top academic brains and policymakers for ICAI 22. And a big thank you and congratulations to Gujarat for that. As you may know, British Council is UK government's international education and cultural links organization with a strong focus on partnering with government stakeholders to create opportunities for young students to help them excel in future. And we know young students are the future of the world. We also know that education is too important to be just left to the educators. And I think this is conferences like these, the platforms like these are the ones which give a true measure of collaboration and bringing all the minds together to work towards providing inclusive and equitable education to all. And I again, thanks Gujarat for giving this opportunity to all the world leaders to be here. Why is Gujarat important for UK? With 1.6 million Britons of Indian descent, of which I'm glad to say Gujarati community accounts for over 45%, the India-UK relationship has established a highly educated and economically diverse and dynamic living bridge between the two countries. This is precisely the reason, again, very proud to say, Honorable Chief Minister, that United Kingdom continues to be the only country with a full diplomatic presence in Gujarat, and we are proud to be partner country for the Vibrant Gujarat since inception. This commitment was further strengthened when, in May last year, our two Prime Ministers, Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Boris Johnson and Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi, virtually met and signed the iconic India-UK 10-year Roadmap 2030, which has become an actionable blueprint of mutual collaboration between the two countries for the coming decade. While I would have loved to also tell you about what is contained in the roadmap, as a lot of it is about education, cultural connects, I think the time won't permit me to that. So I would also like to here mention that we very strongly believe that both nations are dedicated to expanding university cooperation, and the United Kingdom is eager to join India's new education policy and contribute to its success. But the collaboration would be incomplete without Gujarat taking part in it. And we also very strongly feel that unless Gujarat and UK work together, success of this roadmap would be a completely distant dream. In Gujarat, the first step in realizing this has been the MOU with the Department of Higher Education to enable more UK-Gujarat higher education collaboration. While the list of initiatives that we have done here jointly with the government of Gujarat is extensive, it would be unfair to conclude without highlighting a few of the numerous examples of collaboration that demonstrate the excellent work that has already begun as part of the Gujarat-UK partnership. To quote a few, since 2014, we have had 7 UK research and innovation bilateral projects with lead Indian research organizations from Gujarat as part of the UK's commitment, with a total investment of £2.7 million across them, match funded by the Government of India. The recently concluded British Council's Going Global Partnership Grant Program has resulted in 3 strong consortiums between Gujarat universities and UK universities, such as the University of Birmingham, University of Arts London, and Ashton University. These grants, we are very hopeful, will act as a seed fund towards initiating multiple transnational education, exploratory and collaborative partnerships between Gujarat and UK universities. I'm extremely pleased to announce as well that British Petroleum and Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University are at final stages of a partnership for upskilling of more than 1,000 youth as part of the ambitious youth skilling program of Gujarat and supporting PM scholarship program. Last, but certainly not the least, I'm very, very proud again, Honorable CM, to announce that Gujarat has led the way in internationalization by establishing the first of its kind partnership with Edinburgh University to extend support in setting up the new Gujarat Biotechnological University, confirming the vision that if India has reportedly become the world's pharmacy, and we all know that in COVID, Gujarat has become the world's lab. You will hear more about this in the panel discussion later today. I once again would like to reaffirm our commitment as country partners for this conference and for Vibrant Gujarat and express my gratitude to the organizers for painstakingly bringing us all together under one roof and contributing towards Gujarat's knowledge ambitions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Gujarat, under the creative leadership of its Chief Minister, Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel, is all set to become an education hub at national and international level, committed to augment skill development and employability skills for a knowledge-based economy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite Honorable Chief Minister Shri Bhupendra Bhai Patel for his address with a thunderous round of applause.
વાયબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત 2022 અંતર્ગત ગરવી ગુજરાતના આંગણે આયોજિત ઇન્ટરનેશનલ કોન્ફરન્સ ઓન એકેડેમિક ઇન્સ્ટિટ્યુશનના કાર્યક્રમમાં મારી સાથે મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત શિક્ષણ વિભાગના મારા વડીલ મુરબ્બી કેબિનેટ મંત્રી શ્રી જીતુભાઈ વાઘાણી, રાજ્ય કક્ષાના મંત્રી શ્રી કુબેરભાઈ ડિંડોર, રાજ્ય કક્ષાના મંત્રી શ્રી કીર્તિસિંહ વાઘેલા, શ્રમ અને રોજગાર અને તથા પંચાયત મંત્રી શ્રી બ્રિજેશભાઈ મેરઝા, અમારા રાજ્યસભાના સાંસદ શ્રી નરહરિભાઈ અમીન, સાંસદ શ્રી પરબતભાઈ પટેલ, પૂર્વ ગૃહમંત્રી શ્રી પ્રદીપસિંહ જાડેજા, કેન્દ્રીય શિક્ષણ સચિવ શ્રીમતી અનિતા કરવાલ, કેન્દ્રીય ઉચ્ચ શિક્ષણ સચિવ શ્રી સંજય મૂર્તિ, મુખ્ય સચિવ શ્રી ગુજરાત પંકજકુમાર, રાજ્યના શિક્ષણ સચિવ શ્રી એસ જે હૈદર, પ્રાથમિક અને ઉચ્ચ શિક્ષણ સચિવ શ્રી વિનોદ રાવ, નીતિ આયોગના શિક્ષણ સલાહકાર શ્રી પ્રેમસિંહ, એઆઈસીટી ચેરમેન શ્રી ડોક્ટર અનિલ સહસ્ત્રબુદ્ધે, સૌ અધિકારીગણ, વિવિધ દેશોમાંથી પધારેલ શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રના સૌ ગણમાન્ય મહાનુભાવો, યુનિવર્સિટીના સૌ કુલપતિ ઉપકુલપતિ, અગ્રગણી નાગરિકો, ભાઈઓ અને બહેનો, પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીએ ભારતને જ્ઞાન વિજ્ઞાનના ક્ષેત્રે વિશ્વગુરુના સ્થાને બિરાજિત કરવાના શિક્ષણ સુધારાની નવી પહેલ કરી છે. માન્ય પ્રધાનમંત્રીના દૂરંદેશી માર્ગદર્શનના 3.5 દાયકા બાદ દેશમાં નવી નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીની રચના કરવામાં આવી છે. આ નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસી નવા ભારતના નિર્માણમાં બહુ જ મહત્વપૂર્ણ ભૂમિકા નિભાવવાની છે. આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રીના આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના સંકલ્પને આ નીતિ બળ આપશે. આપણે આત્મનિર્ભર ગુજરાતથી આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના નિર્માણમાં યોગદાન આપવા સંપૂર્ણ પ્રતિબદ્ધ અને સજ્જ છીએ. મારું માનવું છે કે આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતનો ધ્યેય પરિપૂર્ણ કરવા એનઈપીના માધ્યમથી વિશ્વભરના પ્રતિષ્ઠિત શિક્ષણવિદો, યુનિવર્સિટીના તજજ્ઞો આ વિચાર મંથન ગુજરાતને ગ્લોબલ એજ્યુકેશન હબ બનાવશે. આધુનિક જમાનાને અનુરૂપ આ નવી પોલિસીના અત્યંત અગત્યના પાસાઓ ઉપર મનોમંથન, વિચાર, ચિંતન કરવા માટે વિશ્વના શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રના અગ્રણી તજજ્ઞો આજે એક મંચ ઉપર ઉપસ્થિત થયા છે તે ઘણી આનંદની વાત છે. કેનેડા, ઓસ્ટ્રેલિયા, યુનાઇટેડ કિંગડમ, નોર્વે અને ફ્રાન્સ જેવા દેશો આ કોન્ફરન્સમાં કન્ટ્રી પાર્ટનર તરીકે સહભાગી બન્યા છે. બ્રિટિશ કાઉન્સિલ, ટાઈમ હાયર એજ્યુકેશન, વર્લ્ડ બેંક, યુનેસ્કો, યુનિસેફ, યુએન વુમન, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development આ કોન્ફરન્સના આંતરરાષ્ટ્રીય પાર્ટનર્સ છે. એટલું જ નહીં, સ્કિલ ઇન્ડિયા, NSDC, નીતિ આયોગ, AICTE, NBA, NEDCIL અને ICAI નેશનલ પાર્ટનર પણ બન્યા છે. આ ઉપરાંત ઘણા એજ્યુકેશન પાર્ટનર્સ અને CII ઇન્વેસ્ટ પાર્ટનર છે. આગામી સપ્તાહે 10 થી 12 જાન્યુઆરી દરમિયાન વાયબ્રન્ટ ગુજરાત ગ્લોબલ સમિટ યોજાવાની જઈ રહી છે. આજે અહીં શરૂ થયેલી આ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ કોન્ફરન્સ એજ્યુકેશન સેક્ટર માટે વાયબ્રન્ટ સમિટ જ છે. કોઈ પણ દેશના સર્વાંગી વિકાસ માટે એક સુઆયોજિત શૈક્ષણિક નીતિ ખૂબ જરૂરી છે. વડાપ્રધાન શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈના નેતૃત્વમાં નવી રાષ્ટ્રીય શિક્ષણ નીતિના અમલથી દેશ આર્થિક, સામાજિક, રાજકીય, બૌદ્ધિક અને શૈક્ષણિક ક્ષેત્રે ક્રાંતિકારી પરિવર્તન માટે સજ્જ બન્યો છે. દેશમાં મૌલિક અને પ્રતિભા સંપન્ન યુવાનોના ઘડતર માટે સમયને અનુરૂપ જરૂરિયાતો પ્રમાણેની વ્યાપક શિક્ષણ વ્યવસ્થા જોઈએ. તે વ્યવસ્થા પૂરી પાડવાનું મોટું કામ માન્ય વડાપ્રધાનની આગેવાનીમાં પાર પડ્યું છે. દેશના સુદૃઢ વિકાસનો પાયો નાખીને આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના નિર્માણમાં આ પોલિસી મહત્વની ભૂમિકા ભજવશે, એમાં કોઈ શંકા નથી. આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતની પરિકલ્પના હવે વાસ્તવિક સ્વરૂપ ધારણ કરી રહી છે, ત્યારે નવી એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીના સુચારુ અમલીકરણથી ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત શિક્ષણ માટે દેશમાં સાનુકૂળ માહોલ ઊભો થઈ રહ્યો છે. દેશના દરેક વર્ગ અને વિસ્તારના વિદ્યાર્થીઓ માટે ગુણવત્તાસભર શિક્ષણ સહેલાઈથી અને ઓછા ખર્ચે ઉપલબ્ધ બનાવવા પર આ પોલિસીમાં ભાર મૂકવામાં આવ્યો છે. આ ઉપરાંત આ પોલિસી અંતર્ગત ડિજિટલ ઇન્ફ્રાસ્ટ્રક્ચરના ઉપયોગ દ્વારા એજ્યુકેશન સેક્ટરમાં ગુડ ગવર્નન્સ સાકાર થાય એ પણ સુનિશ્ચિત કરવામાં આવશે. કોરોના મહામારીના કાળમાં ડિજિટલ એજ્યુકેશનની કામગીરી આપણે ખૂબ સફળતાપૂર્વક કરી છે અને આવનારા સમયમાં તેના વ્યાપમાં હજી પણ વધારો થશે. 2026 સુધીમાં સરેરાશ 30 વર્ષની આયુ સાથે ભારત દુનિયાનો સૌથી યુવા દેશ બનશે. આ ડેમોગ્રાફિક ડિવિડન્ડનો લાભ લેવા માટે શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈ મોદીની કેન્દ્ર સરકાર ભાવિ નાગરિકોને ધ્યાનમાં રાખીને કેપેસિટી બિલ્ડિંગ, સ્કિલ ડેવલપમેન્ટ, રિસર્ચ એન્ડ ઇનોવેશન માટે ઊંચા લક્ષ્યો સિદ્ધ કરી રહ્યા છીએ. આપણા યુવાનો વર્તમાન અને ભવિષ્યના પડકારોનો સામનો કરવા માટે સજ્જ થઈ શકે તેનું પણ નવી નીતિમાં ધ્યાન રાખવામાં આવ્યું છે. ગુજરાત પણ શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈના દિશાદર્શનમાં હંમેશા રિસર્ચ એન્ડ સ્કિલ એન્ડ ડેવલપમેન્ટને પ્રાધાન્ય આપનારું રાજ્ય રહ્યું છે. નવા જમાનાને અનુરૂપ વૈશ્વિક પડકારો સામે સક્ષમતાથી સફળ થાય તેવા રિસર્ચ એન્ડ ડેવલપમેન્ટને પ્રોત્સાહન આપવા રાજ્ય સરકાર ફાઇનાન્શિયલ સપોર્ટ પણ કરી રહી છે. આના પરિણામે ગુજરાતમાં હોનહાર અને પ્રતિભાશાળી વિદ્યાર્થીઓ રિસર્ચનો એમ્પ્લોયમેન્ટ કર્વ ઊંચો આજે પણ છે. શિક્ષણ અને તેમાં પણ સમયાનુકૂળ વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ એજ્યુકેશન એ વિકાસનો મુખ્ય આધાર છે એવું ગુજરાત સરકાર પણ સ્પષ્ટપણે માને છે. ગયા વર્ષે 32,000 કરોડનું સૌથી વધુ બજેટ શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રે ફાળવવામાં આવ્યું છે. રાજ્યના એજ્યુકેશન સેક્ટરના બજેટમાં ઉત્તરોત્તર સતત વધારો કરીને સર્વગ્રાહી, સર્વસમાવેશી એજ્યુકેશન સિસ્ટમ બનાવી છે. આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રીશ્રીએ જ્ઞાન શક્તિના મહત્વને વધુ વ્યાપક ફલક આપવા વિશ્વમાં શ્રેષ્ઠ હોય તે ગુજરાતની ધરતી પર ઉતારવાનો શિક્ષણ ક્રાંતિ યજ્ઞ આદર્યો હતો. તેમના દિશાદર્શનમાં આપણે સેક્ટર સ્પેસિફિક એજ્યુકેશન યુનિવર્સિટીની શરૂઆત પાછલા 2 દાયકાથી કરી છે. આજે ગુજરાતમાં 91 જેટલી યુનિવર્સિટીઝ, 2860 ઉપરાંત સંસ્થાઓ દ્વારા આધુનિક જ્ઞાન યુવાનોને ઘર આંગણે પીરસી રહી છે. IIM, IIT, NFSU, GNLU, PDU જેવી ખ્યાતિ પ્રાપ્ત સંસ્થાઓ અને યુનિવર્સિટીનું આ કોન્ફરન્સમાં યોગદાન છે તે પણ અભિનંદનને પાત્ર છે. હું ગૌરવભેર જણાવવા માંગુ છું કે ગુજરાત સરકારે નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસી 2020ના મુખ્ય પાસાઓ અને અનુરૂપ વિવિધ મહત્વપૂર્ણ પગલાં હાથ ધર્યા છે. 2015થી શરૂ થયેલા મુખ્યમંત્રી યુવા સ્વાવલંબન યોજના અન્વયે ગુજરાત જરૂરિયાતમંદ પ્રતિભાશાળી વિદ્યાર્થીઓને ઉચ્ચ શિક્ષણ માટે સહાય આપવામાં પણ આવી રહી છે. આ સહાયથી સ્વાવલંબનથી આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતની દિશા યુવા શક્તિને મળી રહી છે. કોવિડ મહામારીના સમયમાં વિદ્યાર્થીઓ શિક્ષણ સાથેનો સેતુ જળવાઈ રહે તે માટે સરકારની આ પહેલ ખૂબ ઉપયોગી બની છે. આ કપરા કાળમાં લગભગ તમામ શાળાઓ, કોલેજો અને યુનિવર્સિટી ખૂબ ઝડપથી સફળતાપૂર્વક ઓનલાઈન શિક્ષણનો મોડ અપનાવી શકી છે. ઘણા શિક્ષકોએ પણ શિક્ષણ અને મૂલ્યાંકનની નવી પદ્ધતિઓ અપનાવવા સફળ પ્રયોગ કર્યા. આદરણીય પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી હંમેશા કહે છે કે શિક્ષણ બનાવે કંકરમાંથી શંકર. ગુણવત્તાયુક્ત એટલે કે ક્વોલિટી એજ્યુકેશનથી ઉજ્જવળ ભાવિ પેઢી નિર્માણ માટે ગુજરાતમાં એમના માર્ગદર્શનમાં ગુણોત્સવનો નવો કોન્સેપ્ટ સફળતાપૂર્વક પાર પાડ્યો છે. સમય સાથે ચાલીને ગુજરાતે સ્માર્ટ સ્કૂલ, સ્માર્ટ ક્લાસ, ઓનલાઈન એટેન્ડન્સ, કમાન્ડ એન્ડ કંટ્રોલ સેન્ટર જેવા આધુનિક આયામોથી ક્વોલિટી એજ્યુકેશનની નવી કેડી કંડારી છે. ગુજરાતનું શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્ર આવા અનેક મજબૂત આધારસ્તંભ પર વિકસી રહ્યું છે. આ જ આધારસ્તંભ પર નવી એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીનો પણ ખૂબ ઝડપથી અમલ કરવા ગુજરાત પ્રતિબદ્ધ છે. આ પોલિસીના અમલીકરણથી એક નવી ઇકોસિસ્ટમ તૈયાર થશે અને આત્મનિર્ભર ગુજરાતથી આત્મનિર્ભર ભારતના નિર્માણમાં ખૂબ ઉપયોગી બની રહેશે. ભારતીય શિક્ષણ પ્રણાલી અને સંસ્કૃત ભાષાને આજે પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈના પ્રયાસોથી વૈશ્વિક સ્તરે સન્માન મળી રહ્યું છે. ભારતની સનાતન સંસ્કૃતિમાં સૌકાઓ પહેલા ગુરુકુળ પરંપરા હતી. એ ગુરુના આશ્રમમાં અનેક વિદ્યાર્થીઓ અભ્યાસ કરતા. અત્યંત સમૃદ્ધ ગુરુકુળ પરંપરાને લીધે દેશમાં જ્ઞાનનો અનોખો મહિમા હતો. વલ્લભી, તક્ષશિલા, નાલંદા જેવી વિદ્યાપીઠો શિક્ષણ માટે વિશ્વ પ્રસિદ્ધ હતી. આર્યભટ્ટ, ભાસ્કરાચાર્ય, ચાણક્ય, પતંજલિ અને પાણીની જેવા વિદ્વાન આચાર્યો ભારતીય સંસ્કૃતિને વિશ્વને આપ્યા છે. દેશાવર્તી શિષ્યો પણ ભારતમાં ભણવા માટે આવતા હતા. સદીઓથી આપણી આવી યુનિવર્સિટીઓ જ્ઞાનના પ્રસારનું મુખ્ય કેન્દ્ર રહી છે. ICAI 2022ના ભાગરૂપે વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ યુનિવર્સિટી અંગે વાઇસ ચાન્સેલર કોન્ક્લેવનું આયોજન પણ શરૂ છે. તે આ વાતની પુષ્ટિ કરાવે છે. આપણી યુનિવર્સિટીને વર્લ્ડ ક્લાસ બનાવવા માટે સમય સાથે કદમ મિલાવતી જરૂરી પદ્ધતિઓ, પ્રણાલીઓ, માળખાગત બાબતો અને અભિગમ અંગેના કેસ સ્ટડીઝને સમજવામાં આ કોન્ક્લેવ ઉપયોગી બનશે એવું મારું સ્પષ્ટ માનવું છે. શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રે થયેલા વિવિધ ઇનોવેશન્સ તેમજ ભવિષ્યમાં કેવા ઇનોવેશન સંભવ છે તેને સમજવાનો અવસર અહીં આયોજિત વાઇબ્રન્ટ એક્ઝિબિશનથી સૌને મળશે. નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસી 2020ની ફળ સ્વરૂપે દેશની શિક્ષણ પ્રણાલીનું ચિત્ર બદલાઈ રહ્યું છે. વિદ્યાર્થીઓની જિજ્ઞાસા વૃત્તિ તેમજ સંશોધન ક્ષમતામાં પણ આનાથી ચોક્કસ મોટો વધારો થશે. શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રની આ સુઆયોજિત પહેલના લીધે આપણો દેશ વૈશ્વિક સ્તરે ખૂબ ઝડપથી વધુ સ્પર્ધાત્મક બની શકશે. ભારતીય તત્વજ્ઞાનમાં તો જ્ઞાન, સત્ય અને પ્રજ્ઞાને સમજવાનું સર્વોચ્ચ લક્ષ્ય માનવામાં આવ્યું છે. મનુષ્યની આંતરિક સંભાવનાઓ પૂર્ણ રીતે ખીલી ઉઠે, સમૃદ્ધ સમાજનું નિર્માણ અને રાષ્ટ્રનો વિકાસ થાય, સાથોસાથ ચારિત્રવાન પેઢીનું ઘડતર થાય, એ માટે પણ શિક્ષણ એ પાયાની આવશ્યકતા છે. શિક્ષણ એવું હોવું જોઈએ જે વ્યક્તિને સારી રોજગારી તો આપે જ, સાથે સાથે ચારિત્રનું ઘડતર પણ કરે. વ્યક્તિને નૈતિક, તર્કબદ્ધ, કરુણામય અને અન્યોની દરકાર રાખનાર બનાવે તેવા શિક્ષણના પ્રસાર અને પ્રચાર અને વૈચારિક આદાન પ્રદાન માટે આ સમિટ એક ઉત્તમ મંચ બનશે. પ્રધાનમંત્રી શ્રી નરેન્દ્રભાઈએ દેશને આપેલી નેશનલ એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસી એમાં ઉદ્દીપક બનશે. શિક્ષણ ક્ષેત્રના પરસ્પર શ્રેષ્ઠ અનુભવોના આદાન પ્રદાનથી આ સમિટ ગુજરાતને એક ગ્લોબલ એજ્યુકેશન હબ ચોક્કસ બનાવશે જ. મને વિશ્વાસ છે કે નવી એજ્યુકેશન પોલિસીના અસરકારક અમલીકરણમાં તેમજ સૌ સ્ટેક હોલ્ડર્સ દ્વારા આ પોલિસીના લક્ષ્યાંકોની સિદ્ધિમાં કોન્ફરન્સનું યોગદાન મહત્વનું બનશે. આ સમિટને ફરી એકવાર સફળતાની શુભેચ્છાઓ પાઠવી વિરમું છું. જય જય ગરવી ગુજરાત. ભારત માતા કી જય. વંદે માતરમ.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, sir, for that very enlightening address. And with that, we conclude this session. We take this opportunity to thank Honorable Chief Minister, Honorable Minister of Education, Government of Gujarat, and other dignitaries on the dais for their valuable presence. We also extend our gratitude to all our representatives and delegates from India and around the globe, academicians, researchers, students, stakeholders, corporates, and all others who have lent their support to this conference. We acknowledge the support of our country partners, international partners, national partners, and educational partners. A special word of thanks for members of the print and electronic media. With that, we conclude this session. We request all licensing officers to escort and accompany their dignitaries. We now take a short break for a warm cup of tea to reassemble for the first technical session. Over to Dr. Nupur Sinha. Thank you. Signing off here is your compere for this inaugural plenary, Hina Saxena, with her namaskars.
Check.
Good afternoon. A request to all the delegates to please be seated. We are beginning with the first session of the day shortly.
Check.
Sir, if you permit, can we? Yeah, thank you. Sir, we will wait for a few minutes for Camilla, madam. She is yet to arrive. A very warm good afternoon to everyone, and requesting the members of the audience to please take their seats as we are about to begin with the first session of the day, which is panel discussion on multidisciplinary and holistic education. It is designed to develop intellectual, aesthetic, social, physical, emotional, and moral capacities of human being in an integrated manner, to develop accomplished individuals in the field of arts, humanities, languages, sciences, social sciences, professional, technical, and vocational fields. It will help to lead the country into the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. We are honored to have with us on the dais Dr. Himanshu Pandya, Vice Chancellor, Gujarat University, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman, AICTE, Professor Amit Prashant, Director, IIT Gandhinagar, Dr. Camilla, Wroclaw University of Science and Technology, Poland, Professor Nagaraj Gramarao, Vice Chancellor, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Higher Education. Applause for all the dignitaries gracing this session. Allow me to introduce Dr. Himanshu Pandya, who is the 17th Vice Chancellor of Gujarat University. He has had a long and enriching career as an academician. He has worked as a chairman, dean, registrar, director, coordinator, and many other posts for many executive and statutory bodies of national and internationally acclaimed academia. His leadership as an institution builder is already renowned in the academic circles. He has been a part of the team for drafting several national policies, for example, student startup and innovation policies, choice-based credit system, anti-plagiarism policy, to name a few. He has also introduced highly employable and skill-oriented courses at Gujarat University. Sir, welcome to the session. We have with us Professor Amit Prashant. He is currently the Director of Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. We have with us Dr. Camilla, who is an HR consultant, a coach, a tutor, and a trainer at social and managerial competencies. Professor Nagaraj Ramarao, Vice Chancellor Kalasalingam Academy, has worked as Director Oxford Educational Institution and also Director DAIICT Gandhinagar. We also have Professor Shiv Prasad, who again has an extremely rich academic and research background. He is an alumnus of IIT Delhi. He has been a faculty member of IIT Bombay. He has been awarded by IIT Bombay thrice for excellence in teaching and has also received 2 awards from the French government. Once again, we welcome you all, and I now request Dr. R.M. Jain, Professor of Civil Engineering, to welcome Dr. Himanshu Pandya. Dr. Pandya will be moderating the session. Thank you so much, sir. With this introduction, I now hand over the session to Dr. Himanshu Pandya. So over to you.
Good afternoon. I know it's a pre-lunch session, but the topic is so tempting, where all the academicians are deeply concerned and they are looking the ways how to deal with this multidisciplinary approaches in Institute of Higher Education. Friends, when we say multidisciplinary, that means we are talking beyond intra and interdisciplinary approaches. This is the time where we need a philosopher, a designer, a thinker, a software engineer, a mechanics, and a hardware engineer together to develop one prototype and ultimately a product. For that, our institutions need to be that dynamic to adapt the courses and technologies more frequently to the curriculums, which can allow students to adapt, which is need of a time. I know that we all are aware of this need of the society, but then how to implement it, that is the question. When we talk of choice-based credit system, I know being an administrator how it is difficult to implement in the campuses. We are talking something beyond that, and that is multidisciplinary approaches. We are thankful to the administration, particularly University Grants Commission and other statutory bodies, where they are allowing us to go for 40% of the syllabus delivery system to online. We have many national institutions, they are affiliated and collaborating for the international projects. State institutions and the institutions established in the rural area, if they can take the advantage of this learning, that is only one way, and that is a digital platform. I would request Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe to give us a glimpse of multidisciplinary approaches and how to inculcate the holistic development of individuals in our academic campuses. Professor Sahasrabudhe, for the international projects.
Hello, is it on?
Thank you, Dr. Himanshu Pandya, for inviting me at the last moment. And I also joined in like a 12th man in a cricket team. Well, the entire philosophy of the new national education policy revolves around this aspect of multidisciplinarity and holistic education. In fact, all other chapters will some way or the other are related with this. And therefore, multidisciplinary and holistic education becomes the hallmark of the new education policy. What is this multidisciplinary education all about? If you look at universities per se, the name itself is universal, and therefore all domains of knowledge must be permitted to be studied by all students who come in. If you look at our own ancient universities, be it Takshila or Nalanda, they were all having multidisciplinary approach right from inception. Today, there is a full circle. We started specializing in some of the domains of knowledge, and there is specialization also required, because in order to get in-depth knowledge, we always talk about what is known as, in the education sector, a T, sufficient width and sufficient depth. Both are equally important. And therefore, multidisciplinarity is the focus of any university and should be any focus of any university. But then a university is established for maybe technical education, maybe law education, maybe a medical education. How do such universities or those colleges which are affiliated, for example, Gujarat University has so many affiliated colleges. They're all specialized in maybe the field of arts, commerce, science, or some of them maybe with GTU, engineering. How they can convert themselves or become multidisciplinary is the approach which we have to adopt. If you look at the first paragraph of the new education policy, there are three important things mentioned there. One is completely exploring and supporting the full human potential. Second one, which also it talks about, is creating a just and equitable society. And the third one is very important, also national development. If all these three important visions are to be articulated and brought into the university system, it will only happen when a technical education student also gets a flavor of what is known as humanities and social sciences. Maybe he will be able to appreciate and therefore will have aesthetic value when he is designing certain products. They are important. Design thinking is important, critical thinking is important, analytical ability is important. And all of this will come when a student takes courses from not necessarily only his domain, but many other domains. Dr. Pandya rightly pointed out about the UGC being permitting what is known as choice-based credit system for quite some time. And also now, if your college does not have those faculty from those domains, why can't we take them through a MOOC portal which is created by the Ministry of Education, which is called Swayam. This is a grand MOOC portal where there are more than today 6,000 odd courses available from all domains, from art, commerce, science, engineering, medicine, law, and variety of subjects. So the taste of any student can be satisfied by taking 20 to 40% of the credits of the curriculum from out of these Swayam courses. So you will get one variety or one flavor of what we call as multidisciplinarity or holistic education through the variety of courses. But this is not all. The real essence of the multidisciplinarity and holistic education is about different types of courses in which there is a mixture of all of this ingrained into it. That means a faculty of maybe even medicine or a mechanical engineering must be able to have the flavor of multidisciplinarity in his course and relationship between the program in which a student is studying with that of the rest of the world. That means connecting the dots is very, very significant and important. Therefore, one simple thing which all institutions can start doing is allowing students to take courses necessarily, not necessarily from their own institute, but from any segment, anywhere else. And today, there is also academic bank of credits through which all the courses being credited are available in your grade sheet in a centralized pattern, digitally available, and therefore one can make use of, as I said, one side Swayam, the other side crediting them. But more important, all our faculty and universities must start looking at every aspect in terms of multidisciplinarity. And therefore, giving of projects. In engineering curriculum, there is a mandatory project in the final year, be it any discipline of engineering. Why can't we have projects for even students of arts, commerce, science? And why only independently only projects of their discipline, but they must be multidisciplinary projects where involvement of humanities is required, economics is required, business is required, therefore management is required, there is an engineering involved, there could be science involved. When students of different disciplines, 7, 8 disciplines come together and handle a project, and that's what happens in an industry. And what industry often talks about our students being not employable is because they have never done work in teams. How team building is important, leadership is important, also will be through such projects when students start attempting them in the form of a joint project. All students come together, discuss, debate, and find solutions to the problems of the society. And then be it environment problem, be it water crisis, be it electricity, be it transportation, I think all of them can be solved if you have a multidisciplinary approach in our projects. I think my opening remarks, I will rest with this. If there are any questions later, I will be able to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Sahasrabudhe. That was so enlightening and basic to understand. Now we have the panelists with us. I would request Nupur to invite one by one.
Sir, before I invite the panelists, an announcement for the audience. If anybody has any query, you can post it in the app if you have downloaded it. If you haven't, you have a QR code shared in your folder in the kit which is given to you. So you can also scan the QR code and post your query in the app. We will address it at the end of the session. I'm afraid, but no mics will be passed around. So if you have any query, please post it in the app or scan the QR code and do it. Now, as Sir has directed, I will invite Professor Amit Prashant, Director, Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar, for his remarks.
Thank you. I have a few comments I can initiate, I think, for discussion. I see this important topic to be converted into one small thing, which is flexible curriculum, I would say. So I don't want to make it multidisciplinary. I don't want to make it disciplinary. I want to say whether I'm thinking about the student or I'm thinking about my discipline, myself, in a way, when I design curriculum, or logistical challenges. So when I put the student at the center of the affairs, then I can allow anything to happen there, in a way. So let the student decide what they want to take. How do they want to take? Enable them. All the disciplines should allow the courses to be offered to all the students of a university, if that is possible. Of course, there will be challenges, and there can be methods to that can be worked out to implement something like that. So in my institute, for sure, we have done that, but that's a very small university compared to Gujarat University or GTU or something like that. But this is something to aspire for. So we need to think where the student's interest is, individual student's interest. Each student is important. It's not about what will cater to the masses. What is important is if one student is interested in something, can we cater to that? So that's where I think the thinking has to start. When we look at the problems for tomorrow, we know that they are not going to be as simple or as little complex that we had to face in our life. They are going to be much more complex. They are going to be very different from what we had. And whatever we plan to teach today, I'm not sure if that is going to work directly. They have to have habit of learning to learn, and that will happen with their interest only. And that's where we have to open doors for all the disciplines, let them explore. Students is next generation. They are better than us, better than the faculty for sure. I can assure you that. So that is the evolution theory anyway. About curricular and co-curricular combination, I think we have enough examples of that. We know that as we speak, the class learning is only 30-40% of the overall learning. Rest of the learning happens through peers. Rest of the learning happens through activities the students do in the hostels or outside, among themselves, through projects or otherwise. Physical education, teamwork, you can say a lot of creative clubs, all those become important that way. So when we talk about holistic education, we have to focus on that. And that should cater to, again, individual student, I would say. So I just want to emphasize in the end that let's think about the student when we create mechanisms for education. Thank you.
So may I now invite Dr. Kamila for her views.
Hello. Welcome, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. To address this question that we were asked about holistic and multidisciplinary education, so we could hear what is the essence actually of multidisciplinarity and holistic education. And I also would like to refer to that two terms from actually three levels. So from the level of institution, from the level of teacher, and from the level of student. We are talking about initiatives, we are talking about different approaches, but now the question is how we really can implement all those approaches on a daily basis, really just like that every day. So what institution can do, what teachers can do, and students, and how to build that. So we could hear that multidisciplinarity is about providing different subjects and giving opportunities for students to take part in different subjects. I will also share some examples from my institution. And we could already hear about giving that opportunity of different subjects. And that is what we are doing. We are technical university, but actually students from all departments, all faculties, they are attending managerial subjects, social sciences and humanities as well. And the benefit actually is for both sides, so for the teacher and for the student, because of course students are learning, like for example from computer science, they are learning how to speak, for example, or how to present themselves. And at the beginning, of course, expertise and knowledge is very important, but if we don't know how to behave and how to interact with others and communicate, so no job will be available for us. So beyond the knowledge and expertise, there is something more. How we will really use that knowledge and make people understand that also. So attending different subjects. The other that we could hear is also about developing the curricula. And developing the curricula is also about involving all different departments, different faculties that could share and that could contribute. We are also doing that while developing, for example, different specializations at our university. So every time we are creating team from different departments and those who specialize in computer science, so they are going through that curricula, those who are from psychology department and so on. So thanks to that, we can have a real approach, which is additionally consulted with industry. So what are the needs and so on. Just to increase also the employability of students. So the second was curricula. The third thing will be about research, of course, because I said that it's institution, teacher, and student. So when teachers are involving themselves in multidisciplinary research, so it means research between different departments, sometimes we are thinking just from our perspective. If I'm from the Faculty of Management, so I'm just involving my colleagues from that department. But actually the real development comes when we are collaborating with others. And for example, my example is like collaboration with my colleagues from Faculty of Mechanical Engineering. And it's a wonderful collaboration when I'm acting like a person from management sciences, science, and then designing some technological solutions as well. So that is about that combining. And the second word was about holistic education. So I think that also that last 2 years and pandemic showed us how holistic approach is important. Because again, we can have that knowledge, but then if we suffer from, I mean teachers, students, and also institution, so when we suffer from some mental problems or physical problems, so we are simply not able to use our knowledge even if we want. So that holistic approach means that we need to look at the person as a whole. So not just providing the knowledge, but provide also opportunity to unlock something that they have inside and give them opportunity to discover actually which of that courses, for example, from that different curricula they want. It's not just about assigning students that they should go, for example, for different, but what actually is their approach. We could hear also that we have that holistic approach will refer, of course, to different individualities that we have. So another question will be, what is is there any solution, of course, for that if we have so many individuals? But something what is personalized approach and personalized education, I think it's something that definitely we should discover more. So individual approach to students, to really know how and what they want, how they want to work, what they want to discover, what is their potential. Going into an example of that holistic approach, so how to develop, let's say, the whole student, the mind, body, and intellectual capabilities and everything. So the approach of personalized education that we develop at our university, when individual teachers are becoming a kind of mentors, tutors for students, and we are working in relation one-to-one, not in groups, but one-to-one, and student is coming and is saying like, I don't know what I want to do in the future, for example. We are guiding that student through questions, and student is asking or is saying, so please say me where I should go. And then the real sense of that all is not answering that question, but asking another question to encourage to that critical thinking, to discovering that potential. So actually we are asking questions and guiding that students through their own potential that they have. So that individual meetings that aims at their motivation, discovering what they want to do, how they want to do, but not with giving ready solutions, but rather encouraging to develop that solutions by their own. And of course, we took part in, our teachers took part in extensive program of developing such competencies, how to talk with students, because it comes very naturally when someone is asking what I should do. So then we are giving an example from our life and solution is coming just like that. But the real individual approach will be to not to answer immediately, but as I said, try to enhance that student through that thinking and discovering for their future, and in that way making them more responsible for their development as well. And this is what I believe is also a holistic approach. Because even if we are working with a student on some particular topic, but the other time, the next week, for example, student is coming and he's suffering totally from something different. Something happened like, I don't know, yesterday or 2 days ago. So, okay, we can focus on that because that is that obstacle. And if we will not go through that obstacle, so he or she will not be able to go more with that development. But of course, the other forum will be to focus on some subjects, like working on particular subjects. But what is very specific in that approach is like working multidisciplinarity in multidisciplinary way, and also in that holistic. So it means that I'm working not with just students from management, but from chemistry, from mechanical engineering faculty, and so on, because we are connected with that language of discovering that potential, and it's a really very surprising and exciting actually when students are from that technical, let's say, faculties are discovering their potential, how they are communicating, and so on. So, of course, the first thing, the level of institution, as I mentioned. So, of course, the approach of institution. So that is one thing. The second is teacher and everyday approach. It's not, of course, about implementing the whole program and approach at the university, but it's a question how we as individuals are approaching to our students. And then the third level, as I mentioned, students, so listening to them, maybe not answering and not solving all the problems, but being a real mentor, as we could also hear today, being a mentor in terms of being partner. And this is totally what I believe in, like being partner for the student. So it means that taking care and looking at that student, at that person as a whole. So it means that I care about each and every aspect of development of that student. So that is what we can do on each and every day. And also, of course, while designing different activities, inviting other students, even at the level of globalization. So joining different programs, allowing other students also to participate, and also allowing students to collaborate between them. So different scientific or student organizations, those who can learn something more rather than their discipline. And actually, after the study time, they are ready to go to the market and get a really good job. Thank you.
Please do not forget to scan the QR code because we won't be able to answer your question then. Please scan the QR code.
So we have started receiving questions on the app. May I now request Professor Ramarao to share his views?
Good morning, all of you. Namaskar. At the outset, I would like to tell that I had the privilege of being in Gujarat for about 3 years when I was director of Dhirubhai Ambani Institute of ICT and also was the mentor director of IIIT Baroda. So I know the ecosystem here, and I would like to make the following submissions. And I'm very fortunate to be sharing the stage with a visionary leader, the chairman of AICTE, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, and therefore would also like to place a few things to his submissions. The outcome of the new education policy, one of the major outcomes, and maybe next 5 to 10 years down the line, is establishing of MERUs, which is the multidisciplinary educational research universities. Now, when we say that we want to establish MERUs in maybe about 5 to 10 years down the line, we need to create an ecosystem which supports establishments of such universities, and that should happen from now because it's going to be too late if we don't take steps from now onwards. Therefore, I have a few proposals, and maybe because this is a government forum and also a forum of leaders of higher education, definitely this could be articulated to the next level. See, we are very good at writing the policies, and definitely we would write a very good curriculum also. We would say the curriculum is flexible and give the option to the student, and student is this, it is going to be learner-centric curriculum. Yes, we are going to do that. But how does the ecosystem respond to the changes, and how does it take these students once they graduate out of our university systems is for all of us to look into. I had this very peculiar situation when I was the director of DIICT, because I feel DIICT was a multidisciplinary university set up way back in 2010. It did not have departments at all. It was a single department university which used to give only one degree in information and communication technology. When our students were graduating, and there was no problem getting them jobs in the private sector, but there was very big problem when we had to push the students in the government sector, and also when the students sought admissions for their research in the Indian university system. Because the questions were, because the degree was in ICT, whether the student has graduated in electronics, whether the student has graduated in computer science, whether the student has graduated in information technology. So whatever problem was there sometime back definitely shall come up again when we talk about multidisciplinarity in our educational system, because we need to tune our systems, which is going to, take these students, take these graduates and welcome them in as seamless manner as possible. That is my first thing that I would like to put up across to the policymakers. Since Professor Sahasrabudhe is here, may definitely, sir would have taught about this. I suggest that the engineering admissions definitely, again, is branch specific. Obviously, it is branch specific, and placements also shall be branch specific, because I, being a vice chancellor of a large university system, the companies do come into my campus and say, I need students who have graduated in computer science, electronics, or maybe whatever, mechanical engineering. And when it happens that I'm going to give them a student who has done, who has graduated in this multidisciplinary, flexible education system, I just do not know how the companies shall take it up. And therefore, I propose to the chairman AICT that why don't we think of giving at least maybe 10% of engineering seats towards these type of flexible education system. I know I'm playing the role of a disruptor here, because it is overall people want to have a holistic development. People would like to have graduates who are multidisciplinary in nature and also have a holistic grooming. But nonetheless, to make a beginning, because India is a very, very large country. We have about 40-50 crore students who are in the higher educational system, and definitely providing them opportunities, which is going to be of this nature. I know it is going to be a Herculean task. So in our journey towards setting up those merus, I suggest that why don't we make a beginning from maybe the next academic year, when we say that the engineering discipline shall be multidisciplinary in nature, and there shall be at least 10% of admissions in all technical universities where admissions will happen with flexible education or flexible curriculum. This is where we can definitely realize the dream of what Professor Sahasrabudhe was telling about academic credit bank, because academic credit banks become realistic and become possible only when we have a system, an ecosystem which is built to take and digest whatever is coming out of the flexible education system. So definitely, yes, we would be putting up various policies, but operationalizing them and bringing them to reality. And when it comes to reality, a country like ours, which is very large, we need to take very, very cautious steps, and that is where policymakers play a major role. These are my submissions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So would you like to say something, or shall I?
I would request Professor Shiva Prasad to say a few words.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Professor Pandya. This particular topic is actually very close to my heart because I have been a physics professor in IIT Bombay and have taught at least for 25 years the first year students and subjects as abstract as quantum mechanics and special theory of relativity. And often the students have come and my colleagues have said, what is the need of teaching these things? Let's say to a civil engineer, when all that he's going to do is to make he or she going to make a bridge or a road or whatever it is. And my standard answer for all these things is that, see, if I knew that all my students would be making only bridges, okay, I could teach them how to make good bridges. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. I do not know what these students are going to become. And probably the students themselves don't know what they're going to become. So what we can do is the next best thing is to let them how to think. Because I think that's what's more important rather than giving a bookish knowledge. A bookish knowledge becomes obsolete. What I learned in my MSc, I don't teach that in MSc. Things have changed enormously. That bookish knowledge is going to become obsolete and probably will be of no use. But if you know how to think, probably you can always update yourself and you can go ahead. There's excitement in every subject. Every subject has an excitement. Only the students have to explore it. One has to come out of the shell of saying that I will follow a particular curriculum only and not go beyond that. Because unless I go beyond that, I do not know what is actually lying in that particular thing. What is the excitement which is lying in that? I'm always reminded of Steve Jobs' words when he said that, had I not learned how to do good calligraphy, probably none of the computers would have all those fonts in the world, which probably they have. There is always an excitement which is lying everywhere. I'm very happy that national education policy is giving this opportunity to everyone. In IT system, we were somewhat fortunate because our systems were somewhat flexible, but this allows more flexibility even in IT systems, and definitely in a much bigger system, which is a university system. And I think this is extremely important because I think this gives an opportunity for the students to come out and think themselves of what they want, explore themselves, what they would like to become, and eventually take a decision in their own life, which I personally think is most important than just taking a degree by learning a few books. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think we can take questions now.
So we have a question. When will AICTE release a model curriculum in line with NEP 2020?
Model curriculum comes from time to time. The first version, even prior to new education policy, with involvement of courses of what we call humanities and social sciences, a lot of electives across the board were all implemented way back in 2017 itself. Now it was already 4 years and the curriculum is being again revised. Anytime soon, within the next fortnight or so, you will have the next model curriculum, more ingredients from the new national education policy in place. And I'm sure all the technical universities will start following them. And this is still called model curriculum. Please, quote unquote, because many times, because it comes from a regulatory body, people assume that this is mandatory. Each university is autonomous. They can make changes. They can tweak with what we have said, but this is a suggestive model curriculum which we announce.
Thank you, sir. We haven't received any more questions as of now. But if the audience wanted to post something and are having any trouble, please raise your hand so that we can know. If it's working fine, it's okay. Sir, that will be all. There are no more queries.
Thank you very much, Nupur. At the outset, I would thank Professor Amit for sharing his views on student-centric system where we can deliver something what student exactly looking for his or her career. We have Dr. Kamila, who very happily talked about the students' requirement and beyond the classrooms setup, how a system can support students' requirement as per the need of the time. Sometimes, what we deliver in the classrooms, they are very idealistic. I would second Professor Siva Prasad here, that whatever you teach, whatever you learn from the scripts and literature available to you, it hardly gives any support to the system or the policy at large. Can we do something on this part where we can forget about the academic egos, how many papers we have published and how many patents we have granted? Beyond that, if we can think the basic requirement of the students and its interest, we can deliver to the best of the society. We have Professor Nagarajan, who has given us a glimpse of how a MERU can be established in the multi-diversity and multi-disciplinary approaches in the university system. Multidisciplinary approaches are not that difficult. It's very easy to coordinate. Only the framework within the structure, what Professor Anil Saraswati just mentioned, that each and every university is autonomous. They can decide the way of delivering their courses and curriculars. Most importantly, if we can develop, 10% of the intellectual as per the societal requirement, I think we can serve the nation for the Atmanirbhar Bharat, what is being, shouted a lot for leading the world. So this is something, it's not a political slogan. I would say it's a movement. If we can join the journey, then we can definitely create a great India out of these capacities. Students are bubbling with the energy. They need some platform and they need some network to deliver their thoughts and ideas to implement. And I think with this particular orientation about the multidisciplinary and holistic approach of the students would lead to definitely a greater vision of Atmanirbhar India. Thank you very much, all the panelists, for being with us, and especially Professor Sahasrabudhe, who is readily available to be with us on the dais. And audience, we're waiting for the model curricula, and he just announced that is the news.
Hello.
Okay, Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe wants to say something, please.
May I ask a question, please?
Please, sir.
Yeah. My name is Nikhil Javeri. I'm Vice Chancellor of GSFC University, Vadodara. And my question is on holistic education. We all know that holistic education means beyond knowledge, skills, beyond curriculum, beyond books. How do we create that capability among the teachers who are going to be the teachers as well as facilitators in their approach? So how do we create that capability among the teachers? That is my question.
It's an excellent question, and I was about to answer some part of it on my own, and it's a right appropriate question. Now, our professor from IIT Gandhinagar, Dr. Amit, mentioned about clubs. Any institution which has as many possible number of clubs as possible will automatically give holistic education. Be it a club for music, dance, drama, cultural activities, but also like history, philosophy clubs, unheard of in many of the institutions. In the institutions who have done all of that, automatically a system of holistic education begins. If you allow also some of the students and faculty who are interested in that domain to come together and offer a course, maybe it is a self-learning course, doesn't matter. You evaluate students from out of whatever they are learning on their own. I'm sure the philosophy of not only multidisciplinarity, but also holistic education begins. I think the seed is sown there. And that is very, very fundamental. I have seen institutions where there are 20, 30, 40 clubs. They are all driven by students. And maybe one or two faculty members who are also keen in that domain, they are interested, they are also associated. And huge number of programs are conducted almost every day in the evening, after about 5 o'clock when the classes end, in the auditorium or in some of the halls, there will be action happening. And all other teachers who may be slightly also interested must attend them. And that is where the culture of both innovation, culture of research, culture of multidisciplinarity will be sown as seeds, actually. And that is what is very, very important. The second important thing is that of both, Kamila as well as I found Professor Shiv Prasad mentioned, is about curiosity, excitement, discovery. I think each day we must attempt to do something where I am learning something new. And if the teachers do not do that by creating that environment, I think we are not doing our job as a teacher. And that's why I appeal to all the faculty members to be mentors, and not only just mentors that student requires some help I'm giving, but how you create an atmosphere, a climate, an ambience in an institution where each student will feel that I want to say something and I have got that freedom and liberty to do that. I think that is what is the culture which is to be created. I think I will stop at this because time is running out.
So I just have one small comment on that. I think more than the teachers, the institute has to act on it, I would say. So like we talk about sanskara, so ethics, integrity, sensitivity to others, inclusivity, all these aspects, whenever we think about them, we start teaching them in the class. That is not the way to go. We should follow them on day-to-day basis, and the students will observe those. So those kind of things, instruments that have to be created along with those clubs and all those things, it should come out from our actions. As Gandhi said, be the change you want to see in the world. That's it. Thank you.
I would just like to mention about that, the question that you had asked about faculty. It's always possible that you can create, for example, a university can create a department of liberal arts where you can have faculty members from different discipline and they can float their courses which should be available to all the students. But the question which I was telling, which Professor Amit Prashant was also raising, I think the problem is still more deeper. I think what has to be changed is the mindset of the students. And the change of the mindset of students will be changing if our mindset as a parent changes. We have to tell our children that you must go for holistic education. So children should come out from this particular thing. The student should come out from this thing that education means reading this book from this chapter to this chapter and writing an examination, look at your last 3 years question paper and attempt those things and you'll be getting question out of that. So it has to come out of that particular thing. Once we come out of that particular mindset, I think things will start falling in place.
I think we have one more question.
So there is one, please help higher secondary schools to use the multidisciplinary approach.
Sorry, say again.
Please help higher secondary schools to use the multidisciplinary approach.
Oh, this is something tricky. Yeah, it's a part of policy. It is already there, but yeah, in suburbs or in some remote areas, it is very difficult to coordinate with this approach. But yeah, it is a part of a policy and one has to practice that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a privilege to participate in this session. As a token of our respect and gratitude, we would like to offer a memento to all the panelists. I request Dr. Himanshu Pandya, sir, to please thank the delegates on our behalf. We first would like to offer a memento to Professor Shiv Prasad. We are deeply grateful to Professor Amit Prashant. We thank Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe. We thank Dr. Camilla. And we are grateful to Professor Nagaraj Ramarao. A big thank you to all the panelists for gracing this session. With this, we conclude the first panel discussion. We will be starting the next panel discussion on internationalization of education shortly. Thank you very much.
The next theme for the panel discussion is on internationalization of education, which is essential to promote sharing of best academic and research practices through interactions between diverse education systems and global citizens. to represent important concepts of international, intercultural, and global dimensions, and to provide high standard of education, enhancement of research activities, and improvement of infrastructure. We are highly privileged to introduce to the dignitaries of the panel discussion team. May I request the dignitaries to grace the dais. First, I invite the convener, Professor S.S. Manoharan, Director General, Pandit Deen Dayal Energy University, Gandhinagar, to grace the dais. May I invite moderator, Professor Rajneesh Jain, Secretary, UGC. The panelist, Ms. Monica Kennedy, Deputy Consul General, Australia. Dr. Fabin, Attaché, Scientific and Academic Cooperation, France. Mr. Rajendra Tripathi, Assistant Director, British Council, UK. Mr. Vivek Mansukhani, Executive Director, Institute of International Education, New York. Mr. Rajendra Tripathi will join later. May I request Dr. Shreya Mehta to welcome the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Shreya Mehta will welcome the convener, Professor S.S. Manoharan. Dr. Shreya Mehta. Thank you, ma'am. Now, may I request Dr. Shreya Mehta to welcome moderator Professor Rajneesh Jain. Thank you, ma'am. Now, over to the moderator, Professor Rajneesh Jain.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your patience because of some parallel sessions that are going on with the ministers. Some of the dignitaries who are expected to be here are engaged. So please bear with us for the delay, but we are also conscious of the time. This is approaching lunch. So the shrink back is good because we have more time but limited number of panelists here. Let me just share a brief on the topic for this panel discussion. That's on internationalization of education. And we are very honored to have esteemed panelists in our presence. And at the outset, let me quote a quote from our Honorable Prime Minister regarding internationalization. It says, whatever education a university education imparts, it must achieve global level of benchmarking, given the vastness, diversity of the global village we live in today. This is the quote by our Prime Minister. Needless to say, ladies and gentlemen, we are already experiencing the power of internationalization of education. We are surrounded by a cloud of witness, and there are so many initiatives that are happening towards internationalization of education. Being in Gujarat, you will be excited to hear that the initiative made by the Government of India and Government of Gujarat through the Study in India and Study in Gujarat program in the last 3 years has drawn more than 11,000 students to different portals of Gujarat universities. And that is a very, very inspiring initiative by both the governments, and the stakeholders are extremely delighted over what has happened in the last 3 years, and that too in spite of COVID. We still have drawn. In fact, if I have to give specific numbers, the numbers have grown from 1,000 to 2,000 to 4,000 in the last 3 years and amidst COVID. But at the same time, when 11,000 odd students are representing nearly 60 countries, I just want to put in perspective the notion of internationalization. Most of the time, we think internationalization means number of students in the campus, international students in the campus, or number of students going abroad, or education in English language. These are some of the misconceptions that we have about internationalization. And we also think if you sign more MOUs, then our campus is more internationalized in its education. But I think to put in perspective for the next few minutes, internationalization of education, what we mean is joint ventures, joint curriculum development, joint bids for international projects, student exchange, importance of new technologies born out of both the ends, future network and partnership, and as we heard in the previous session, holism, dialogue, critical thinking, and values formation. All these are embedded in the internationalization of education. And we are deeply honored that we have several countries represented in this conclave. And first of all, I place my deepest thanks to Dr. Monica Kennedy, who is here from Australian Embassy. She's the Deputy Consul General, and she has been a Pro-Vice Chancellor herself before coming to Austrade, and we do have very good network with Austrade in terms of trade and investments. And her learnings from electronic democracy is something that we would like to hear. And same is true for Canada initiative, especially the global initiative for academic network, which has brought quality faculty members to teach in our universities. And French embassy has equally been very supportive in internationalization by way of ICSSR funds and 2-year resident permit, which is a very unique initiative that has come from France. And the recent pact between two prime ministers of both United Kingdom and India heralds a 2030 map and for climate change, for solar transnational energy grid, defense and seismic collaboration. There is a great need, given this roadmap, how we empower our youth, our students, to meet these global challenges, especially the high-end technological implications. And that brings internationalization more relevant to this discussion. And we also have benchmarking of Gujarat University or education and how we are trying to raise our standards to the global ranking and accreditation is a new plumb line that we are thinking now. Having said that, our internationalization of education is absolutely patterned by the new education policy, NEP 2020, and the Meru campus, about which that was talked about in the previous session, and the Academic Bank of Credits, ABC. These are some of the important menus for internationalization. University Grants Commission leads the way in implementing NEP 2020, and I'm very happy that Professor Rajnish Jain, the Secretary of UGC, is with us, and he has kindly agreed to lead the discussion. Although we are lacking some of the panel members, I think we will take more time with Dr. Monica, and we will be able to take it forward. So let me request and take pleasure of inviting Professor Rajnish to lead the discussion. Thank you.
Namaskar, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Our respected Dr. Manmohan, respected Ms. Monica Kennedy, Deputy Consul General from Australia, all the distinguished participants, learned audience, I'm really happy and delighted to be here in this conference today. The session is on internationalization, and we are a part of International Conference of Academic Institutions in the state of Gujarat, and Gujarat itself symbolizes internationalization. As has been mentioned by Professor Manmohan, that how Gujaratis are leading the internationalization way by having large number of enrollment or sending large number of students abroad, or even a presence of large number of Gujaratis across the world in different countries. And another symbol of internationalization at Gujarat we have witnessed today morning, when a number of MOUs have been signed and shared between different countries, such as France, Norway, British Council, and UK and other countries. So it's indeed a matter of great privilege to be here amongst all. Internationalization, as we all know, it deals with the cross-border education, not only in terms of collaboration, but also in terms of curriculum, best practices, researches, teaching learning resources, student mobility, faculty mobility, international institutional mobility, etc. So we are moving towards a kind of scenario where the whole world is going to witness one single union, or maybe if I recollect the words of Thomas Friedman, which said in 21st century, at just the beginning of the 21st century, he said about the world is flat. And in this flat world, there are not going to be any labels for any kind of competitions, but this is going to be an era of collaboration. India had a rich tradition of globalization right from the ancient times. And it has been mentioned today again and again by Honorable Minister and other speakers. We had a rich tradition of globalization. India was a Vishwa Guru in the past, in ancient times, when students from across the world used to come to Nalanda, Takshila, Vallabhi, Vikramshila, etc. The journey continues. I won't say that the journey has discontinued, but the journey continues. And still today, with the world-class institutions represented in the form of IITs, IIMs, ISERs, and a large number of universities which are offering courses under a Study in India program, we are attracting a large number of students even today in India. And national education policy emphasizes that we have to raise our standards to the global level, and India has to strongly emerge as, once again, Vishwaguru by turning into a global destination. I would like to place a few points before the panelists here and to the audience as well. As we move ahead, so there are certain initiatives which have already been taken up by Government of India to promote internationalization. Some of you may be aware about this. I think some earlier initiatives were GYAN, Global Initiative for Academic Network, Spark, Study in India program. We have a large number of bilateral agreements with all important countries. We are offering fellowships, or other countries are offering fellowships and scholarship for student exchange or for faculty exchange programs. Very recently, UGC has come up with a guideline on internationalization, and it very clearly highlights different ways and means in which internationalization can be promoted. And I'm happy to share with you that a large number of universities, I think it's more than 164 universities, have already set up international students office, and a large number of universities have also initiated Alumni Connect with the foreign students or Indian students who are living abroad to further facilitate the process of internationalization. We are also working on to devise a facilitative regulatory architecture so as to facilitate further twinning programs, dual degree, joint degree, and many more aspects which will further lead to internationalization of higher education. Some of the challenges which we face, we need to address that, and particularly balancing mobility. Although we have some inflow of international students in India, we are going to strengthen that with a soft power which we have and the kind of strength which we have in the courses related to Indology, philosophy, Ayush, way of medicine, performing arts, visual arts, culture, history, and other areas. At the same time, we need to work on the kind of support ecosystem which is required to attract international students, and also work on facilitative regulatory architecture. But there are bright sides as well. We have recently seen, in spite of COVID, we have seen, even through online mode, enhanced mobility and collaborations. There is a possibility of sharing best practices from the best universities across the world, which is actually happening. The technology had been a great enabler, and Indian MOOCs, which are offered through SWAYAM, they are being registered or enrolled by a large number of international students. Our online education has actually opened up pathways for attracting foreign students to enroll themselves through online education offered by, presently they are offered by more than 57 universities in the country. So that's one of the ways. And a number of universities, they have already taken the initiative to set up their offshore campuses in different countries. And we are witnessing a change in the enabling regulatory architecture. So some points of concern or the points which we need to address, they're related with balancing between quantity versus quality. I think panelists may also refer to some of these points related to credit, recognition, and transfer, and how can we make internationalization or international education more affordable so that we go for more inclusive quality education for all, how capacity building can be done, and how do we address skilling in terms of international arena, and how further we can enhance and we can better our relations with different countries so that we have greater partnership for different academic purposes. So I think with these points, we can further take up the discussion. And I stop here and hand over once again to Professor Manmohan. Thank you so much.
Mr. Rajendra Tripathi has arrived. Sir, may we request you to grace the dais, please?
We welcome the panelist, Professor Rajendra Tripathi and Shri Vivek Mansukhani here on the dais. Now I request Ms. Monica Kennedy, Deputy Consul General of Australia, to please share her views on internationalization.
Thank you very much, and I'm really glad to have the opportunity to speak with you here today. As many of you will know, Australia is a leading nation in terms of the quality of its international education, and we take great pride in that quality and the standards that we hold. We also take great pride in the relationships that we have developed with other nations in the development of international education around the world. I might just take a couple of minutes to talk about the Australia-India relationship in education and how that is further building internationalization of education. Firstly, I would just like to share with you for a moment, I've just arrived in India. I've taken up the role of Senior Trade and Investment Commissioner and Deputy Consul General in Mumbai. And I've arrived here at an incredible moment in international education, both because of the strong relationship between India and Australia in education, but also as we begin to emerge from COVID-19, and so much has happened during these years that have enabled us to think differently about international education, have opened up new channels for our engagement in international education, and have prompted us to be far more innovative in the ways that we engage in our international activity. So thank you very much for the opportunity to join. In Australia and India both, the careers of our young people and the future of work is really front and centre in our thoughts. We have incredible stories of success from our Australian graduates here in India, and there are many of them. We're building a strong collection of successful graduates, and in fact, we're using a Gujarati graduate to talk with people about the successful opportunities that people are taking up after studying an Australian qualification. The story of Reema Joshi is one that's a fabulous story about how India and Australia work together to develop great outcomes for India. Reema Joshi is currently with HOPS Healthcare. She did a Master of Public Health at Deakin University, and she's working on India's telemedicine strategy. She's based here in Ahmedabad, and she features in our Shine with Australia campaign. If any of you have an opportunity to go to the Study Australia website, you should have a look at that case study because it really demonstrates how important an international education can be, both for the person who's received the education and for the country in which she develops, works and contributes. I mentioned in my opening comments earlier that the India-Australia relationship has never been stronger, and certainly it has the focus of our Prime Minister and our ministers. And we are actively working towards building international education relationships between Australia and India. I mentioned that I'm a new appointment here in Mumbai, and I'm one of two senior appointments that have been made by the Australian government. My colleague in the Department of Education, Minister Councillor Matt Johnson, is working from Delhi, and between the two of us, we are new roles to really lift and focus on the ways in which Australia and India can work together. International education is a flagship sector for Australia, and in the recent update of the India's economic strategy, Australia's India economic strategy, it continues to be absolutely central to the way that the Australian government thinks about the relationship with India. And the education strategy links to all other sectors in the relationship between our countries. Recently, the Australia-India Business Exchange, which is led by Austrade, has been funded for 4 years by the Australian government to improve the way that Australia and India understand each other. So we talk about two-way literacy between our countries in order to really accelerate the engagement between our countries through education and to really lift the profile of India in Australia and help Australia to engage more fully to the benefit of India as well. India's progress in the new education, in the national education policy, has been really important to us, and it aligns very well with our Australia's international education strategy, which has recently been released too. We see opportunities for us to work together for mutual benefit, particularly in things like joint education programs and PhDs, in the education discipline, and focused international research collaborations around education discipline, in higher education teaching collaborations, and in international office connections, as these are, as you mentioned, becoming more prolific within Indian institutions. We work really carefully in developing applied higher education opportunities. So that is embedding practice-based learning in our vocational and higher education opportunities. And we see real opportunity in developing school, university and research and networks. And the Department of Education in Australia has been working very hard on those networks. In Australia's policy, we're very focused, like India, on diversification, on meeting Australia's future skill needs, in putting students at the centre of everything that we do, and in growing our global networks, our global capability and competitiveness. Australia has a long history in international education. We have a very strong education system. And later, my colleague from the Department of Education, Brett Goldsmith, will be joining a panel to discuss that system. We're very prominent in the quality of our universities and research, as well as in vocational education and training. I think we're going to have the opportunity in this session to talk more about practice-based education, about partnerships in the future, transnational education opportunities and research collaboration. So I will stop my introductory comments there in order to pick up in conversation a little bit later on.
Thank you. Thank you for your valuable inputs. Now I request Mr. Rajendra Tripathi, who is Assistant Director at British Council, to share his views.
Check. Thank you, Professor Rajneesh. It's always a pleasure to be in your company and my fellow panelists. I think I would like to begin by saying that education as a means to achieve sustainable and dignified living as a phenomena has seen very, very interesting strides in the last few decades. And in that journey, I think UK has been at the forefront of that cusp in terms of making sure that we do make strides in terms of quality education, research, trends in terms of mobility, and also in terms of how we further our relationship between neighboring countries. And within that parameter, I think India finds a very, very central place in terms of how UK sees India as an important ally in the overall long-term sustainable development goals, and also making sure that there is continued progress and prosperity between the two countries. To talk about education and internationalization of education, I think UK has been also at the forefront of that in terms of making sure that there is strategic engagement between India priorities, which have been enshrined in new education policy, which talks about how do we make sure that there is quality education inspired and also implemented within the higher education ecosystem. So to talk about that, I would like to begin by saying that internationalization and systemic improvement are one of the two priorities that we see as an important contributor from our side, from the UK side, to make sure that we bring in to the table when we talk about transnational education, when we talk about mutual recognition of qualification, when we talk about international mobility. I think Professor Jain mentioned about Study in India program. UK has been very, very keen to see outward mobility of UK students to India. And we have very ably partnered with Government of India on Study in India program. We did virtual mobility cohorts of Study in India program last year, which was very successful. And we also have ambitions to make sure that there is continued mobility of students between UK and India. The second dimension is about how do we make sure that there is policy engagement? How do we make sure that there is best practice knowledge transfer that happens so that the workforce that we want for tomorrow has the required skills as well as the experience to talk about and also bring it to the industry floor when they are adaptable towards industry interface. In terms of some of the examples that I can talk about and make sure that we have sort of a case in point is UK India Education Research Initiative has been a program that many of us are aware, and it's in its 15th year now plus, where we have curated institutional as well as individual excellence partnerships in education training and capacity building with Indian institutions and also with UK. Along with that, we've also curated more than 100 research partnerships on some of the very strategic areas like artificial intelligence, machine learning, healthcare, circular economy, and also looking at areas where we see future of collaboration between India and UK. So more than 100 partnerships do say a lot about the commitment and contribution that we want to sort of ensure, and also make sure that we are seen as trusted partners in India's journey towards those ambitions. I also want to talk about another program called Gender Advancement Through Transformative Institutions, which is a gender sort of a balancing program that we have to make sure that there is gender parity, make sure that there is women participation that is seen and also demonstrated within our institutions. So we have that program signed up and collaborated with DST on that, which is also a very gold standard program that we have in UK based on Athena Swan as a model. There are a couple of other examples which also highlight the fact that there is great need for collaboration to address not only the problems and challenges of today, but also prepare ourselves to sort of look at more sustainable and long-term relationships and future ideas for collaboration in research areas. So I'll stop here and probably I'll give it back to Professor Jain to bring me in terms of if there are any other areas that we want to talk about. I do want to speak about transnational education, going global partnerships that we launched recently. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rajin. Now I invite Mr. Vivek Mansukhani, who is Executive Director at International Institute of International Education at New York. Mr. Vivek Mansukhani.
Thank you so much, Professor Jain, and wonderful to meet all you panelists. So yes, although my title says New York, I'm actually based in India, in New Delhi. Our organization, which is Institute of International Education, is headquartered in New York, but we have offices across the world. And as it's easy to realize that the word international is crucial to the very work that we do, and over 102 years, IIE has worked in the area of international exchanges. Now, so far for 102 years, it was mostly exchanges of people, physical exchanges. Now, post-pandemic and in the 21st century, I think the idea is about exchanging ideas, resources, knowledge, and skills. So we at IIE have been partnering with various universities across the world, governments, foundations, corporations, who have the resources to help bridge these gaps and create opportunities for people worldwide. So the pandemic, as we know, has brought to the forefront the digital resources which people can use in terms of accessing internationalization. Over the past few years, we've also been talking about internationalization at home. Only 1% of India's student population actually was able to travel outside of our home country, which is India, to access international education. And the report that IIE brings out every year, which is called Open Doors, and many of you may have access to that, it comes out in November each year, tracks the sort of global mobility of students from India and other countries going to the US and, of course, to other countries. And as we know, India has been the second largest sending country to the US over many, many years, followed only, or rather preceded only by China. And that position continues despite the pandemic. There was indeed a downward slump last year, but this year again, there is an upward trend. There is again a bouncing back of numbers who are going abroad. But that's not always going to be the case. Internationalization always doesn't mean an exchange of bodies and people. It means, as I was just mentioning, an exchange and collaboration. And that's another area we've been working closely over the last 100 years in terms of building international partnerships between universities, between governments and universities, between corporates and foundations also who are interested in promoting higher education projects and programs. So this is something that we're looking forward to do and learning, and the Gujarat education government and other players have shown the road in terms of signing these MOUs, which are going to be crucial in terms of partnerships going forward. And I remember reading Professor Jain's wonderful guidelines on what internationalization can do for us in India. And I appreciate the intent. I appreciate the wonderful thinking that has got on to bringing out the NEP 2020 after so many years. But a word of caution here would be in terms of how long will it take to actually implement all these ideas? And we know that because of such a large and diverse country, it's not always easy to bring everyone together on the same page. So I think initiatives such as this conference, where so many international players are also here, learning from one another, learning from best practices, is going to be the way forward to understanding what are the areas we need to streamline. And your paper, Professor Jain, talks a lot about having international officers at universities, understanding the whole concept of internationalization, what it really means. And also a word of advice to the study in India, colleagues who at EDSIL and others, how can we really make India an attractive destination to attract international students? I know that according to past records, there are only about 50,000 international students who come to India each year, and the target of the Study in India program is to quadruple that to 200,000 by 2025. Now, how easy is that going to be, pandemic or no pandemic? Is India really going to be an exciting place for international students to come and spend 1, 2, or 3 years? And why is it that we're only trying to promote programs such as Indian arts and culture and history and yoga and things like that? What about the hardcore STEM subjects that India is an expert on? What about the IT subjects? What about social sciences? So I think a lot of more thinking can be done, and a lot of other ideas can be exchanged to make India truly a center of receiving students, just as the US has probably become over the years one of the largest receiving students of international students worldwide. So I think, yes, internationalization is here to stay. And it's so great to see the government is finally, brought out its intent in the NEP 2020, and I wish it all luck. And there are partners like us who can share our best practices, our knowledge and skills and resources to help bring that, to fruition even quicker than would have otherwise been possible. Thank you, Professor Jain.
Thank you, Vivek Mansukhani ji. We are also joined by Dr. Fabien, who is a scientific and academic cooperation attaché from France. So I request Dr. Fabien to please share his views.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for giving me the. I'm sorry for I was late to join in. So, what I would like to say about the whole phenomenon of internationalization of education is that, for one thing, I agree with you that pandemic will not stop it. It hasn't stopped it, and it will not, because it corresponds to some sort of fundamental feature of broadly understood communication. What I want to say here is that, based on the example of my own institution, I work at the embassy, but I'm seconded. So my daily job is at Sorbonne University in France, and I'm seconded to have a mission here. But within my university, I participated in some operations regarding internationalization. And what I've noticed, every time it was question about, the question was to how do we welcome students? How do we project our programs abroad? What kind of technology transfer does that require? I noticed that by the time, when the time was true to do it, all the discrepancies between the systems, all the problems that are linked to the evaluation, all of them came to sort of normal. And this is what I want to say here. It's about the standards. What internationalization brings to institutions are some sort of standard. Maybe it's a word that could be viewed negatively, but in fact, here it's a positive word, which means that communication can be established by the time when you experience this, what is implied in international education. I have an example. I was posted in Abu Dhabi for the setup of a foreign campus, French campus in a country that could not be more different than ours. And the real problem was to evaluate the students that were willing to join us, evaluate them in a frame of the French evaluation, which is considered something apart in the world, and which is not, in fact, and which has been transformed with the years. It is something that maybe people are not aware of, that the transformation of the European system of education was started in the 1990s with the Bologna process. And the Bologna process was precisely imposed on the states of the UE for the sake of being more international. And one of the most reluctant countries at that time was France, because we had this system, because we had this language, because somehow a majority of my colleagues felt that this difference should be there and should stay. But in fact, by the magic operation of international cooperations, this progressively was washed away. And the colleagues actually who witnessed the development of this branch campus there in the Emirates progressively became, as researchers internationally known as they were, they became really international people when they were confronted with the difficulties and the solutions and the new improvements that internationalization of education brought to them. So it is a long process. I believe it's a long process, a long transformation, but it's rewardful. And when I see now that France, and I'm finished with that for the moment, is welcoming today 360,000 foreign students on its soil, when I see that the government has set an objective of 500,000 students, international students on the French soil, when I see that India is moving towards the same kind of goal by receiving more students from international, setting branch campuses abroad, I mean, this is something that comes as the positive normal that I've mentioned, which is that we learn to communicate better when we are strategically and at the level of public authorities engaged and involved in this process of international education. This is what I believe, and this is what we try to do in India with our strategies to, at the same time, attract Indian students more to France with, evaluating them, trying to have quality students coming to France, but also by engaging French students to go to India. Because what we learn as well, along with the standards, is the balance. You need standards and balance, otherwise it's not working.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fabian. I'll request the organizers if they have received any questions on the session.
Yes, sir. We have few questions over here. I'll take up the first question. What is the government doing to offer internship and practicals in the field of pharmacy?
Although it's not directly related with internationalization, but a quick response to this is government has developed a portal with the help of AICTE. This portal is available for all types of internships in almost all technical and other non-technical disciplines, where students can enroll, register, and then they can find out which companies are offering internships. So that's facilitating internships even in the pharmacy area.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Another question is, like corporate social responsibility for corporates, a global institutional social responsibility has to be there for universities to support the institutes at developing countries. Can it be made possible?
All right, Rajendra ji would like to take this question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think in terms of the global scenario and, for example, as an example of how bilateral cooperation facilitates the whole idea of transnational education and also furthers opportunities for not only students, career researchers. UK has signed up a roadmap last year. Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Boris Johnson inked UK-India Roadmap 2030. Which was again a testimony to continue the sustained relationship between two large knowledge economies on, let's say, for example, we talked about mutual recognition of qualifications, how you can ensure that the international standards are being recognized within your own country. I think new education policy talks about that, and there is a kind of a recommendation to ease out the regulatory process by which you are able to recognize foreign degrees and also impart foreign degrees in collaboration with international institutions. So this is another way in which you would see that there is seamless integration between not only national institutions, but also they will become benchmarked across best practices internationally. Another area which the roadmap talked about was also how do you see sort of strategic interventions in let's say, gender-based courses, multidisciplinary opportunities for courses. So these are, again, ways in which we feel that UK would be sort of, stepping ahead in terms of matching the ambitions of India in terms of being a destination for global education going forward.
Thank you, sir. Next question. For postdoctoral studies, international mobility is less comparatively because of less number of global opportunities. Why? How can it be enhanced?
I'll give a brief response, and if my colleagues on the dais would like to add further to it. There are a number of postdoctoral fellowships which are being offered by different countries. And we keep on, at University Grants Commission, we keep on posting the information on the UGC website, whether this is for Hungary or for UK or for Fulbright Fellowship for US or for Germany. There are a large number of countries with which we have collaboration, and all the students can, or the interested participants can regularly update themselves by visiting the websites. And I understand my colleagues on the dais, they would like to add further on it.
I would make a comment on this. It's not just the limited postdoctoral opportunities that we are talking about, but at the same time, the students are also very selective about the choice of country and the area of research. But if you really see places like Australia or UK that is represented here, there has been equal participation in postdoctoral opportunities that are picked by the students in the STEM areas, in the arts and liberal studies. Whereas if you think about other European countries or other Asian countries, it has been very selective to one particular domain. So rather than saying that the postdoctoral opportunities are limited, I think when it comes to postdoctoral programs, the students are more rigorous in their choice. But I think we have several opportunities that have come along the way in the recent past here.
Yeah, I think I would like to take a leaf from what Professor said just now. We have a program called Newton Fund, Newton Baba Fund program that we run in collaboration with Department of Science and Technology. And what we have seen is that postdoctoral fellowship is one way of looking at enhancing your skills. Whereas the PhD placements that we do for enhancing the skills and also the level of understanding in the subject matter specifically, we've seen 140 PhD placements happen across UK region, which is also a testimony in terms of how you see postdoctoral not only as a time-bound process, but also a continuous process by which you have those opportunities in various programs that we run.
Would you like to add something?
Yes, please.
I think that that's a really important point. The postdoctoral study and the postdoctoral opportunities are critical, but there are really innovative approaches to collaborative PhD study that integrates experience with industry as well. And I'm thinking about a collaboration with University of Queensland and IIT in Delhi, where they are working on a joint PhD program that integrates industry. Students come out of that program with real experience in having developed a research project that's immediately useful and in which they have opportunity to demonstrate their ability to be able to contribute to industry on graduation.
Yes, please.
I think Dr. Fabian.
Yeah, just one word on that. I think I fully agree with that, as has been said. But I also think that the notion of having a PhD today has to wear the same effects of mass education somehow. And having a PhD today is not exactly the same than having a PhD years before. So opportunities can also be very different. It depends if you want to do a postdoc in research, that would be a full postdoc, and maybe that would match what the comment that was made by the question. But as well, you can find opportunities to actually interim or transit from a status of student to a status of a worker in many cultural institutions, in many different places now, that it may be difficult to put them all on the same board or platform and to know actually what are the opportunities, to weigh them accordingly, because society itself has changed its views on having a PhD. It's very different today.
And just to close that, I completely agree with what you said, sir. I think even the NEP 2020 talks about vocational programs and shorter-term skills-building programs, right? So I think the postdoctoral is not the only area that we could focus on. And having said that, the US has the Fulbright postdoctoral fellowship program opportunities. Those exist. But I think more and more, I think the 21st century skills that are required by younger generation are not going to be focused on 5-year and 7-year PhD and postdoctoral programs, but shorter, more direct vocational and other skills building programs that can help translate into action more quickly.
I think looking at the time constraint, we'll close the panel discussion here. And I'm sure that all the audience must have been greatly benefited by the experience, the views, practices, all inputs which have been shared by my fellow panelists, Ms. Monica Kennedy, Mr. Rajendra Tripathi, Mr. Vivek Mansukhani, Dr. Fabian, and of course, the convener, S.S. Manoharan. I once again thank all the panelists on behalf of the organizer and on my personal behalf, and hand over the session to the convener, Professor Manoharan, to close it.
Thank you, Professor Rajneesh. That was an excellent engagement, hearing from our distinguished panelists. I just want to leave with the case study that is a true representation of how Gujarat government is committed to internationalization. In the recent past, government has endorsed University of Edinburgh to set up Gujarat Biotechnology University. And the mandate has been completely given to University of Edinburgh to plan the structure, the infrastructure, the curriculum, even to the recruitment. And this has been a wonderful flagship program of internationalization. Now, having said that, it's in the verge of completion and GBU is about to be inaugurated shortly. The fact that we need to carry from here in this engagement is the fact that even the UK students are allowed to come and pay in Indian rupees and credit the courses here. I think this is a strategic partnership because often when we go, our students struggle to pay in their own currency. But here is one situation where UK has facilitated the choice for the UK students to come and pay in Indian rupees and to learn and to credit courses. I think this is a beautiful example of ABC. This is an example of how the true internationalization that we are hoping for in the days to come. So having said that, the strategic partnerships in research, teaching, and transfer of knowledge between universities beyond national borders will be the future of higher education. And our NEP emphasis on ABC will definitely pave way for more of these interactions. And lastly, I just want to conclude with the thought that cooperation for competition and competition for cooperation will be the driving force for this internationalization. And this will be the global scenario for the years to come. Thank you so much for joining with us. And I want to thank all the audience for their presence, patience, because we extended beyond the lunchtime, and we want to apologize for the delay. Thank you.
We thank the dignitaries on the dais for their esteemed presence. As a token of gratitude, we would like to present memento to all the dignitaries on the dais. May I request Professor S.S. Manoharan to present the memento to Professor Rajneesh Jain. Yeah. May I request Professor S.S. Manoharan to thank Ms. Monica Kennedy with the memento. Thank you, sir. Now I request sir to present memento to Dr. Fabin. Thank you, sir. May I request sir to present memento to Mr. Rajendra Tripathi. Thank you. May we request sir to present memento to Mr. Vivek Mansukhani. Thank you. Thank you so much, esteemed panelists and the academia and everyone in the audience. Thank you so much. Now we'll take a break for 20 minutes and we'll assemble here again after lunch break. Thank you. One announcement, we have parallel sessions going on. One session is in Noble Dome on inclusive education for children with special needs. And another session is in Auditorium 1. It is on sharing of best practices and roadmap. Thank you. Interested audiences can proceed there.
Good afternoon. We welcome you all in the post-lunch session on skill enhancement, entrepreneurship, and employability, necessary skills for the 21st century. In this session, we have the privilege of inviting the dignitaries, Dr. Sunil Shukla, Director General, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India. He is the convener of the session. Our experts in the session are Mr. Jan Eben, Senior Head, Apprenticeship Division, National Skill Development Corporation. Mr. H.N. Srinivas, Senior Advisor, Tata Indian Institute of Skills. Dr. P.K. Shukla, Vice President, Special Projects, Pidilite Industries Limited. And Mr. M.M. Singh, CEO, International Automobile Center of Excellence. May I request the dignitaries to grace the dais, please? NEP 2020 foresees the development of an enlightened, knowledgeable, and skilled nation. This will be done through changes in higher education, importantly, by focusing on integrating skill with education and expanding access to skill-based knowledge in higher education will enhance the entrepreneurship and so as the global competitiveness of our country. We once again warmly welcome our experts on the dais. May I request Dr. R.M. Jain, Professor Civil Engineering, to welcome Dr. Sunil Shukla, Director General, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, the convener of this session. Dr. R.M. Jain. Thank you very much, sir. May I be allowed to repeat? Dr. Sunil Shukla, Director General, Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India, is the convener for this session. Sir, if you may allow, I would like to hand over the session to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the honor and giving this responsibility of convening this session, which has distinguished speakers. Each one has a lot of experience in the field of skill domain and their various verticals. This session itself is very important because for last couple of years, a lot of emphasis is being given on skill development. We have also seen that a new ministry by the current government has been created in 2014, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Government of India, which has been working in the skilling domain, working with the industry, working with the various parameters for quality packs and NSQF rankings and ratings. A lot of newer traits have been identified for skilling people. In fact, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship has identified about the need for an incremental training for about 110 million people to meet the challenges of 24 sectors under Make in India. And if other ambitious programs of the government if these programs have to succeed, I think the skilling people is very, very important. And therefore, the ministry has, it envisions training about 460 million people by the end of 2022. But of course, during last 2 years, skilling and training has been affected in the country due to the situation beyond our control. It is the responsibility often of educational institutions to prepare people to meet the challenges of the society and developing economy. And therefore, the focus remains on increasing skills and competencies. There are standalone courses as well to develop skills of the people. And while we understand that there is about 70% literacy, over 70% in the country, hardly about 25% people would have attended any courses on skill building or skill development, though it is very, very important. Particularly, it is very important in the current times. We have seen that a set of newer skills have emerged, the technical skills that we are aware, and technology is being considered as an enabler. A lot of newer ventures or newer forms of businesses have emerged. Some people have increased their employability as well, those who are more comfortable in the newer tools, techniques of technology. And these skills are often referred as 21st century skills for the knowledge-based economy. We are very happy that we have our panelists who can throw light, share their experiences on how do we create that knowledge-based economy, strengthen this, and create a trained, skilled workforce which can work on these challenges. We also understand that along with employability, there is also focus of the government on increasing entrepreneurship. I'm glad to tell you that even during the pandemic phase, a lot of newer startups have emerged. Prior to pandemic, hardly we had about 30, 35 unicorns, and the number has gone up substantially. Number has been doubled. The latest figure is about 70 plus. A lot of new forms of businesses, startups have emerged, and unicorns are becoming decacorns, not just $1 billion turnover, but going beyond that and achieving even $10 billion turnovers. Skilling and entrepreneurship is going side by side. Entrepreneurship creates opportunities for employment, and where if people increase their employability, they can get absorbed and they can look for greener pastures. That is important. And currently, not only the government of India, but various state governments also have set up skill development missions. They focus on devising various training programs to skill people. So lots of things are happening, and it is an honor for me to introduce the panel of experts that we have today. Jan Ebben is a senior head at Apprenticeship Division in National Skill Development Corporation, New Delhi. He promotes industry engagement and advises on international best practices in vocational education and training. Before joining NSDC, he worked in Croatia, Bosnia, a lot of international experience Mr. Ebben has, where he advised on mobilizing employers for apprenticeships, developing coordination structures in chambers of commerce and industry, writing training standards for banking, IT, and retail, as well as on secondary school law reform. I'm sure that, sir, you will be able to bring international perspectives on skilling domain in the country. Mr. Srinivasan, Senior Advisor, Tata Skills Project, TIIS, experienced consultant with a demonstrated history of working in the philanthropy industry, skilled in HR consulting, deferred compensation, HR policy, sourcing, performance management, strong professional with a Bachelor in Science, Law, MSW, Masters in Law, focus in industrial relations, industrial law, personnel management from Bangalore University. A lot of insights that he has, specifically importance of skilling, training, development within the HR domain. We have Mr. Pankaj Kumar Shukla, who is PhD in fiber optic technology from IIT BHU, Varanasi. has more than 23 years of rich experience in the corporate world in senior management role in various capacities like systems and engineering services, knowledge management, information technology, HR, and currently heading CSR of Pidilite Group. We have Mr. Nitesh Shanbag, Chief Risk Officer at NSDC since April 2020. He is not here. Okay. Okay. We move on to you. Mr. Singh. Mr. M.M. Singh is here and is Chief Operating Officer at Maruti Suzuki India Limited, Gurugram, and leads the production vertical there. His leadership led to the production of high-quality cars which were exported to EU, Latin America, and Middle East, and topping CSI and appeal ratings in India. He is also the chairman of SIAM, Society of Automobile Engineers, Logistics, co-chairman of FICCI, Manufacturing National Committee, and chairman of CII North Manufacturing Committees. And I'm told that the Center of Excellence created at Maruti, which he anchors, it is worth visiting, worth seeing, and worth learning from that. With this, I would like to start with Mr. Ibn. Maybe your opening remarks with a focus on international perspectives on skilling domain and what India can learn and how can we introduce best practices, what are the challenges, and what is your advisory for that?
Thank you, Professor Shukla. And also thanks again for the introduction. It explains why the topic today is dear to my heart, having spent myself 7 years in higher education and 11 years in technical and vocational education and training. Technical vocational education training. TVET is the term that the UNESCO has coined to denote what commonly is referred to as skilling in India. But the skilling maybe is a little bit of a narrow conception because there is a lot around it in terms of competences, cognition, and so forth. I want to focus on the vocationalization of higher education as a very strongly emerging trend, also a debate and a subject that is oftentimes contested. The separation between higher education and vocational education is due back that the two have different roots and different functions. The university is there to expand knowledge, to create new knowledge through research and teaching, whereas technical vocational education is there specifically to train a particular person for work in a specific occupation. So that's a fundamental difference, and it makes for the fact that there are two worlds, but nonetheless, there is a need for vocationalization of higher education, and that refers to the inclusion of skills and competences into a higher education curriculum. The goal for it is employability, which means giving a person the attributes that are necessary for employment, or at least for the first employment after studies. And in India, this has been recognized in the NEPs, first time back in 1986, but now it was re-emphasized again in the current NEP of 2020. In my own country, Germany, the relationship between vocational education and higher education is a more peaceful one, not a contested one. There is a tradition of vocationalization, and this goes back to three landmarks. The first one would be the so-called work study, which came in actually during World War I. And during World War I, there was a scarcity of labor in the wartime economy, and the government wanted to encourage students to go to work. So they worked part-time, studied part-time, and as a side effect, it was discovered that this is a very beneficial setup. In the 1970s, there was an emergence of an academic institution which came to be known as University of Applied Science, with a very practical curriculum and also with the goal to curate the students when they are through with their studies to be ready for employment. So this became quite popular, and then is a third initiative, and I want to, it also goes back to the 1970s, explain this in a little bit more detail, very interesting with, I think, also implications for India. It is the dual university. The dual university was founded in the state of Baden-Württemberg, the southwestern state in Stuttgart, by major industries like Mercedes and Robert Bosch. The reason why they did that is because they wanted to give the most talented of their apprentices, and you need to know that about 2/3 of an age cohort of school leavers goes into apprenticeship in Germany rather than into higher education. So they wanted to give their most talented junior staff, the apprentices, an opportunity to also pursue a course in higher education. And this small initiative, which was also supported by the local Chamber of Commerce and Industry, has today emerged into the largest state university. It has more than 30,000 students. It has 12 campuses. And it may even be compared to large state university models in the United States. The thing here is that these students in the dual university are at the same time apprentices with their companies. Originally with Bosch and with Mercedes, now we have many companies that are participating in this. And to give you just some numbers on this, and this is a study that was done by the German Federal Institute of Vocational Education and Training in 2004. There are 512 courses. Now we have 1,592 courses. So the amount of courses that are offered under the system have tripled, and similarly have almost tripled the number of students enrolled, as well as the number of companies or establishments that are participating in it. What are the subjects that are taught in these dual universities? They are typically business administration, management, engineering, and IT. So if you count these two together, that's already 80 to 90% of all courses. And what apprenticeship courses and qualifications are they connected with in this dual system of studies? It's the industrial mechanic, the mechatronic, IT specialist, industrial clerk, and office manager. So what you see here is that you have a combination of technical subjects with managerial job roles, or vice versa. I was thinking of, when I think of this, we spoke about holistic higher education in one of our earlier sessions, and we looked at holistic meaning that it is interdisciplinary. But it could also be, of course, holistic, be not just interdisciplinary, but go across educational sectors and go even further by holistically combining the world of education and the world of work. And I think this is done very well in this example. I want to come to conclusions and implications for India. The dual university comes under two basic models. Whereas under one model, you have, and this is the model one, you have the apprenticeship with a degree course. The chief organizers are companies, employers, or establishments. And the characteristic here is that the apprenticeship takes precedence over the university course. The status of the participating candidate is that of being an apprentice, but he's given the opportunity to pursue a university education at the same time. And you compare this now to the second variant, the degree course plus apprenticeship, which is organized by universities of applied science and academies. The apprenticeship, or the student is asked to procure an apprenticeship for himself, for herself. If that is not possible, it may exceptionally be substituted by an internship. The student main relationship is that of being a student that is having a contractual relationship with the university. for India. There are also these two possible models, but I think it is obvious that for a country which has a strong apprenticeship tradition like Germany has, the first model where the organizer is the establishment, the company, where the main role is that of an apprentice, and where then the university course is added. For such a country like Germany, this would be the more preferable model, whereas for a country like India or for any other country where the main educational pathway is through higher education, the second model where the organizer is the university would be the more preferred one. I think the way forward is under the NEP, under the development of vocationalization to encourage degree apprenticeship and BVOC programs in this country. I represent the National Skill Development Corporation here and would therefore like to add, and they can go on to the last slide actually. I would like to add that the design of integrated curricula, university curricula and apprenticeship curricula is actively assisted by the National Skills Development Corporation and the sector skill councils, and also that financial assistance is available from the Government of India. There are 3 relevant programs: the National Apprenticeship Training Scheme, NATS, the National Employment Enhancement Mission, NEAM, and the National Apprenticeship Promotion Scheme, which is administered by the NSDC NAPS. I do also want to invite you to join for a follow-up session to this, which will come tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, where we'll go into a little bit of further detail and it'll be more technically oriented about these programs and how a university or a college can go about engaging in setting up a vocationalized university course. So that will be tomorrow. Now I think I need to yield to the convener and also to the next speaker, but I do thank you for your interest and attention.
Management, and we are thankful to you that you are sharing your knowledge with India, with NSQF, NSDC for helping our students. We'll come to you again to know more about your views on this. But in the meantime, Mr. Srinivasan, I would like to come to you. Tata Group is known for prioritizing skill building. Probably they believe in the philosophy of building people for building businesses. I will not hesitate in telling that. Moreover, you are from HR background. So I would like to know from you the philosophy behind skill development initiatives which are going on within the group and your specific views on HR, how HR can prioritize skill development, training, grooming, leadership, team building for preparing not just employable people, but also promoting entrepreneurship within the organization like entrepreneurship and those who want to start their own enterprise outside, not necessarily from your people. So what are your views and what we can learn from the rich experiences that you have? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen who are assembled here. It's so interesting that he mentioned about Tata's being interested in skill and people development in their organization. Our founder, Jamshedji Tata, when he was traveling across the country in 1895, wanting to set up a steel mill, because he thought that steel is an important prerequisite for any nation-building activity, he chose a location which is come to be known as Jamshedpur today. It was the deep jungles of Bihar. When he was traveling in interior parts of Bihar, he could see only tribal settlements, and they were the people available in that region. So he decides to get the first set of consultants from UK for steel making those days. Everything had to be imported, including technical know-how and expertise. And the two set of consultants he brings from London are not metallurgists, steel making experts, structural management experts, but two Fabian sociologists called Dr. and Mrs. Sidney and Beatrice Webb to conduct a social audit in the deep jungle tribal settlements and guide us in hiring those children, tribal children, to Tata Steel and establishing a skill school in Jamshedpur, Tata Steel, and training them to become employees of Tata Steel. I'm talking about 1890-95. The skilling journey in Tata's began those days. And the next important skilling project he took up as the Tata Steel project was becoming, much more matured. He wanted to establish a science and technology research institute in India. There was nothing like that. No training was given in technical skills and engineering. He realized that is a major gap. We can't think of nation building without expertise, without competent, skilled technical people. So he was traveling all across India, meeting up with the royal families of those kings and princes those days, begging them for some land and some money. There was a saintly looking person in Calcutta who guided him. Why don't you go to these locations? Your dream will get fulfilled. Because everybody else laughed at him and he said it's a British colony and Paraya children. How will they learn engineering, technical expertise and all that you're dreaming? That will never happen here. So he traveled all the way to Mysore, met Mysore Maharaja, and Maharaja of Mysore took very, very favorably to this and he got excited. It's a noble thought. You want to build scientific and technical expertise, skilling among the youth of India. North side of Bangalore is all our land. As much as you want, you can fence it and start building this institute, which is today's Indian Institute of Science. And the person who guided him is none other than Swami Vivekananda in Calcutta. So we go back as a passion, as a commitment to the nation, skilling as a forerunner. It is in the forefront of all business enterprise that we have undertaken. See, if you critically examine the skilling landscape in India, see that particularly after the NSDC was set up and also the Ministry of Skill Development has been formed, there are two facets, couple of reality facets come to your light. And this has not yet matured in terms of the people involved in the ecosystem properly integrating it. Number one is there are multiple stakeholders. People are running skilling institutes, people who are job seekers, trainers, Government of India, and various state governments, NGOs who are running skilling institutes, and employment demand generators, people who provide jobs, companies. So each one of them have their own needs and requirements specifically from the people who get skilled and come on to their organizations. And have we integrated all this is a question mark. Some effort has been made, I'll admit that, and it is progressing well. That is one important reality facet. The other important reality facet is the present condition of the industrial training institutes across the country. And the third reality facet we need to accept is the resource commitment that is coming from various, all this is improving, all this is improved. I'm not saying, coming from various state governments and also Government of India to run skilling institutes. And the most important reality facet we need to know is, as of 4 years ago, some 36 lakhs, that is 3.6 million, 3.6 to 3.8 million were getting skilled in skilling institutes in India, out of which a study revealed that only about 27% were billable. In other words, could be directly recruited and appointed for the roles for which they have been certified to perform. That is a plumber who passes out of a ITI, let us say in an interior part of Shivamogga in Karnataka or a Satara in Maharashtra. He has got a certificate. He can be hired as a plumber and immediately a job can be given. That category, it consisted of only 27%. The balance 73% had to undergo the training once again. They had a certificate, but they needed to go through training comprehensively once again. So the inadequacy of infrastructure in skilling institutes, inadequacy of trainers, inadequacy of teaching, training, material, curriculum, inadequacy of tie-up with industry, inadequacy of on-the-job training and lab training. All this contributes to where we are in the skilling journey. But a lot of progress has been achieved in the last 3-4 years, thanks to the imagination and the dream of the current Prime Minister when he launched Skill India and also Make in India. So, while Skill India focuses on building livelihoods given the enormous demographic advantage we have, Make in India focuses on advanced skills. We are establishing as Tatas, to answer your question, sir, in Ahmedabad, a campus called Indian Institute of Skills. That is the next big thing Tatas are doing after Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Indian Institute of Science, some of these educational institutions. This will be the next big thing we are doing, where in advanced technology for manufacturing to begin with, we will take up services immediately thereafter. We are bringing in the best of expertise available in the world. We have already done MOUs with companies like Siemens, Schlumberger, Schneider Electric, Toyota, Fanuc, and Festo of Germany, SMC of Japan. We have tied up with about 15 internationally best organizations to look at transforming assembly lines, assembly line automation, digital electronics, digital manufacturing. These are some of the courses we will be offering, mechatronics and electronics and electrical systems and electric cars and the corresponding skilling that is required. And these are some of the things that we will be focusing on in the institute that we are setting up in Ahmedabad. And of course, we will be taking up service sector skills and gems and jewelry as the second phase. Parallelly, we are exploring even that. And this institute, the work has already begun. Now, in so far as the skilling issues are concerned, if you look at the large canvas, there are certain specific role systems that have been unleashed. They are all getting very active. And these are all spinning, according to me, as free spinning wheels. They are not properly coordinated. Their coordination journey has begun. One is all about mobilization. Somebody was mentioning in the morning session, what kind of job suits me? What is the kind of career I should pursue is a big question among the youth of India. And very clear, convincing answer is not coming forth from educational institutions. Not many. Some are doing. That to answer a young boy after he passes his SLC, this is the course you should take up. You should become a plumber. You should become a cook. You should become a retail assistant. You should join hospitality industry, airline industry. Somebody, through some mechanism, identifying him, bringing such youth into the right skill training is one important engagement. If you look at German example, like he was mentioning, Germany, Switzerland, Japan, even Singapore. In fact, I studied Singapore model so comprehensively. They have a labor market information system. Sitting today here, 5 years from now, what are the 270 trades and job roles and how many people they require in Singapore for advancing their economy as per their planning, strategic planning? They have the numbers. They have developed certain algorithms and they have perfected tools which tell you these are the numbers we require in these skills 5 years hence, 10 years hence. So a labor market information system has not been perfected in India. Journey has begun. Again, I mean, a lot of people are working. I compliment them and congratulate them, but still we don't have. That's a big gap. And once you have it, the first mobilization issue gets addressed. Then curriculum development and content creation. That's a big, big vacuum. We need to have experts in curriculum development, creating content, L1, L2, L3, L4, and delivering training courses, very convincingly, competency assessment, some of these things, we don't have the exacting expertise in the country. It is, again, it's being onboarded. We want to do that in Indian Institute of Skills project, and we are working on that. And number 3, training the trainers and making competent trainers available. Extremely important. Shortage of trainers. Number 4, examination authority. Evaluating skills is different from somebody writing an examination, sitting in a hall and securing a score. How do you assess and evaluate the skill accurately to meet the exacting international standards? A plumber who is evaluated by this institution should be able to get a job in either Australia, Singapore, America, or anywhere else, in England or Germany. How do we bring that rigor in our assessment, evaluation, examination, certification? Who are the certifying agencies who are doing this? This kind of world-class evaluation, examination, assessment. And then lastly, the facilitating employment opportunities, like the title of today's subject, employment, entrepreneurship for 21st century, building bridges for 21st century. What is the work involved in that facet of activity? So these are all the 4 or 5 free spinning wheels, as I put it. Lot of work is going on, but they're all not aligned to each other in a manner that they harmoniously coordinate, integrate, and generate motion. If wheels are free spinning, it's like an accelerated vehicle mounted on a jack. Movement is not there. You know, speedometer is showing a certain this thing, and fuel is being consumed. There is a lot of every 100 new jobs. 75 roughly are in the service sector and 25 are in the manufacturing sector. And the 25 is becoming lesser and lesser. 25 is becoming 23, 23 is becoming 20 because of advancements in science and technology, rapid advancements, and its ever speedier application for production and distribution of goods and services. The productivity improvement has become a main theme for companies, and per employment and per unit capital, the employment that they generate, and per unit capital, the employment that gets generated is taking a beating. So jobs are getting gradually reduced as productivity improves. What was required to run a project, you know, about 20 years ago, 200 people, the same project runs today with about 50 people or 75 people. So in manufacturing, that kind of automation is happening. However, it is very important, particularly in the light of Make in India initiatives that Prime Minister has announced and is implementing, automation and advancements and technology implementation and application and developing competencies in this field in advanced manufacturing is a must. And our first primary focus will be on this in Tata Indian Institute of Skills. And in Tata's, it has been a journey of building national institutions. We hope to do a good job in this institute also. And thank you for this opportunity you gave me. Thank you for all who assembled here, who patiently heard me. Thank you. And any questions are there, we'll take up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's an enormous contribution of the group in for the society and the country. And World Trade Organization, one of their observations is that if India focuses on skill development and training, it can increase its GDP by 3 to 5%. And I'm sure what you were telling, that integration, coordination of various skills, making systematic and strategic attempts, and the vision that your Institute of Skills in Gandhinagar has, I'm sure by and large, we'll be able to address that bridge gap. Okay. Thank you very much. Moving on to Dr. Shukla. Dr. Shukla belongs to Pidilite Industries, a group which is known for its innovative skills, not only the product that he has or offers, but also the way publicizes the product, its advertisements. Very well known, very popular, and people keep on waiting for newer editions of your, newer series of your advertisements. Dr. Shukla, he himself has a lot of insights, particularly the skills pertaining to the new knowledge-based economy. And therefore, I would like to ask him that how can we focus on building skills for the new knowledge-based economy, and what is the role of innovation in it, and how can we encourage that? Your views are very, very important. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Shukla, sir. Let me start, as you asked me about the innovation. So the key element of the Pidilite Industries is actually innovation. Because if you see our the entire profile of the company, a lot of people, they don't know we are having 4,500 products. Large number of the products, Fevicol and Fevikwik, Dr. Fixit, M-Seal, it goes into the various industry where the actual, the carpentry, plumber, mason, they are using it. And good part is you don't see anything. When we talk about this company, so you don't see any product because products are actually inside and still very fancy. So the one element, what you rightly touched upon, Shukla sir, is our innovation. The way we innovate and the way we innovate the entire product line, as well as the innovation at the time of recruitment, as well as our influencer. So these two elements innovation. Now come to our second phase, those who are actually our influencer. So the influencer, when we talk about, so the carpenter, the plumber, mason, electrician, all these things are our influencer. We have every city, we have a clubs across country and many countries outside of India also. So these clubs, what we call it, Fevicol Champions Club. We call it M-Seal Club. We call it Dr. Fixit Club. So they are the people, they actually, in the market, when a plumber is actually going to a house and where the housewife is there, and he is coming up with the example, like, for example, we have, say, for example, M-Seal. And M-Seal is actually when the pipe is broken in the sink and then he has to apply. So many times what happen, the wives are there, they are alone, especially into these metro cities. They want the plumber should finish the job and then he should go away. And the same time plumber is saying, no, I have to, your surface is wet and I have to make it complete dry, then I have to apply. And then we have this forum where our people, they continuously meet them. So why not to design a product which should actually work on the wet surface? So then the M-Seal, wet seal has come up. Similarly, for so inside the organization, innovation is promoted. Outside of the organization, there is a forum, there is a club. So they are also promoting the innovation, and we together sit and then we decide, what is to be the strategy of the company. So these are the, since the very direct question from Shukla sir was that how you control the innovation. So this is the way, the two level we control the innovation. There is a huge things. When we'll get some time, we can share with you. But this is what my say. Thank you.
Very interesting. In fact, I'm tempted to ask you, since you have been highlighting innovations, a lot of people say that innovation is very risky. My take on this is that if you are not innovative, probably that poses greater risk. So what has been your philosophy within the organization and anything that you have to offer in this regard?
Yeah, again, I'll take one example. Like, for example, we have, say, Fevicol, and we have now the Fevicol, which is a water resistance Fevicol, which is known as the Marine, Fevicol Marine. So now what we have, which is pretty costly. So what we have seen, wherever you apply the Fevicol, it's definitely there is a water. And the earlier Fevicol was not very good on that. So once we introduced then there was always in the back of the mind that this may fail, because this is, the cost is very high, and then the research has, a lot of research has gone into this. And you'll not believe, now slowly the old Fevicol market share is taken over by the Fevicol Marine. So initially there was a risk, but at the same time, similarly, the M-Seal. So M-Seal, Wet Seal has taken over the entire market share. So this is the way, this is a thing which we see into the students. When we go to the campus and we see how much that guy is innovative, and also entrepreneurship is there. We'll say, okay, fine, this much X amount we'll give it to you. You have to completely manage the shop floor, starting from the research to the manufacturing, and even going to the market, and sometimes sitting in the account and seeing the balance sheet, and then also seeing the market collection. So the complete chain he has to see, see, and then, see how it works. So we don't hire just a scientist, we don't hire just a manufacturing person, we don't hire salesperson, we want everything. And that is we see at the time of recruitment, that the guy is actually entrepreneur. He should be able to do the things like his own self-business. We will provide the fund, but at the same time, he has to do everything.
Very good. Very interesting. So entrepreneur is also employable in your company at least. That's great. Sir, Maruti has been ruling the Indian roads for several decades, not only within country, but even number of countries, large number of countries that you have exported. And quality orientation, quality focus, probably one hallmark has been there. Mike, I'm curious to know, how do you build the culture of quality within the organization, and quality orientation as a skill, how it increases employability, and what is your take on it, and what we should be doing to make our employees, our youth, quality conscious, quality oriented, and impact making, so that their employability also increases. Yes, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before going to the main subject, let me introduce myself again, because, sorry, Shukla Sahab, I am executive advisor in Maruti now, because I've headed manufacturing for almost a decade as a chief operating officer of Maruti, and my whole tenure of 35, almost 40 years, I've worked in manufacturing only. I started with Telco, that is presently Tata Motors, then Tata Steel also, Mr. Sinos, I worked. And Maruti from 1983, so you can say almost 40 years now in Maruti also. And when I think Mr. Shukla has talked about the quality part, before that, I just want to give you some little bit about the manufacturing as a whole, because once you look at the manufacturing, then the concept will be more clear how, as a company like us, particularly if I talk about Maruti Suzuki India Limited, how Maruti is where it is today, and from last, you can say, more than 40 years, because I still recall in 1983-84, when Maruti started, we started with 40,000 cars in a year. And gradually, today, we are in a position to go more than 2 million car, or looking for 30 million, the 3 million car in coming times. And also, the upgradation, the technology transformation, the way the quality has gone, and I think some of you must have seen in the newspaper also, recently now, almost in a financial year, in a calendar year now, our export has also gone more than 200,000. How it has happened, because this is the culture. And I think what the Maruti has done with the last 3 decades, more than 3 decades in India, is developing a manufacturing culture. That is very important, you have to understand, because normally and it is not, when we talk about the manufacturing culture, let me tell you very clearly, it is not confined only to our own soft floor practices that we are doing it, but we look at the complete supply chain. When you talk about our suppliers, and also look at our dealership, I'm talking about from complete ecosystems, how we are addressing it. And this is the key, the success of Maruti today. And presently, because you'll be surprised to look at the role and the vision that our leaders, our top management has, that when I was superintending from Maruti and having such a strong understanding on the manufacturing, the task given to me was, can we now develop, start looking at our supplier also. And proudly, I can tell you today, I'm connected with more than 800 auto component suppliers pan-India. And in 2010, 11, I think it was 2011 when our today's Prime Minister was in CM in Gujarat. And that time, when we signed our agreement, I was also part of that agreement signing. Myself and my MD was there. There, this concept of whole culture, developing the manufacturing culture as a whole, how it can be implanted in Gujarat also. That was the vision. And presently, when going for the ISE, that is International Automotive Center of Excellence, is also one of the vision of our Prime Minister. He told me very clearly, I'll tell you in Hindi, एक global center बनना चाहिए, जिसमें कि गुजरात में manufacturing का ऑटो और manufacturing का culture develop. So that was the vision of our Prime Minister. And based on that, then I'll just upon the quality culture, how it changes. I'll give you just a figure that can give you what is happening and what is happening in the industry today. The industry, most of the defects, when you talk about, you'll be surprised, 80%, more than 80% defect of the product or the process defect that you get because of the two factors. One is people are not adhering what is required to be done, whether you talk about the operator or supervisor or manager. Second is the new worker. And I think there, again, I'll talk about the vision that Skill India program has come. Because, the intents, because maybe a company like us where we actually have the muscles, we can go for going for a different level of people also. But look at the 80-85% of the industry today. And fortunately for me, again, I'll tell you, sir, because I've headed, I chaired some of the ITIs also. I know the ground reality, what is being taught, how it is being taught, how much the people, I think Mr. Srinivasan touched upon that subject very categorically. They see how much people who are coming out from the ITIs, are they really employable? They are not. And I think the figure, we all know what is the scenario. And it is not only the basic training I'm talking about. Also require is the behavioral part of the training. How you should go and behave in industry. I think that these are the soft skills. Because till and until, and Marti, what we did from day one. As a manager, I'll tell you, I was the manager of the shop, and my JMD, joint MD of our company, he used to sweep the shop floor with ourselves. So nobody will come. We will not get a sweeper here. Let us sweep the floor out. Let us clean the floor ourselves. That is the culture. All are equal. Everything is equal. See, those are the things has to be developed. As a manufacturing culture, till and until we are not, because somewhere, till and until as an operator, as a workman, if I don't have, or as a employee of the company, if I don't owe the company, things are not going to work. Actual change in the companies and the country is going to come when I owe it. I owe my country, I owe my company. And you'll be surprised, sometimes I always say, I owe Maruti. Everything that gives anything bad happens to Maruti, it gives me a lot of pain. So that is the culture has to be developed. And I proudly, I can tell you, that culture is there, sir, in Maruti. That's what Maruti is today. Maruti has to this level because of that. Because till and until you are not, and it is not only going for giving the training is going to help you. No. Nothing. Training is one part. Yes, it is very important. But till and until you are not showing that concept of equality among yourself, you are not showing that participative management. We talk about, because when I talk in the conferences, people always say, do really what you talk is being implemented on the shop floor? I say it is possible. And I have devised a system of my own where I say production management system. And that system is globally recognized because whatever is being talked is being practiced. It is very important, you have to understand that. And what we are trying to do in ISC today. And I'll just touch upon, sir, I'll take another 5 minutes just to touch the ISC part, because ISC is in Gandhinagar. What we are trying, our own experience, with the vision of the Prime Minister, with the vision of our top management, what we are trying to do in ISC is trying to give the same culture. Trying to give, because the task that has been given to us is train the trainers. I think Mr. Srinivasan touched upon that subject. What is our job is, as the International Automotive Center of Excellence, train all the trainers of diploma engineering colleges, ITI schools in Gujarat. Similarly, employability, other part, which is very sensitive. And what is happening in the country today, and I'll give you a very feel about some of the colleges, because I had interaction with some of the vice chancellors. They say, yaar, I'm saying, padhate to hum mechanical engineering, ladke jate hain IT mein. People doesn't want to go to mine manufacturing. Why? This is a question I'm supposed to ask. No? Because when we are looking at a country where we want the manufacturing has to contribute such a high level, going for 20-25% of GDP one day and giving the whole turnaround what is killing India is talking about. if the things are, how the things are going to change. The center like us, we are going to impart that. I tell you, our commitment to Gujarat is we are going to impart, will make the people who are going to see their employability has to be 100%. Whether it is engineer, diploma engineer, also the academia. I'll just upon the last part is the academia part, where we have some tie-ups already, and we are trying, because see, the important is if you want the manufacturing has to scale up in the country, the most important aspect for you will be, please have the specialists in your colleges. Go for the sector excellence. Yes, it is important, but look at the utilization. How much utilization you are able to do those center of excellence. Just putting the center of excellence, putting the money is not going to help you. Somebody has to be really specialist of those subjects also. If these are the changes you brought in, then actual manufacturing culture or the quality culture, what the Prime Minister is looking at, make in India, proud India, I think those things are going to happen in the country. Thank you very much.
You talked of something which is very important, the soft skills. I think whenever we talk of skills, often we refer to technical skills. But I fully agree with you that soft skills are very, very important on the shop floor to create the work culture, to create the bonding within the workforce. I think that is very, very important. If we have time, I would quickly be tempted to ask a question to each one of you. Yes, sir. Soft skills. Please go ahead. Yeah. But something on entrepreneurship, if you can also touch that, how this helps entrepreneurship.
I'll just take 2 minutes.
Please.
Soft skills like the last speaker very brilliantly highlighted. It is the most critical. It is 50% skill. Let me tell you that. See, attitude, commitment, passion, a sense of ownership in what he is doing. You see, if that is not built into the culture of work, if that is not ingrained in the minds of youngsters, this is my country, I'm passionate about contributing something to my company, to my country, to my department. Come what may, I'll stretch, I'll take risk, I'll feel empowered. I'll go out of the way and do this to please my customer in a hotel industry or an airline industry. I'll break the rules. As long as my customer is delighted and says, wow, only Taj can do this, or Jet Airways can, Indigo can do this, Air India, whatever. The thing is he committed to creating that experience for the customer? Eventually, what you deliver as an outcome of your business is the experience. Product quality is the experience. So soft skills is extremely necessary. We had a detailed method of imparting soft skills in Taj Hotels. Lot of emphasis. We had defined cultural credos, soft personality, grooming. Some of these things took a lot of importance. Number one. Number two, on entrepreneurship. See, entrepreneurship is inherent in the DNA of people of this country. See, if you look at what was happening in India 300 years ago, it is only entrepreneurship. You see, I use a carpenter in Bangalore who is from Rajasthan, who is an illiterate, who is a left-hand thumb impression person, who has done interiors for 5-star hotels in Taj, the likes of which they were all stunned when they come and see the kind of interiors that have been done. They ask me which international interior design agency you hired. We would like to know. When I said this is Ravi Jangir from Junjunu, they're stunned. He is not able to speak his language, their language. He speaks only Hindi. So you take Banarsi silk weavers in the outskirts of Banaras. You take this carpenter, you take plumbers from Orissa, you take cooks from Udupi. See, they're not qualified, but they do an outstanding job. So being entrepreneurs is a inherent part of our culture. But what is important in today's world is we need to give them 3 facets of training. One is the financial understanding, financial management, governance, a little bit of training for them is a must. And people are doing it through NSDC and all that. Some efforts have been made, number one. And number two, we need to cultivate a bit of managerial bandwidth. If they have some 20 people working under them, they should know how to manage these 20 people, their performance, the organization structure, some fundamentals of managing. This is required. And number 3 and most important is market access. Market access is so important. When we started a rehabilitation program with Banarsi silk weavers, the first thing we said is we went and told them, we will buy whatever you are producing as Banarsi silk saris for the next 2 years.
Thank you.
And all the saris that you see worn by receptionists in Taj hotels are all coming under the CSR program we launched in Banaras.
Thank you, thank you.
So
thank
that
you.
is
Very interesting. Very quickly, sir, in 1 minute, NSDC's views on soft skill and entrepreneurship. 1 minute each. We don't have much time. Already I have got a slip from the organizers. Yes.
See, entrepreneurship itself is a soft skill. So it is something we see the technical side of entrepreneurism, how to make a business plan and all these things that can be learned and that can be trained, but that's not the spirit of entrepreneurism. So entrepreneurism is something like all the other soft skills that cannot be trained so much as it has to be learned, and it has to be learned because it is social, it has to be learned in a community.
Right.
Yeah? So therefore it is totally different from the domain-specific skills that make a plumber. It is super important.
Very important.
And I think there should be a mandatory element of entrepreneurism, soft skill, on top of any training course that there is. Yeah, as a module, but it's something that is deeply ingrained in it, but it doesn't help. So soft skills and entrepreneurism is something that is encultured and cannot be taught in the classroom.
Thank you,
Yeah?
thank you, thank you. Singh Saab, anything that you want to add?
I think I
in
have
a
already
sentence?
covered.
Already you have
Yeah,
done?
thank-
You also talked about entrepreneurship being encouraged.
Yeah, I think very important point, as Singh Saab also said, and then Mr. Srinivas also said, is what we do actually, I can share with you. A program for learning is there, always you'll find, but the program for unlearn is also very important. So because many times your past background, your past experience, many times is holding you to not come up with the something, some idea which is very important for an entrepreneurship kind of program. So that is something which we tried, and then a kind of the module, and then we found it's very it's yielding very good result. So that's what.
Thank you, thank you. Let me just quickly sum it up. I think a lot of interesting discussions we had on importance of skilling in the country, not just domain-specific skilling, but also the soft skills. And it has to be practiced by the organizations. I mean, and it has to come from within. Then only we will be able to encourage employability and also entrepreneurship, which is the hallmark for economic development of the country or any economy. So thank you very much. Do we have any questions from anyone else? Do we have time? 1 or 2 questions can we take, or we hand it over to you?
Sir, we have just one question.
Yeah, that's
if we
fine.
can quickly take it up. Yeah. How the organization builds the strong culture among different cultures of different employees of different cultures.
Let me request Mr. Singh to attempt this question.
You know, at the end of the day, what normally we say the Maruti culture. So similarly, it is irrespective of from where you are and what you are doing, what type of background you have, the organization has to build up its own culture. Even being a Japanese company and our collaboration with the Japan, but you know, we say Maruti ways. This is the way the industry goes. And I think if you practice the same thing, things are going to work for you also tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I hand it over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. That was a very informative and insightful session. We would now like to thank all the experts on the dais. I would request Dr. Sunil Shukla to please do the honors. We would like to present the memento to Mr. Jan Eben. Next, we thank Mr. M.M. Singh. We would like to present a memento to Dr. P.K. Shukla. And last but not the least, we present a memento to Mr. H.N. Srinivas.
So much.
Thank you very much. Please bear with us for a few moments while we prepare for our next session on digital empowerment and ICT enablement. We will begin shortly. Thank you.
No, she mentioned about you. We'll meet. But today asked me to wait. I said, we don't give some time. No, it's very dynamic. Yeah. Nice to meet you, sir. Yeah, I think we'll here, sir. Next week, I'm here. Yeah, our chairman has written a book, Mr. Chandrasekharan, called Digital India. Okay. He says the biggest issue that we need to address in all social sector programs.
Digital technology has an essential role to play in education sector. It has greatly impacted the management and governance of the institutions. The education through digital technology is accessible to everyone and is affordable and imperative in these times.
Next time we'll meet you. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, sir.
It's heartening to see our experts interacting with each other.
I was there. How long you are here?
May we begin with our next session, Digital Empowerment and ICT Enablement. May I take the privilege to invite the convener, Dr. K.S. Das Gupta, Director, DAA IICT Gandhinagar. Sir, kindly grace the dais. May I invite Dr. Suryakant Gupta, Scientific Officer, IPR IC Engineering, Gandhinagar. Thank you very much. May I request Dr. Mihir Shah to welcome our convener of this session, Dr. K.S. Das Gupta, with a memento. May we have a round of applause, please? Thank you. May I request Dr. Manish Thakkar to welcome Dr. Suryakant Gupta. Thank you. May I request the convener, Dr. K.S. Das Gupta, to take over this session, please?
Good afternoon. I know, it's a fag end of the day. I got one chit from the organizer that I should finish it between, by 15, within 15 minutes, 15 to 20, if I am correct. Definitely, this, Vibrant Gujarat program where academic institute interaction is there, maybe more, it is important to have an interaction with the foreign delegates and institutes representative. But I'm first very thankful to the organizer to, give us this opportunity. And we have one with us, Dr. Suryakant, and he is from IPR. So I will not, we will try to finish it in 15 minutes, correct? I will not take much time, but the topic is very relevant and very apt. It is called Digital Empowering, Empowering and ICT Enablement. And the most important point is, I believe it is an information-centric society, and information-centric society needs digital empowering. You can look the problem in a different way. One is for the, the modern days, academic institutes are becoming more, it's called digital campus, and it is called the students' interactions, and to students, engagement is more virtual than real, as it happens in a pandemic situation now. In addition to that, there is one more important part of digital empowering is basically for the citizenship, for enhancing citizens to become part of the, to develop information society. The most important point is that information society we cannot avoid. Information society needs digital empowering. And there is a saying, when there is an avalanche, you cannot be static, you have to continue, you have to move. So each of us has to be empowered. But when we get empowered, there can be two types of empowerment. One is we are the users of the digital systems, we are the users of internet. Another is we participate and we try to make sure that how we can exploit, how we can innovatively use the digital systems. Having said this, since time is less, I would request Dr. Suryakant to talk about that what type of digital empowerment should be there in an academic institutes, universities, R&D organizations where he comes from. And then we will have an interaction. And I request you to take 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes, and then we can have more interactions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das Gupta. So let me introduce myself first. My name is Dr. Suryakant Gupta. I am from Institute for Plasma Research. This is the establishment of Department of Atomic Energy. And as you all know, the Department of Atomic Energy in India is responsible for the development of nuclear-based technology for the societal benefit and also for the strategic applications. So since long, because atomic energy establishments are spread throughout the country, we have more than 20 centers. In the past, it has been realized that the scientists working in the strategic applications are finding it difficult to improve them academically. So in 2005, Government of India has passed a resolution through Parliament to establish a new unit, academic unit, which is known as HBNI, Homi Bhabha National Institute. In the last year, we have an NIRF ranking of 43. So basically, all the scientific laboratories of Department of Atomic Energies, they have a mandate that all the faculty members or the researchers or scientists, if they wish to do any academic activity, it can be routed through HBNI. So basically, HBNI conducts PhD and master's programs in all the centers of Department of Atomic Energy. You know, for any researchers, it is very important that he should interact with the peers in the people working in the other laboratory. This enhances their understanding about the subject, and they can also improve the outcome of their research programs. You know, if one has to interact, then either he has to visit the laboratory or he has to participate in conference or in workshops. So participating in international conference is a very costly affair, and you know, for the travel and for the stay, it needs a lot of money. So as per the government guidelines, all the students of HBNI, they were permitted to visit or attend at least one international conference. So when this COVID pandemic started, then we were worried, even students were worried what will happen to their academic career. But just to opposite of this, because of empowerment of digital empowerment and the use of ICTs, these students could participate in more than one conferences and several scientific workshops. So basically, it helped them a lot, and they interacted with the very senior scientists working in the prestigious research laboratories working in Europe, Japan, and America. And the outcome of this result, this interaction helped them to publish high impact factor research publications. And also these students, because they could interact with the experts virtually and frequently, so they could discuss their routine problem, they could share the result. And it was really a very helpful for them, because this tough time has converted into an opportunities for the, especially the research students. So now we have several collaborations and several new activities which were initiated by the student. At the same time, we should also remember that technology can only be used as a tool to enhance the performance and to optimize the output. Because when a teacher teaches the student, he doesn't teach the subjects like academic mathematics or science, but he also plays a very important role in the development of overall development of the student, like character building and also the motivation of the student. This cannot be done through online coaching. So just to conclude, I wish to say that we have to optimize the technology for the betterment of students and faculty, which we have seen recently during these tough times of COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta. In fact, you said you have to optimize the use of technology, and it should be a proper blending of on-campus and off-campus activities. I believe, though we call COVID as a pandemic and it is a disruptive system, but still the good part of this is that we have been used to that online interaction. Now, in a modern world, you cannot replicate the labs everywhere at every nook and corner of the country, and international collaboration, cooperation is very important. Because of this virtual connectivity, a good student can get connected with the best teacher across the world, and also at the same time, you have seen that how many webinars are being floated by the international as well as the national faculties from different institutes. So I believe that digital empowering has a very, very important, aspect of modern life or information-centric society. But only thing we have to understand and we have to appreciate that when you talk about it, information-centric society, it should be a proper blend. And in a situation like this, virtual connectivity has given us a lot of leverage, lot of legroom to interact with the faculty member across the country and across the globe. But when you say digital empowerment, it should not be that, we use this as a tool, we become the customer, we become the, user of the system, but we should innovate. Now you see in a digital empowering, whether you talk about an online Google Meet, whether it is in WebEx, whether it is Zoom, so many things have come up. And because it is the compulsion that has created this sort of innovations, and this sort of innovation is changing the life. Now, especially in an academic institute, I may say that the modern days, the previously institute was considered as a temple, and institute people used to come. But the now situation is there that you should provide opportunity for the students to get connected online and try to do a lifelong learning through this connection. So people are talking about digital campus, people are talking about the digital library, resource center. So overall, we have to change the mindset of the faculty members in an institute, staff members in an institute, who will be in not only promoting the digital empowerment of the campus, but also it should see that it's a right mix of on-campus activities and off-campus activities. Now, I may ask one quick question to Professor Gupta. Now, in your IPR, what type of digital empowering you are trying to do to your research scholars, to your academic, to your staff members? If you can throw some light, that will be a great experience, because IPR is a very leading R&D institute.
Thank you, sir. So basically, we have started conducting the classes online, and the most important part of this digital empowerment was sharing of resources, as you rightly said, because some of the equipments are very costly and located in another laboratories or another research centers of our department. So now, because of this virtual connectivity, students and faculty members are finding them very comfortable to share the resources and also the sharing of what should I say, the experimental findings, because now they can discuss the result online and they can analyze the result in a better way compared to the previous days. So as such, our department is concerned, we are utilizing this virtual connectivity in a better way, and it is helping us in several ways, because like in IPR also we have 3 different centers located in Ahmedabad, like one is in GIDC Gandhinagar, another is in near Indira Bridge, and another is Motera. So previously we used to visit these centers separately, but now because of the virtual meetings, it is very easy for us to save the time and resources, and very frequently we can share the scientific findings, and we analyze the results and present our findings in a better journal papers. That's all.
In fact, in order to conclude this session, I would ask if there is one or two questions. The panelists will be happy to answer you. And if you don't have, and we don't want to stand between T and you, but let me conclude by saying that this virtual connectivity is a boon. Digital empowering is a need of the hour, and this creates a more growth in the information-centric society. It allows us to cooperate, collaborate, and synchronize our activities. It gives you an opportunity to interact and share your ideas with your peer. So having said this, I think that digital empowering is a need of the hour. You cannot avoid it. You have to accept it. You have to accept it happily because it gives you the better future and a brighter future. So thank you. I think we have kept our time. If you, because I see already the audience is thinning out, so I don't want to take a situation where we are sitting and audience are not there. So if you have any questions, you are welcome. Otherwise, I again thank you from our side, and we look forward to have a better interaction. So you know our email, so you can always send the mail, and we'll definitely interact with you. So thank you very much. If you have no other questions, you have made our job simpler. In fact, I was thinking in 1 hour, we'll have a lot of things to talk, but you have made our life simpler. But of course, it is not a good indication, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you very much. We will be quickly preparing for our next session on quality assurance in assessment and accreditation. We have speakers and experts in this session who are stalwarts in the field of accreditation. So I'm sure we will enjoy hearing from them. The session will be convened by Professor Shirish Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Sardar Patel University. Sir, आप यहाँ से भी जा सकते हैं. May I request the dignitaries to grace the dais, please? Accreditation is a standardized evaluation of the quality of higher education institutions and its programs. Accreditation for institutions of higher education is essential for two reasons: ensuring that the students are successful in their chosen career paths, and for promoting institutional and programmatic excellence. It is a type of quality assurance process which ensures that services and operations of educational institutions or programs are evaluated and verified as per applicable and recognized standards.
May I kindly request the convener, Professor Shirish Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Sardar Patel University, to be on the dais. The speakers, Dr. S.C. Sharma, the Director, NAC from Bangalore, Professor Bhim Prasad Subedi, Chairperson, University Grants Commission, Nepal, diplomat, to be on the dais, please. Diplomat Professor Abdul Hanan Wahid, Chief Executive Officer from Maldives Qualifications Authority, Male. Maldives on the dais, please. Dr. Timur, Deputy Director General for International Cooperation, Kazakhstan, on the dais, please. Dr. Saikis, International Cooperation Specialist from Kazakh, on the dais. Advisor to the Government of Egypt, Ministry of Finance and Expenditure and Education, Dr. Mrs. Reem Derbala. Dr. Mrs. Reem on the dais, please. So we will give the session to Professor Suresh Kulkarni, Vice Chancellor, Sardar Patel University, convener for the session, please. Opening remarks.
Good evening to all of you. Before I begin with my opening remarks, there is an emergency to Director NAC, Bangalore, and he has to catch the flight. So I'm just handing over to him that he will give his remarks so that he can move immediately and catch the plane.
Thank you, sir. Respected Professor Shirish Kulkarni ji, Professor Bhim Prasad Subedi ji, Professor Abdul Hanan, Dr. Mrs. Reem Darbala, Dr. Timur, Mrs. Aika. In fact, it is a great pleasure to be here for the International Conference on Academic Institution. It's a great honor for NAC also to be here, and I thank Professor Shirish Kulkarni ji for giving me this opportunity. NAC was established in the year 1994. Till 2017, we had a general pattern of visiting higher education institutions and accrediting. After seeing the international pattern global scenario of quality assurance in assessment and accreditation and assessment, we at NAC have adopted quantitative analysis and qualitative. Quantitative analysis is based on the third-party evaluation called as data verification and validation, and the qualitative analysis is by peer team visit. Also, there is another important component called as student satisfaction survey, which is the cardinal motto of any accreditation and assessment, because they are the clients of higher education institution. Here in NAC, we have the gradation system of A++ ranging to D grade, whereas the general practice at the international arena is only binary, either accredited or non-accredited. We are stepping into this phenomena of binary slowly. That is what the national education policy also mentions. In fact, to talk about the quality assessment in accreditation and assessment, the global ranking pattern is quite different from NAC. We have I'm just taking three different forums. One is the QS, the second one is Times, and the third is the Shanghai. In all the three, it is mapped with some of our 7 criteria like curricular aspect, teaching learning, research, infrastructure, student support, governance, institutional value and practices. Of course, the access, equity and socio-economically disadvantaged group also is captured at the international level. For example, if it is an American-based accreditation, in every letter you see equal opportunity and affirmative action. This affirmative action has several questions, and equal opportunity means the accessibility towards higher education. Similarly, the same has been depicted in the national education policy. We have about 115 metrics as depicting or capturing various aspects of all the 7 criteria, whereas that is for the university. And for the colleges, we have around 98, and for autonomous colleges, 93. To sum up, the overall pattern is ranking is a dynamic system. Not that NAC is not dynamic, ranking is dynamic, which means to say every year it changes and the data keeps on updating and changing. Whereas NAC, once the gradation is conferred or gradation is obtained by the higher education institution, it is for a period of 5 years. Therefore, after 5 years, they keep changing. Nevertheless, every year there is an annual quality assurance report, and at the end of 5th year, all the 5-year annual quality assurance report becomes a self-study report. This is the only difference, and all the criteria, one way or the other, is mapped. Whereas in what I have observed at the Shanghai ranking is Nobel Prize winners and Nobel Prize in the pipeline and students working under Nobel Prize. So these are some of the things which have been captured at the ranking. And of course, the uniform criteria or uniform phenomena is the research, whereas here we capture with the UGC CARE journals and some of the journals at top ranking, top-notch journals, whereas in Shanghai, what I have just gone through is nature publications or scientific reports. These have been given a lot of weightages. Of course, we can go on and on comparing the metrics and the mapping also. With this, let me stop. I thank Professor Shirish Kulkarni ji for all the consideration shown to me now. I'm most grateful to you, sir. I sincerely beg your excuse. Dr. Pamnudi Raj will be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If I am allowed to speak for a moment, Dr. Sharma will be leaving us as he has a flight in the evening. I request Dr. Yogesh Yadav to give him a memento as a token of our respect and appreciation. Dr. Yadav.
May kindly request the guest to come forward. We are going to exchange the MOU between NAC and Kazakhstan IAAR. Dr. Timur, Dr. Aegis, and our international guests from Botswana, Syria. All the international guests, please. All the international guests, our guests, NAC guests, please. Can you come forward?
चेयरमैन के ये कोई बात नहीं वो एडवाइस के वो बोले आए
Okay. तो हमको चिंता करने की जरूरत नहीं है.
हाँ बोलो.
Being a teacher, we have the students in front of us, and we know that the capacity of a student to digest, and that is just a 45 minutes. And we are here since morning at 10 o'clock, rather 10:15 we have started, and we are ending nearby 5:30. So obviously that digestive power has gone, and the majority of have left the hall. One more thing, we have 7 panelists, the speakers. So I am requesting all the speakers that we will have to restrict ourselves for 3 minutes only. So that is first requirement of this session. If at all it has been suggested for 30 minutes, so within 30 minutes we have to complete. Now coming to the subject, this is the quality assurance, assessment and accreditation. See, since morning we are listening that education should be affordable, it should be accessible, and it should be a quality education. So if this is the case of quality education, then we have to be careful. Whenever I'm using this word, affordable, accessible, and quality education. See, educational institutions for higher education are private institutions also and public institutions, that is the state governed institutions. So obviously, affordable is such institutions where the cost of education is low. But then again, there is one rider that should be the quality education. And Director Sharmaji has already stated that standardized evaluation of higher education is necessary. Unless and until it is evaluated that how is the educational institution, that quality education the students will not get. And that's why this particular session is there. And in this session, I am lucky, I have a pride that I have got the panelists from different countries. So I will start with one of the panelists. May I request you, sir, will you start?
Timur, Dr. Timur. Dr. Timur, start. Kazakhstan.
Okay, thank you very much, dear esteemed conference participants and organizers. First of all, I would like to thank for invitation to this conference. It's our pleasure, absolute pleasure to be with you here today and to take part in the discussions on quality assurance and accreditation and assessment of education. May I have slides? Yeah. Well, yeah, before our slides is downloading, let me continue. Today topic is very important, as a director of NAC, our partner, said. Quality of education is very important topic, and this topic also broadly covered in the national education policy of 2020 of India. Here. I would like to share a little bit about higher education system and quality assurance system in the Republic of Kazakhstan. As you know, Republic of Kazakhstan is a big country located in the Central Asia. We gained our independence in 1991, and today our capital is Nur-Sultan city. And Kazakh language is the official language of Kazakhstan, but we have a Russian language. It has a status of interethnic communication. And population of Kazakhstan exceeds 18 million. Yes, please, next slide. I just wanted to show size of our country. You probably know it's ninth largest country in the world, located in the Central Asia. Yeah, and if we speak about higher education system in the Republic of Kazakhstan, Kazakhstan joined Bologna process in 2010, and from that time, the development of education was according to the priorities in the European higher education area. And we had major changes from that time. Please, next slide. Yeah, we first of all, of course, we introduced three-cycle qualification, which is bachelor, master's, and doctoral, and of course, encouraged universities to adopt a European credit transfer and accumulation system. Today, we have 128 higher education institutions in our country, and 624,000 students and more than 36,000 teaching staff. And if we speak about gross enrollment ratio for higher education in Kazakhstan, it was in 2019 61%, in 2020 70%. Of course, Kazakhstan's joining the Bologna process has helped spur the proliferation of international academic and institutional partnership. By the 2020-21 academic year, Kazakhstani universities had signed nearly 6,800 agreements with international partners from 85 countries. Aside from increasing student and teaching staff mobility, these collaborations helping to improve the knowledge and skills of domestic faculty and modernize academic courses and programs. And today in Kazakhstan, notably, joint and dual degree programs are developing very rapidly. And please, next slide. And of course, internationalization of higher education is very important in our country. And many students from Kazakhstan studying abroad. Today, in 2019, it was 89,000 students. But also, students from other countries also come to Kazakhstan. It's not such a big number, it's 28,000 students. But here I would like to mention that bigger number of foreign students comes from Uzbekistan and India. India is a significant source of international students in Kazakhstan. Over the past 5 years, Indian students' enrollment has grown by 159%, rising from 1,700 students in 2016 to 4,400 students in 2020. Much of that growth is driven by the demand of Indian students for medical education. Most of students from India study in medical field. Please, next slide. And in Kazakhstan, according to the European qualification framework, in 2012, we developed our national qualification framework, which contains 8 levels and of course corresponds to the European qualification framework adopted in 2018. Next slide, please. And now let me stop a little bit about quality assurance system in Kazakhstan. As a full member of European higher education area, Kazakhstan follows European standards and guidelines for quality assurance ESG. And quality assurance system in Kazakhstan based on principles of trust and sustainability. And it has three components. First, it's minimum requirements for the content of education, which is state compulsory standards, model educational programs of general educational disciplines, controlled by the Ministry of Education. Second component, it's a minimum requirement for the implementation, which is qualification requirements for educational activities of higher education institutions. And third component of quality assurance system, it's accreditation. Our government established requirements for the accreditation agencies. Accreditation in Kazakhstan recognized as an effective tool for evaluation of higher education institutions and its programs. According to the legislation, accreditation is voluntary, and independence of the educational organizations for selecting accreditation body is guaranteed. Next slide, please. And in 2012, our Ministry of Education and Science created a national register of the recognized accreditation agencies, which is called Register 1. Also, we have Register 2, which is a list of accredited educational organizations which passed institutional accreditation. And Register 3, this is a list of accredited educational programs for program accreditation. Any university from Kazakhstan can choose any agency which is registered in the National Register of Ministry of Education. And today we have 6 national agencies and 5 foreign agencies. 3 of them German agencies, which is FIBA, Queen, ASEAN, and 1 Belgian agency, Music, and 1 from US, ACBSP. And according to national requirements, in order to enter to the Register 1, you shall be member of European Quality Assurance Network, ENCA, and should be listed in European Quality Assurance Register, EGAR. And let me just briefly to tell you about our agency, where we come from. It's an independent agency for accreditation and rating, which was established in 2011. We are one of these 6 agencies, which is included to the Register of Ministry. We are functioning from 2011, but we already member of a lot of quality assurance networks, which you can see in the slide. Yeah. We are active in 11 countries today. You can see in the slide, we make accreditation in Kazakhstan, Russia, Belarus, Ukraine, Moldova, Romania, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Mostly we make accreditation according to the ESG and World Federation for Medical Education Standards, which is for medical higher education institutions. And of course, we have a big reviewers database, which we're proud of, our experts and reviewers. We have 3,500 experts from 31 countries. If we speak about the National Educational Policy 2020 of India, we were hearing today about principles of this policy, and I would say that many principles, many priorities are similar to our country's educational program, development of educational program. Please, next slide. And here I would like to highlight that we're also discussing the reform of 12-year compulsory education reform at school level. We also have in the agenda in Kazakhstan professional standards for teachers. Of course, not only for teachers, but for other fields as well. And a very interesting point was in this national educational policy, it is a standard setting accreditation for school education. I think this is very progressive. And in our country, we also have discussion because now it is controlled by the Ministry of Education and under the state control. But accreditation of schools, I would say it's a very progressive proposal. And of course, very interesting issue about the governance of higher education institutions with the qualified independent boards having academic and administrative autonomy. This is also very important issue in Kazakhstan when we adopted law on academic freedom in 2018, and most of our universities today have independent boards, governing boards as well. And of course, these issues as online assessment is also very important today. This is a demand of 21st century, I would say. Internationalization and centers of excellence also was told today a lot about this. And these centers also developing in our country. And a lot of similar things. And I would like to say that I would like to wish only good luck for realization this policy. Yes, thank you very much. If you have any questions, please.
Thank you, sir. Next, we'll take it. With the permission of the convener, can we have Dr. Reem Darbala from Egypt, please?
So, good evening, everybody. So thank you very much for the organizers and for Ranak for inviting me to participate in such a prestigious event. Actually, I'm very happy to be here in India. It was a dream for me, so thank you for that. Now I'm going to speak about the education system and the higher education system in Egypt. No, I haven't. So those are what we are going to talk about. And I will start my presentation about a quote from here from India. So the future depends on what we do in the present by Mahatma Gandhi. And actually, yes, what we are doing here and what the Indian government is doing here in the national plan for education is shaping the future of our nations and our generations. And actually, I believe that the future of our countries, our nation, our generations is shaped on the classrooms and on the universities. When we learn our students. So, of course, Egypt, as you know, it lies in, as you can show in the map, in the heart of the world, between three main continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe. This is our total area, around 1 million square kilometer. The majority are land. Our governmental type is presidential republic, and our capital is Cairo. The legislature is bicameral parliament, consists of the Senate and House of Representatives. When it comes to population, so the majority of the population, as you can show in the map, lives around the Nile River and its delta, and we are around 106 million inhabitants. In Egypt, we consider ourselves a young nation because like 50% of the population are youth from 0 to 25 years. So we have this demographic opportunity. So we are in the challenge to prepare all of those people to be good citizens. That's why the government taking several steps towards the goal of youth empowerment. As we are assigning leaders in political situations or political, we have deputy ministers from youth. We have ministers' assistants. We have 2 governors. They are youth, and we have 23 deputy governors in Egypt, and 30% of them are female. Also, to the youth empowerment mechanism come from the presidential program to prepare young people for leadership, PLP, which launched in September 2019. And establishing a national academy for training and rehabilitation of youth. According to a presidential decree in 2017. Also, we were conducting youth conferences, 8 national youth conferences, and 3 world youth conferences, and 2 African youth conferences. This month, we will conduct the 4th one. When it comes to economic situation, the unemployment rate is 7.3, and the workforce is 29 million. And of course, Egypt was one of the few emerging market countries that experienced a positive growth rate in 2020 as a result of government swift and burden policy response, and this is according to the IMF. So our government supports the education strategy because they believe that economic competitiveness of Egypt invest in both infrastructure and trained workforce. So they initiated new smart cities, great road network, new administrative capital, digital infrastructure, and also they believe in education justice and quality education as a human right. So we aim to create a new generation capable for keeping pace the changes of labor market and its development. And also we aim at create self-aware, critical thinking people who can grow up to both the economy and to help our country. So this is our education system. We have 633 for education system. We have also diverse in the school system and in universities. The number of enrollment is 22 million students, and we have around 60,000 schools. Here I can show the GER in pre-primary education and primary education. In pre-primary education is around 30%, and the primary education 99%. And the other graph shows the GER for male and female. So you will find in Egypt, there is no big difference regarding the gender in enrollment in schools. The same here for secondary education and tertiary education, and the GER for tertiary education 35.5%. Egypt launched a new education system, Education 2.0, which have like a different vision. They want they want students to enjoy with education. We try to make it easy, related to digitalization, related to the needs of labor market, also to be linked to the local communities. When it comes to higher education in Egypt, we have like 27 public universities, 28 private ones, and 4 non-profit universities, 8 technical colleges, and 3 technical universities, 171 private education institutes, and Al-Azhar University. And recently, we have 3 international branch campuses. Sorry, I'm running because of the time. So we have like 3 million students enrollment, 120,000 teaching staff, and around 450,000 postgraduate students. The ratio of teaching staff to student 24:1. And also, we have international students, around 70,000 international students from different countries and in different specialization, medicine, engineering, law. So according also to our Vision 2030 for education, we have like 3 main pillars: equal access to education, high quality education system, and improving the competitiveness of education. So Egypt seeks excellence in higher education and scientific research to be able to prepare for the 4th and 5th industrial revolution, and also for the 5th society or society 5.0. And also to be prepared for future work, as too many studies from McKinsey shows that 20% of the global workforce could work from away from online. Also, we learned that there is some jobs will disappear and other will new jobs we will see it, or we start to see it on LinkedIn, like hologram stylist, virtual culture designer, augmented reality life designer, personal brain trainer. So how are we going to prepare our students for such jobs? Okay. So some indicators for from our strategy that we would like to increase access to reach 40% in 2023, and this is similar to Indian also target. Improve quality and modernization of higher education to reach 90% of our institution to be accredited in 2030. Align, of course, with the labor market needs, and also enhance international competitiveness. To reach that, we need to open 1 million new opportunity in higher education in Egypt until 2030. So this is a real challenge. But we to do that, we need to we are working on open new world-class higher education institutions, enhance quality and inclusion in higher education. We work in attracting the world-class IBCs, train teachers and teaching staff, enhancing the education, the vocational education, and establishing a new technical university, and open Sabas to the students who enrolled in the vocational education. Improving the links with the labor market, and also focusing on creativity and innovation. Also, interdisciplinary is one of the most important issues in Egypt. So when it comes back to accreditation, And we have in Egypt a national authority for quality assurance and accreditation of education, NACA, which is established in 2006. And it's an independent entity to assure impartiality of its decisions, and the policies are documented and published for transparency and accountability. The process of accreditation is actually, NACA has set the standards, and actually the Ministry of Higher Education is supporting the universities and the colleges by allocated funds to establish quality assurance unit inside each college and each university, and to manage the process of quality assurance, and to be able to get accreditation from NACA. Now we are working on also establishing new accreditation body for vocational education and training with cooperation with UNESCO. When it comes to the Indian national education policy, actually, I believe it will be like a turning point in the history of education in India, because yes, it's focusing on the students, it's focusing on new digital platform of learning and innovates techniques in teaching. And I think it will provide like a new model for education in India. And actually, I find this statistics from Coursera, where India is #2 or the second country in registering in Coursera courses, and I think you have like a base to go and it's a very prestigious thing. Okay. About the national, what I found that there is you are planning for a solid learning foundation and a strong academic growth, a holistic development and the students for all grades, and this is inspires a shift in depth understanding, and also to create more space for critical thinking and discussions and analysis while teaching. The national curriculum and the pedagogical framework for early childhood, this is very important and align with the SDG 4. Flexibility in a choice of subject, and so you thinking about the enjoyment of education for students, and of course skills development.
Can you just make it fast and close it? Because we have 2 more presentations, please.
Okay. So we have also similarities from our national plan and your national plan, and Kazakhstan as well. So we have like opportunities for cooperation, joint degree programs, student mobility, joint research, and teaching staff mobility. So I will finish my presentation with this quote from African proverb: if you want to go fast, go alone, and but if you want to go far, go together. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Reem from Egypt. Now may I kindly request Professor Abdul, a diplomat, CEO from Maldives, Male. So kindly stick on to time, sir, please.
Hi all, thank you very much Indian government, NAC, Gujarat government for inviting me to this prestigious summit, Vibrant Gujarat Education Summit, and within it International Conference of Academic Institutions. For me, I regard myself a global citizen. Therefore, events like this is important for me, especially India. As you know, India has a population of 1.3 billion people. That means what happens in India matters to all of us, to the world. So do me. I come from the Maldives. Maldives is, I think, as you know, located in the Indian Ocean, very close to India, not very far, especially very close to Lakshadweep. Our population is around 400,000 people compared to India, very few people. But I think as a nation, this population is enough for us, and we don't need much increase in the population. Next. As far as a higher education system in the Maldives is concerned, we have a higher education ministry, and we have two national universities and 14 colleges, including many private colleges. And in terms of school education, our education system is very accessible for all the sectors of the society. There is a universal primary education in terms of accessibility. And gross enrollment ratio has been increasing recently, and in 2005 it is around 29%. In terms of skills education, very recently under the Higher Education and Training Act, Maldives National Skills Development Authority has been created. Before, it used to be Tibet Authority. In terms of equity and inclusiveness, I would say that this is not an issue for the Maldives, because there is no discrimination of gender accessibility to education and different sectors of the country. Especially, Maldives is a nation with one race. There's only one race in the country, one language, and one religion. Maybe that's the reason it is much easier for us to handle these issues of equity and inclusiveness. Next. In terms of quality assurance, we have Maldives Qualifications Authority. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Maldives Qualifications Authority. Initially, in 2000, Maldives Accreditation Board was created. And we have a Maldives National Qualifications Framework as well. In terms of the functions of the quality assurance, because the quality assurance, this is the umbrella term. Within the quality assurance, there are two types, accreditation and audit. In accreditation, we do program accreditation, but we do not do institutional accreditation. I understand in India, NAC is focusing on institutional accreditation. For audit, we do institutional audit. We started implementing institutional audit in 2017. In terms of the national education policy of India, I think I have read the document. In my opinion, this is really big. India has done this big country of 1.3 billion with many states, many races, many types of education systems, has come up with a very good policy document, National Education Policy 2020. When I read it, I find it a perfect policy document. And I think there are a lot of genius brains behind this policy. And I hope to see this policy being implemented in India. And I see it may happen. It may happen because this national policy is being endorsed and supported by Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi ji, and also in Gujarat, people like Chief Minister of Gujarat and Education Minister and Higher Education Minister, all these high-ranking people, they know what is in this policy. They develop this policy and they want to do it. What I see in this policy document is basically representation of United Nations SDG 4, where you can read, ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. So overall, in the NEP 2020, what I see, there are very main key terms, keywords: equality, equity, inclusiveness, and also skills development is there. So basically, these 3-4 terms sums up the whole policy. This is big. So India is trying to do a very big thing, and I think this is a very noble intention to do this, and I hope they will succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diplomat Professor.
Hello, wait a minute. Anybody is there?
UGC Chairman, Nepal. Professor.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank NAC, Government of India and Government of Gujarat giving me this opportunity to be amidst this august gathering. Thank you, Professor Kulkarni, my colleagues on the panels and distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by saying that whatever I will be presenting here, it's a simple journey, a very, very brief journey forward to higher education and quality assurance and accreditation in Nepal. Next, please. On this slide, I just wanted to show the place reality of the country. Nepal is a small country. It occupies 0.3% of the Asia's population and 0.03% of the entire world's territory. India is 22 times bigger than Nepal in terms of territory. And in terms of population, it is 48 times larger. It's a rectangular shaped country. It's a land-linked country. Some of the silent features of the country is we are known basically from the name of Mount Everest, the highest mountain in the world, Lumini, the birthplace of Buddha, Sherpa, the great mountaineering people, and then, this is the only country that has got triangular flag. That's about the place. Next, please. I just wanted to share this map with you. You just share like, up in the upper part is a mountain, in the middle part it's hill, and the southern one is the Tarai. So it's a mix of mountain, hill, and Tarai. Larger proportion is covered by mountain, and the map also shows the recently restructured state. That is, we do have 7 provinces by now. Earlier we used to have, we didn't have this federal type of government. And this bar shows the territory and population wise ratio of these 7 provinces. Next, please. I just wanted to show you how the population is growing in the country. You will notice that from 1750 all the way up to 2011,
May I now request esteemed speakers of a session on innovation and research and the convener of this session. First of all, I would like to introduce him. The convener of this session is Dr. J.M. Vyas, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University. He is the recipient of number of awards and certificates, including the prestigious President's Police Medal for meritorious service in the field of crime investigation, Lifetime Achievement Award in the area of forensic chemistry. So we are glad to have you here. Please give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speaker. We have with us Professor Sharad Gupta, Associate Dean R&D and External Projects, IIT Gandhinagar. Welcome, sir. It's my pleasure to introduce Professor P.S. Anil Kumar, Dean Finance and Administration, IISc Bangalore. His research interests are in the spintronics, magnetic nanostructures, etc. Welcome, sir. We have with us Dr. Man Singh Sidhu, Counselor for Science, Technology and Higher Education, Embassy of Norway. Dr. Sidhu has extensive and wide work experiences in research and innovation, public administration, as well as in the form of international industries. Welcome you, sir. Let me brief you about the session. Promotion of research and knowledge creation emerges from conductive academic development at all levels. Higher education institutions should focus on research and innovation by setting up startup incubation center, technology development center, centers in frontier areas of research, establishing greater industry academic linkages and performing interdisciplinary research, including humanities and social sciences. In this context, there is a need to develop strategies and take necessary action for enhancing research and promoting research and innovation at our higher education institution. A goal-oriented and focused plan needs to be developed by higher education institution to achieve highest possible standards in research and innovation. With this brief note, I would like to hand over this mic to our convener, Dr. J.M. Vyas, sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Forensic Sciences University. Sir, mic is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And good evening, everybody. It's a very important session on research and innovation. Why? Because research is, in a way, very important in our day-to-day life. Every human being wants ease and comfort in the life. And that's what the aim of every government is, to see that the citizens are living with ease, comfort, and there is a quality in life. Now, to give this ease, comfort, and quality, we have to come out with newer technology. Now, olden days, the surgeries which were carried out using crude methods, and now you have all kinds of technology available, including robots. Now, robotic surgeries are possible. Now, this has given more comfort to the patients. Now, with ease, the operations can be undertaken. There's a wide number of examples. So, and the best example, according to me, is research done in the field of combating COVID-19. The vaccines which India, the credit goes to India also, because there are very few countries in the world which could come out with vaccines. And India could come out with 3 types of vaccines. And this has changed the scenario. And it did not help only the citizens of this country, but we could help as many as 60, 70 countries by exporting these vaccines. Now, this is a result of a good research. So, research in a way should be a need-based research. And what is the role of university? That is what we are going to discuss. But that need-based research is, even in PhD admissions, I would suggest that when the student comes for filing a PhD application, he or she will not give the project of his choice or her choice. Instead, university has to focus the areas which are important to the public, general importance. And these areas, then students have to pick up according to their own ability. And if they are pursuing research in that area which are identified by the universities, I think that research will be more useful, more focused, more public-oriented, and can give a tremendous amount of benefits to the public and the government. This is what the need of the hour is. I don't want to take more time on this, but then we would like to listen to all eminent speakers who are here as panelists, and let us listen to them and understand in detail what is this research and innovation is. So firstly, I would request Professor P.S. Anil Kumar. He is Dean of Finance, IISc Bangalore. So please give your comments on what we understand. And then, because there is a paucity of time, I would request the speakers to finish the talk within 6-7 minutes maximum. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting me here to present about IISc, and Professor Shiv Prasad has invited me for this meeting. So quickly, I will give a glimpse about IISc, just those who are not aware of IISc. So here it's mentioned science, engineering, and medical research. Those who are aware of IISc knows that there's no medical research at IISc, so this is what I'm going to just tell. So just to give some history, this is one of the first public-private partnership program where Jamshedji Tata has established this institution. And the land was donated by the Mysore Maharaja. And the vision is to provide for advanced instruction and also the material development of this country. So that was the vision. And if you look at the legacy, we are the #1 university in India, according to the NIRF ranking, and world's #1 in terms of citations per faculty for the publications that we make. And we are an institute of eminence. So if you look at IISc, we had several eminent people who were at IISc who went on and then created the technological wealth and scientific wealth in the country. The first Indian director, Sir C.V. Raman, and Professor Homi Bhabha was associated to Indian Institute of Science. He was the father for the Indian nuclear program. And Vikram Sarabhai, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai was associated to Indian Institute of Science, and he is the father of the Indian space program. And Sir J.C. Ghosh was the first director of IIT Kharagpur. In that way, we would say that IISc Bangalore is the mother institution for IITs. And Professor Satish Dhawan, he was the chair of ISRO, and Professor C.N.R. Rao, and he was a former director, and now he founded the Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research. For the nation building, IISc has made a lot of contribution in terms of a light compact aircraft, or whether it's a missile program, whether it's a Mars orbiter mission, etc. And also the institutions like TAFR, Central Power Research Institution, Wipro, Jawaharlal Nehru Scientific Center, etc. So IISc today has got 6 different divisions where we cover all sort of engineering and science at IISc. So we have around 4,200 students, 42 departments, etc. And we have several recognitions. We have 2 people who received Bharat Ratna and several Padma Vibhushan, Padma Shri, etc., and many other national and international awards. So in terms of citation, as I mentioned, that IISc is #1 in citation per faculty in the world ranking. And we have several new initiatives. This is where it comes that the cross-disciplinary research themes at IISc. For example, we have brain computation and data science, because we have a center for neuroscience, we have computer science engineering departments, we have bioengineering departments. So all these things, departments collaborate together, and we work on brain computation and data science, biomedical systems and devices, quantum technologies. This is the latest initiative that is going on, cancer research, cybersecurity, materials informatics, sensors and IoT, and visual analytics. So these are the cross-disciplinary areas where multiple departments are participating and developing newer and newer concepts and technology. And if you go further, if you look at here, there are some of the developments that has happened in the recent examples of due to the COVID, all of us suffered with the lack of oxygen and other things. So IISc put a lot of effort in making oxygen concentrators, oxygen generators, then COVID-19 warm vaccine. That is one of the development that is happening at IISc. All of us know that most of the COVID vaccines need to be preserved at low temperature, and IISc is now developing a warm vaccine. It is into the trials now. So, and also we have new major R&D initiatives about digital health, autonomous systems, manufacturing, clean coal technology. The coal, India is having wealth of coal, And we cannot just avoid coal technology saying that environmental pollution. So you'll have to find out methods of using coal without pollution. So these are the new initiatives IISc is taking up. And also, we are also taking mission mode national initiatives. For example, if you consider vaccines, indigenous vaccine development, then energy, and then India is starting this gallium nitride fabrication center at IISc. So these are the new initiatives, and also additive manufacturing, for example, metal 3D printing. So these are the mission mode national initiative IISc is now doing. So now in the last 1 or 2 minutes, let me just talk about the IISc Medical School, the next frontier at IISc. So what we are trying to do, see, I've told you that we have basic sciences, all basic sciences, we have all engineering and technology. Now we are adding this medical science to our fleet. So we are going to introduce clinical sciences at IISc. So now you have under one roof basic science, engineering, and clinical science, and the intersection gives IISc there. So this is what we are planning to get done in the coming future. So we have a clear vision and a mission. So the vision is excellence in clinical research and medical technology. And also we want to impact the 6 million population, 6 billion people in the country, and also and quality and affordable healthcare for all. So these are the vision, mission, and value for this medical school that we have. So in terms of the funding, so what we are looking for is 850 crores of capital expenditure to establish this medical school. Through CSR and other philanthropic grants, we are trying to achieve this. So with this, let me just thank you for your attention. So I just wanted to tell you that research and innovation is very important for any country. And now IISc is, so far IISc has established itself as a Center for Excellence in Basic Science and Engineering. And we are now venturing out to the medical technology as well, so that under one roof we have the combination of all these three, with which we hope that we can improve the quality of life in the country further. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Anil Kumar, for giving brief about the IISc, which is carrying out area research in varieties of areas. One of them, as I discussed, is in also preservation of vaccine. So the next eminent speaker is Professor Sarath Gupta. He is Associate Dean R&D and External Project, IIT Gandhinagar.
Actually, Professor P.S. Anil Kumar sir wanted to leave this session because he's having flight. So he has requested us to leave the talk in between, but whatever he said was indeed great. Sir, we won't allow you to leave without taking token of love. I would like to request Honorable Dr. J.M. Vyas sir to present memento. Thank you so much. I request listening officer of Professor P.S. Anil Kumar to take the memento and take him to outside.
Professor Sarath Gupta, please.
So first of all, this is after a very long time. Actually, I'm giving a public talk, thanks to COVID. So first of all, I just want to thank the organizers for organizing this wonderful event. And it's very nice hospitality by the team. And of course, Professor Vyas for introducing and providing this opportunity to speak at this forum. So, sorry, I don't have any presentation, but I would like to discuss more about, the research and innovation, especially the elements of national education policy. And
I think the starting point I would take what Professor Vyas just said about the development of COVID vaccine. So one of the reason we have been very successful in this domain in India is because all three major partners, rather four, whether it's government, the academic institutions, industry, and people, they all came together and worked hard to develop these vaccines. Now, this is a unique opportunity to transform the whole research ecosystem. The reason being that traditionally what we see, the problem with the disconnect between the academic research and the industry need, societal needs, there is always a disconnect. And that always hurts because academic research is going in different direction, industrial research, industry needs something else, and societal needs are different. This was a unique opportunity where we could come together and do something really great. Now, how we can transform? This has to start at the ground level. What we see, because I'm holding the role of associate in R&D, so I look after the what kind of students join in, what kind of research projects they prefer, what is their research requirement and all. What we have noticed over time that students, the researcher, future researcher, they have preset mind. It all starts with the basic education. So they are oriented already towards something, and we need to educate them. We need to provide them proper exposure to understand the needs, the need of the industry, need of the society, and how they can plan for the future. And there, the academic institutions, universities have a very important role to play, not only just to worry about the higher education, but also to engage early at the 10+2 level, 10th level, and give them the proper exposure so that they can think about variety of different problems. After COVID, what we see is that there's a lot of interest in the industry to collaborate with the academia. There is a lot of initiative taken by the government to promote research, innovation, and connect to the school level. And now it's our responsibility to take this further and make more progress in this regard. I would stop at this point for the paucity of time, right? And if any questions, take it. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saras Gupta, for an excellent presentation. A lot of research is going on in the field of how to combat and handle COVID. Just one instance came to my mind is, we all know that copper vessels, if we keep water in copper and keep it for some time, and when you take it, that water becomes free from bacteria and viruses. That was the olden days. Now research has been done. People have created nanoparticles of copper. Now these copper nanoparticles are able to destroy corona, COVID-19. Till Delta, everything has been done. So we are now doing research on what is the role of Omicron on this. So Omicron study is going on. But then after copper nanoparticles, people also came out with silver nanoparticles, and then the aluminum nanoparticles were also tried. And they are all affecting. They are able to destroy, and that destruction and that capacity of destroying COVID remains for almost 90 days. So this is the role of research. This is how you come out with newer and newer things, which is again ultimately beneficial to the public. So research should be public oriented. It should be beneficial to them. And the best example is the invention of mobile. Now you are moving with internet 24/7. You are in contact with the entire world. Excellent piece of research. And then research should also be economically viable. The best example, even the lowest level of person is now able to afford mobiles. So this is how you come out with a technology which is important, useful, makes the life of public more easy, and then it also economically viable. So this is what the importance of research is. Now, the last speaker is Dr. Man Singh Sidhu. He is Counselor for Science, Technology and Higher Education, Embassy of Norway. I request him to make his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Dr. Vyas, and ladies and gentlemen. Although it's quite late today, so I won't be taking so much time. But my talk will be basically what we are doing, how we are promoting and accelerating the Indo-Norway collaboration in India. So thank you. In this presentation, so I will be highlighting three things. Some of the strategic document already presented we have with India-Norway collaborations, some roadmaps, and some of the activities, science and technology activities in India going on, which are the thematic areas are important, and what are the collaboration opportunities we offer for Gujarat government as well as the universities and business in Gujarat together with our colleagues in Norway. So this is basically three things I will going to touch in my presentation, and lastly I will be happy to take some questions and comments after this session. My name is Dr. Sidhu, and I'm representing 4 organizations in India. The first one is the embassy, the Royal Norwegian Embassy, where we take the diplomatic charges, diplomatic responsibility, and we build relations with government to government. Second is like Norwegian Research Council, which is the only funding agency in Norway. Research Council of Norway is covering all the discipline. We have funding for all discipline, you name it, health, transport, agriculture, and many other areas, covering all discipline. And the third organization which I am covering is the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skill. So this organization is funding agency which is promoting and helping Norwegian researchers in student mobility, staff mobility, and many other such kind of activities in India as well as many other prioritized countries in the world. So these are the 4 organizations where I'm working very closely with and have mandate from these organizations in India. So what we do is we are helping making like bridge between Indian partners with Norwegian partners. Whoever is interested and have got some kind of mutual interest to collaborate with our partners in India, in Norway. So we facilitate that. We are willing to have to explore the possibilities for doing MOU with counterpart in India or state government or like state universities or institution level as well. And we also facilitate like having like arrangements, meeting, conference, and workshop, seminar, and so on. And we have also like bilateral funding opportunities where we fund through the Research Council of Norway as well as the Norwegian Directorate for Higher Education and Skill, and try to match make the similar kind of activities in India as well. So these are the main activities where we are looking forward to have more and more activities toward also with universities and research institutes in Gujarat. We believe, in fact, on the knowledge triangle. Knowledge triangle means higher education, research, and innovation. What we are looking or experiencing so far is that all these 3 factors are moving apart. There is very little connection at this moment. but we are very much looking forward to have some connections, some collaboration between academia and academia collaboration, academia and business collaboration, and business to business collaboration in our collaboration with India and Norway projects, as well as activities. So this is what we are looking forward to adopt that kind of model in Gujarat, as well as universities in Gujarat. Why we are looking such kind of activities? Because we have a very solid background strategic document, which was launched a couple of years ago. That is called Norway India 2030 strategy. And this strategy has already identified some of the areas, key areas, where we are looking forward to collaborate with you and your colleagues in Gujarat, as well as from India. And some of the key areas of interest where we are looking forward is ocean and ocean technology, climate change, environment, renewable energies, global health, research and innovation, higher education. And these are the main activities where we are looking forward to have an open dialogue and to explore collaboration opportunities. Another important document is Panorama strategy. This is lately renewed very recently last year. Previously, this Panorama strategy included only 6 prioritized countries in the world, including India. But this time, in the updated strategy, we have included, or Norwegian government has included 9 prioritized strategic countries in the world. And India is being one of them. So therefore, India is a very important country for us in Norway to collaborate and find new opportunities for collaboration. The third important document is white paper from the Norwegian government. This is on higher education and student mobility. The government has got, Norwegian government has got like ambitions that more than 50% of Norwegian students should bring their higher study time outside Norway. And at this stage, I think 18 to 20% of Norwegian students bringing their studies outside. So we have a lot of work to do. It means that there are a lot of opportunities to bring Norwegian students outside Norway. Since being India is an important strategic country, so India is also could be an important country to explore and find opportunities here. Here is the list of long list where we have strength, where we have different strength in Norway. We have, since we have long coastal areas, so we have very solid competencies in maritime sector, marine sector, blue economy, circular economy, renewable energies, medical, ICT, nanotechnologies, and these are the areas where we are looking forward to see how we can collaborate in the near future with you. This is the same thing where we have already identified some, based on this Norway India 2030 strategy, we have identified some core thematic areas where we can explore together with you and find some collaboration opportunities. Having said that, so I would like to emphasize three kind of collaboration what we are doing at present with India. The first one is unilateral, where unilateral collaboration, where we are funding the Norwegian partners only. But the condition is that we encourage Norwegian partners to collaborate with the 9 prioritized countries. And since India is one of the 9 prioritized countries, so India is also one of the strategic important countries where we want to include in the collaborative project or collaborative activities. This is the first one. And second is bilateral collaboration. And in the bilateral collaboration, we are also together with Research Council of Norway or the Norwegian Director for Higher Education. So we are making some kind of calls together with our counterpart in India, like DST, Department of Science and Technology, Ministry of Earth Sciences, ICMR, and so on, and make a call where we encourage like India-Norway partnership to apply for funding, and the good proposal get funded from both sides. And the third one is like multilateral, where we, in the previous time, we have seen that some of the fundings have been also came through the Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020. But in the new framework program, Horizon Europe, we don't know exactly what the condition, what the status of India is. Is India at this moment interested in or being are interested in being active partner in Horizon Europe? That is still pending, so that needs to be explored in the future. So this is the one project where I would like to mention. It is, as an example, for multilateral project. So myself as a coordinator for this project called Nordics in India. This project has been funded by the Nordic Council of Ministers. So I'm collaborating with my partners from Sweden, Denmark, and Finland. So we have started a new project where we are going to showcase and find collaborations opportunities with Nordic and India. Not only Norway, but Nordic and India, where we will try to showcase our strength, our potential, and how this could be taken forward. So in these projects, we have planned three kind of activities. One is high-level dialogue meeting in Delhi, and this is already going to schedule in 31st of January this year, followed by making a report of this high-level dialogue meeting. We will be organizing 2 workshops on 2 different state level. After completing all these 3 activities or events, we will be preparing a report. And this report will be a guideline for upcoming calls, like funding calls from the Nordic to and India. So this is an example where I'm trying to focus how we are working in India, for example. Here are a list of previously funded projects and calls between DST, ICMR, and like in the field of bioeconomy, circular economy, blue economy, nanotechnology, ICT, climate change, and and there is also a list of the funded project, successful funded projects. Some of these projects are already going on, and some are finished, and have got good project and resulted with good publications and results. So this kind of activities will also have given us some fruitful collaboration in the past. Here is an example of another multilateral collaboration between India and Norway or EU. These are the 37 contracts. This statistic is based on last year from 2019, 2020 May 2020. So according to this statistics, 37 contract has been signed between EU and India, where Norway, India, and one or more countries from EU has been participating in different thematic areas. So such kind of activities can be also one potential area where we can explore if India is is willing to be active partner in this new framework program, Horizon Europe. But this is again pending. We don't know the status at this moment. At least I don't know. This is the current figure where it shows how the incoming and outgoing student from India and from Norway to India and from India to Norway is. If the last year, you can see the graph, the line has dropped, and potentially this could be the reason due to COVID. There is a restriction for traveling and all those things. So this doesn't mean that the collaboration has been weakened. No, collaboration is still going on, but the traveling has been limited due to COVID restrictions. And these numbers are only for those students who has been visiting in either India or Norway, minimum for 3 months. But less than 3 months, we haven't included in this graph. So if we include those numbers as well, then the status of this graph will be completely different. So these are some relevant calls which are upcoming and on pipeline. And we hope that in the near coming few months, these calls will be launched and most of them are unilateral, where we are encouraging the researchers from Norway to involve Indian partners as well. So this is what we offer you. If you have any question, so please feel free to contact us in the embassy or to me. I will be happy to assist you or guide you whatever we can do in our jurisdictions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sidhu. I think Norway, India we can have very good collaborations. He has covered almost all the areas where they can have offered collaborations for research and innovation, climate change, nanotechnology, medicine, marine, almost all areas have been covered. What I could see, the areas which are not covered so far, is the area of cybersecurity and cybercrime. These are the areas where we need a high level of research, because we are losing a lot of money in cyber crimes, and we don't have specific technology to identify the perpetrator, because person sitting in America can take away money from somebody's account in India. Now identifying that person in USA, that needs a lot of technological development, and that this is the area where we are losing a lot of money, a lot of crimes. We have become victims of a large number of crimes, but we are not able to come out with a solution. So this is the area where research is in demand. And also security, we need to secure our digital systems right from our mobile phones. So we have to come out with newer and newer technology and indigenous innovation of technology, so that we don't help only India, but the entire world. So this is the need of the hour. Now the next eminent speaker has offered his talk from online is Professor B. Ravi. He's from IIT Mumbai. I think let us listen to his talk. He will please take 7-8 minutes and finish your talk. Thank you.
Yeah, very good evening to everyone in the room. Professor Vyas, it was a fantastic session. All the audience in the room, I'm so very happy that you are able to get the gems of wisdom from so many people across the world. Absolutely great session. What I would like to
unmute
do
your
system.
Please unmute your system.
I have unmuted. Organizers, please, can you unmute me? Organizers, can you unmute me?
You are not audible. Please unmute your system.
Am I audible now? Organizers, you have to unmute me. Organizers, can you unmute me?
अन्य कॉल पर
Organizers, can you hear me? Then you can unmute me. राजेश, you have to unmute me. आप मुझे unmute करना है.
Yeah, you please,
Yeah, I don't know. Am I now unmuted? All right. Thank you so much. Chairman ji, am I audible now? Okay, if I'm audible, just I'll go ahead with a short presentation. I think we already lost a couple of minutes in that. So quickly, what I would like to share is that how do we connect basically research, which is very important. That the theme of this session is how do we take research to innovation. But this is also meant for teachers and education. The whole conference is about education. So I thought, let me connect research, education to innovation, entrepreneurship. I call it reinvent for short. In a sense, it is reinventing of individual teachers and departments and organizations, and of course, beyond that into region and society. So I come in with different backgrounds. I'm a faculty of mechanical engineering, but I also had the School of Entrepreneurship at IIT Bombay. And I have been, for the last 10 years, spending time on medical device innovation at a center called BETIC. That's how my background is set up. What I would like to take your attention to is that if you, am I audible? Am I okay? All right, shall I go ahead? Okay. So there is an echo coming in for some reason. I don't know why. So this is, if you look at knowledge and products as x-axis and look at creation and transfer as y-axis, you can get 4 quadrants. What I'm trying to look at is, if you look at these 4 quadrants, knowledge, creation is research, and so on, we think that these 4 things are done by 4 different kinds of people. And the mindset that the knowledge and wealth cannot coexist. I mean, why can't we use knowledge to use wealth, and why can't we use wealth to create more knowledge? But this mindset is so strong in our culture and milieu, is that we need to put a lot of energy to bring together these 2 sides. I mean, conversion of knowledge to wealth and wealth to knowledge and so on. And in the whole pathway of from a concept generation in an R&D lab to proof of concept development, taking it further into prototype, to a product, to market, this whole pathway is filled with the valleys of death. And academia thinks that if they publish a paper or file a patent, their job is done. But it is not done unless you actually create a replicable product with the process, with the bill of materials, with the quality tests and so on. Then only the industry is able to replicate that and mass produce that. So the day we understand this, the third value of death has to be crossed by academia primarily, with help from industry, of course, a little bit. But primary responsibility academia, if you can take that, then we can see a lot more research going into products, into society. So we came up with this whole program called as Reinvent, where we take teachers and we teach them how do you make meaningful proposals, which are where we start with the end application in mind and not just some publication which is done in some other country, and go all the way into defending and project management, and also make sure that patents are more industry friendly and so on. When we say education, we talk about combining not just science and theory, but also to technology and engineering translation and testing and practice and so on. Innovation, we came up with a 4D framework saying define a problem first properly with market immersion, then develop, deliver, and then deploy in the market. And for entrepreneurship, we are looking at an ecosystem which is all inclusive and so on. I'll give you, Jerry, half a minute glimpses of these things and the crux of some wisdom which we gained from talking to literally hundreds and thousands of teachers. Most engineering college teachers just simply go and start teaching without any practical insights. We told them, why don't you go take a visit on a weekend, maybe visit a hotel or a hospital or a farm or a factory, see what is happening, ask stupid questions, and tell a story in the next class to your students. And some student, Rajesh ji, no problem तो नहीं है, I'm perfectly okay. Okay, ठीक है. All right. Anyone can confirm if I'm still audible, visible? And sorry about this. Connection is okay from my side though. Anyone can give me a feedback? Am I audible, visible? Okay, so sorry about this interruptions. All right, can I go ahead, Chairman ji? Just 2 more minutes. So I was just trying to share that from a teacher's perspective. Say, go to a farm or a factory or hotel or a hospital. Okay, and then ask stupid questions. Tell a story in the next class in the course. Any course you can connect a story. Some students will say, why are they doing like that? Why can't they do like this? Don't discourage the student. Tell them to try something out. And if you keep doing that again and again, it sets up a beautiful golden spiral of you can say research to innovation to practice. And therefore, the reason what we come to is that we need to have not just the theoretical part in our courses. We need to give the latest tools and technologies, which is the technology part of it, and also encourage students to pick up real life problems, translate into products, and also test it into practice. Not enough to just do a project report and leave it on the table. So this whole combination of science, technology, engineering, and practice, we call it a STEP, can give a holistic education to our students. So I will skip the remaining slides, not because I've already wasted a lot of time. But we do have this 4D framework where we ask students to or teachers to spend time in the domain, in real field, to understand a problem firsthand and define a problem, then develop the solution, then test the solution, and finally deploy it through a startup or licensing to industry. The whole 4 into 8, 32 steps have been worked out in great amount of detail. There's a whole quality management system with forms and SOPs which has been set up, and we are now sharing that with a large number of institutions and teachers and so on. Here is a quick example in COVID time. A doctor said that I don't want to be in contact with the patients. Can I do auscultation, that is hearing to the chest sounds, remotely? And so these students who are actually working in some companies, they came up to a hackathon and they created this proof of concept, then a prototype, a product, and finally a Bluetooth-enabled smart stethoscope, which has now sold 3,000 units in this last 2-3 years. and actually saved a lot of lives of doctors as well, because they're able to now do their job remotely. That is just one example, but in the last 5 years, we have come up with these so many products. And remember, I'm a mechanical engineer, I'm not even a doctor. But we are able to put teams together of doctors and engineers, and all these red colored words are the startup companies. Each startup company has raised average of 1 crore rupees of investment to fuel their journey further. And many companies, small and medium companies, are now coming and saying, can you become our R&D house? Because we can't set up R&D centers and hire people. Can you do our R&D? And we know the market, and we can do the marketing of the product. But in between, you do the job. So these happy pictures where you see doctors and engineers working together. In some pictures, you see the patients also, like the baby in the third row. These are our happy pictures, and they show us what is possible to do if you get the right people together. Of course, we also encourage now the innovators and those products to be covered in the press, because by informing the general public, many more inspiring stories can perhaps come up from society. It's actually happening now, not just from Bombay, but also you'll see Pune and Nagpur and Kolhapur and other places also, which is this. So light has been lit up. But it's very important to set up a pipeline of this innovation, not just one-off success story. So we now have a pipeline of hackathons, which is called Medha, and then intensive training camps, which is called Medic, and then you give them a 1-year fellowship, and then take it into exhibition, and then of course technology business incubations and technology parks and so on. So very important to set up a pipeline, very well-oiled system of taking a large number of ideas and eventually creating success stories in the business. Last slide, I just thought I'll share that we hear about triple helix, but I'm very clear that unless we keep the end users also as part of that helix, so it's a quad helix: government, academia, industry, and end users. Government, of course, funding and regulation; academia, research and development; industry for manufacturing and marketing. But end users is where you get the problems to solve and also test the solutions if they're right. That is a 4. But we also have 4 other stakeholders without which the ecosystem is not complete. Incubators, the testing centers, the media houses. We need to have friends, journalists, and so on. And of course, investors, without which scale up is not possible. So, but finally, we need champions for doing that. And to put it very short, we need people who are passionate, who combine passion, profession, vocation, and mission into some kind of a holistic way in their life. Those champions can make a difference by creating the ecosystem or the success stories to fuel the country forward. So I'll stop there. I just want to say that all the results finally matter is you have to put in right actions, and right action comes from right vision, and right vision comes from right intentions. So if we do that, if they do get the intentions right, then automatically you don't have to worry about the results. But thank you very much, and again, sorry for the interruptions in between.
Thank you, Professor Ravi. So thank you very much, all the eminent speakers. We had excellent discussion on research and innovation, its application, its usage, and its importance. I am really grateful to the eminent speakers who made excellent presentations in this area, and look forward to meet again in this, and we can have more deliberations. You can contact them, take their contact numbers, and then can be further taken up. So thank you all. Thank you very much. And then we close this session with these words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Despite technical disturbances, you have handled whole session patiently. Thank you so much. Now it's time to show our gratitude to esteemed speakers. I would like to invite Dr. Shreya Mehta Madam to present memento to Professor Sarad Gupta. May I invite Dr. Shashi Ranga to present token of love to Dr. Man Singh Sidhu. Dr. Shashi Ranga. May I request Dr. R.K. Jain, sir, to present memento to Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. J.M. Vyas. Once again, thank you so much for accepting token of love. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. You can proceed. May I request liaising officers of third session to help respective experts.